Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba da bum 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 ba dum. Bum ba da 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 bum ba dum bum bum ba da bum bum ba da ba dum bum ba dum 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 ba dum.
Bottoms up, you motherfucker bitch.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oops. You're an extreme motherfucker bitch, girlies. Do you understand me, fool? Of a dumbass. Dun 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 dun. Growly says he's a fool of a dumbass. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do.
Sunflower.
Joe Biden got out of the president race to play new PoE
Do
season.
do 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 do. Motherfucker beach of a D in the deluxe version of an extreme motherfucker beach. That's you, Mr. Growlies. Do you understand me, dumbass? Do you understand me, dumbass? Hey, Growlies, you're a dumbass. Do you understand me, fool? Growlies, you're a dumbass. Do you understand me, fool? Growlies, you're a dumbass. Do you understand me, fool? Growlies, dumbass. Do you understand me, fool? Scaling up to 9 to 14. That's so much mana. I don't know if I like it. Growlies is a motherfucker bitch. Everybody knows that Growlies is truly an MFB of a D and deluxe version of an extreme motherfucker bitch. At that, he's a fool of a dumbass. He is known as the dumbass man. What are you known as, Growlies? The dumbass man. Do 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 do. Flubenstein. Gloopert. Schlubert. You could be a bunger man when you get a dirty nasty ass plan. You could be a bunger man when you get a nasty plan. Do do do. Do do do. That's probably correct. If it's... Does that work in POB? I don't even know. Let's change the base cost if I just copy this line. I don't know if this will change the base cost of skills or if it's just going to add. This won't change the base cost, right? It'll just add to the final, I think. Yeah, it'll just add or subtract. It won't add to the base multiplier. Is there any way I can simulate the base multiplier? I'll use calculator, I guess. 1.3, 1.5, 1.3 times 1.5 times 1.4 times 1.2. So it's 22 to 23. Do I have any cost on the tree or some shit? Oh, I do have 1 mastery for it. Somewhere. Right, now it's correct. 22, as I said. And they do not round up, they round down every time, so... Jesus Christ, sorry, this is gonna be way too much mana, I'm pretty sure. Do 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 do. .4, 1.2. 30 mana. I mean, you could make it work. It costs like 65 mana now to play Dual Strike with no anything. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck is he doing? Ready for more? To play Dual Strike like that, you would have to. You could life tap. 30. Like 30-ish mana cost. 20, high 20s, 30-ish. Bump, 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 bump. Bum 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 ba da ba da bum. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. Do 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 do.
Sunflower.
Alk melee.
Do 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 do. Jewels are actually kind of weak in this build. Got 2 points. Do I have a single 2-point jewel though? I don't. I don't even got one. How tanky was this? It's pretty tanky at this gear level. Should be AFK everything in the game, right? That is 7-9. That's like, how's my region that high? 4766 divided by 779 612. Why is it clipped by you though? Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba bum bum ba bum bum. .52. This has no molten shell on, right? Nope. It does not. Are your numbers? It's kind of hard to compare. Corgos.
Sunflower.
Orbishem, thanks dude
Hello,
for the
I am
resub.
reformed.
Do 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 do. Frostblink has Quelling Strike, right? What I see what I did. That's fine. That's correct. Do 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 do. This build has extra sockets without this many auras. Do 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 do. Double exalt, slam infinitely. And 20. And 30. Warlord. La doo doo. $100. There's a little bit of attribute issue. I might need like another T1 dex. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Big nose. Bum bum bada bum bum bada bum bum bottom bottom. Mm-hmm. Zorfin, thanks to for the resub. Is Pumping Max Res a bait? I think Pumping Max Res actually might truly be a bait. I think it might be a bait. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Why pump max res when you can just get endurance charges?
Sunflower.
Alco ooh. Who has the biggest nose?
Do 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 do. I'd have one mastery no matter what. I should have... That's enough decks, actually. Decks. Pump max res equals bait question mark, kinda, sorta. Do 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 do. Your big nose. Why is endurance charge gotta be a fucking prefix? Make it a suffix. Bum, bum. Is there anything good from any of the other ones on prefix? +3 maximum fire res. That's kind of a lot. How good is elusive in PoE? .30 movement speed, 15 avoid. You're who? Look at his D-term on this build. I guess you can't sim it that easily though. Be around here, right? pretty shit. 23,000 armor. Flesh and stone. Lugnosium, thanks to you for the resub.
Sunflower.
Schnoz.
What the fuck? What the
Shit,
fuck,
right,
man?
thanks, dude.
Kidding me? Too soon?
I'm looking at numbers. You know what numbers are? Blah not enabled. Sorry, I don't like cats. I think they're stupid, pointless creatures. Think about that.
Alk party.
Who
Who has the biggest nose?
What? Dogs are 20,000 times better. Dogs are fun. Cats just exist. Dogs you can play with, and they're spontaneous and, you know, fun. Cats just exist and shit and smell. You can play with cats? No, you can't. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. I have 1 open socket, 2 open sockets. This build has 2 open sockets. I don't even know what I do with them. No, this is calling, so I have 1 open socket. Yeah, ever smelled Bruto? He smells like holy shit, dude. I got 1 open socket. Banner should be here already. It's already here. Is there anything that reserves mana that's not an aura other than blood and sand?
Sunflower.
Arctic armor's not an aura. Arctic armor kind of sucks. I want damage. Yeah, I can't use Tempest Shield. I could actually reserve for a fucking war cry. That is actually true. I have exactly 65 reserved. I actually could reserve an aura. That sucks though on Ancestral Cry. And it's pointless on Enduring Cry. 66 Ant. Yeah, that's fine. What even takes Ant? Ascen's Mark? I have no idea what's even using my Ant. Miscellaneous what? Bum ba-dum 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 ba-dum. This amulet's really bad. I don't even actually have an actual amulet on this character. Zubu pills, thanks, dude.
Sunflower.
Battle mages
I am
cry
ready to rule
curses.
again.
Automate battle mage's cry to cast your curses. We could. I don't know if there's something better. It also, if I remember correctly, it uses the mana too. I guess this is blood magic right now though anyway. So it wouldn't matter. Do 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 do. My thoughts on Rutu? I thought, was it sarcasm? Who was it? Captain Lance flaming Rutu? That had to be sarcasm, right? I watched like 10 seconds of it. I didn't watch the full thing, but I just assumed it was like a troll and like sarcasm, or was he actually genuinely serious? No, it's real. I don't get where that comes from. I don't know where that comes from. He made a PowerPoint to flame one person. Why doesn't anybody make a PowerPoint to flame me? I'm jealous. Why haven't I achieved this yet? So if I have vulnerability with quality, correct me if I'm wrong, if I have vulnerability with quality on any build, my bleed will always do triple damage. Is that correct? I think it's correct. Unless I'm attacking 1 time a second. Right? Not 10% of the time, always. Just always. Unless I'm fucking ground slamming. Or fucking earthquaking. That would work on Earth Shatter too, to be fair, but you know. Petrified Blood? People have more life, so Petrified Blood and stuff does more. Ruthless the best. Bloodlust gem. Oh shit. Endurance charge on melee stun. It's catching up. It's almost surpassed Ruthless. So Gladiator is a pointless ascendancy. That's what I learned. Right? This node does nothing on any build. Because you get this can be found in vulnerability quality. It's the same thing. You thought bleed explosions being on a glove or a chest mod was silly. Well, this is now found in quality. It's for slow attacks. This is a one-handed ascendancy. It makes no sense. They need to replace this with just 100% more damage with bleeding. That's what they need to do. Some shit like that. Why did they do that? Yeah, Gladiator has the same problem as Berserker. It has only like 6 good nodes. Uber Lab ascending on Berserker's dog shit unless you're Petrified Blood, and Gladiator, I don't know what this node is. That node's shit, that node's shit. So it leaves you 8 points, and if you're not playing Retaliation, then it's a 6-point ascendancy, basically. You see it bleed explosions. Do. Big nose. Big nose, big nose. Big nose? I need a rage thing, don't I? Kinda. How much less tanky am I if I don't click this? Is my pathing potentially better if I don't click that too? Kinda. Did they confirm that Ralakesh and Eternal Damnation aren't going to work? Because that would have been too strong, I think. That would have been used on every single build in the entire game, so. Can they nerf endurance charges too? They're too good also, while they're at it. 1 endurance charge is like better than 4 frenzy charges. There's a Q&A. When was this? When did this go up? I was sleeping. Like right now? Oh. Is Hoarfrost an element? No. Is the 2-second freeze from Warden's Oath of Winter affected by freeze duration modifiers? No. Does gold scale with quant? So yes, right? Does Far Shot's new damage bonus apply to all damage or only a subset of damage? Did they change Far Shot in the game or something? I don't even know what this is referring to. No, I didn't even see that. Deadeye's not a class in this game. All of these nodes work with any damage aside from minions. You have to hit with yourself on Unbound Fury. Oh wait, however, does not, yeah, it does, yeah, I was right. It does require you. How does Valor work? You gain 1 Valor on melee kill or melee hits against rare or unique enemies, no more than 0.5 seconds. Essentially 25 seconds of ramping. That's a long time, right? If you have 2 tinctures activated, I mean, can we see it? How will the new Volpack work with Slayer Leech? Life Leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Does not interact with Volpack at all. The overkill damage from Endless Hunger is designed to the damage that killed the monster. So with Volpack allocated, it will be instant from melee kills and normal Leech from other kills. It's worth noting that Overkill Leech is a separate instance of Leech from the hit. Nobody knows how fucking Leech works. However, none of the while leeching stats of Endless Hunger function with instant Leech. Basically, Volpack doesn't work with Slayer. That's what we already assumed anyway. Can you apply the new runesmithing enchants to unique weapons? No. Maximum endurance charge, frenzy charge, power charge is 0. So Eternal Damnation is just straight fucking dead with this change. I had a good run. Now you're forced to play Juggernaut endurance charge shit on every build. La, da, do. What happens if you allocate... Oh, what did they change on this? Well, I guess at least they kind of buffed it, right? The base version. What happens if you allocate both Perfect Agony and Elemental Overload? Elemental Overload states that ailments never count as being from critical strikes, and Perfect Agony states that you're not critical strikes, so you cannot inflict ailments. Do sources of damage over time multipliers still apply when you have Perfect Agony? No. La da doo doo doo. So any critical strike multiplier that applied to that, yeah, that's what we already would have assumed. Okay. How does aggravating bleed work with multiple stacks of bleeding? What if you aggravate a 100 DPS bleed and then inflict a non-aggravated? That was kind of my question. Being aggravated is a property of each individual bleeding debuff. Stats that grant a chance to aggravate bleeding, aggravate all bleeding on the target at once if they trigger. Other than that, aggravate bleeding, older than the mastery. They do not roll their chance individually for each bleed. The extra damage from aggravate bleeding is separate to normal bleeding's damage. This means that if you aggravate 100 DPS bleed on a target, that target is now taking 100 normal bleeding DPS and 200 aggravating bleed DPS, as long as it's stationary. If you then inflict a 200 normal DPS bleed, that will take precedence over the normal damage from the smaller bleed, but the aggravated damage from the bleed will keep applying as long as it's the highest aggravated bleed and the monster is stationary. The target would be taking 400 DPS stationary, 600 moving. Aggravate a bleeding has no effect with Crimson Dance, we knew that. If you aggravate bleeding on a hit and inflict a bleed with the same hit, the new bleed will not be aggravated. Ooh, that's really bad for slams. Right? That's really bad for, like, ground slam. Yeah. So, this I would have assumed was not true, but everything else I assumed was correct, I believe. But this, some people were saying they thought this might be the case. I didn't think it would be, but the fact that it is the case, I was wrong on this one. Not that I don't fucking care, honestly. Like, I would have assumed this would have worked. But that's really bad for big hits. Big, slow bonk bleed that's really bad for it. That's real bad for it. Yeah, but Gladiator's not a two-handed ascendancy, so just aggravate bleeding with big earthquake-ish type hits makes this a lot worse. It'll be noticeably worse. It doesn't hard break the builds, but it's definitely a noticeable nerf. Jinjing Wong with the resub. Oh. So TLDR on this, correct me if I'm wrong.
Good morning.
TLDR on this, what's highlighted is whatever the highest damage taking bleed is, including aggravated bleeds and non-aggravated bleeds. Like, if you have a non-aggravated bleed that's higher than your aggravated bleed, the non-aggravated bleed will do more damage, will be the one doing damage, right? Whatever is going to be doing the most DPS is always going to take precedence. And then once that runs its course, the next bleed that is hidden stored will tick in immediately after, assuming it has duration, right? Livo, thanks dude for the sub, and then, yeah. Everything I said was correct. Vulnerability quality is basically Gladiator Ascendancy. Vulnerability quality is better than the Gladiator Ascendancy, basically. So gloves plus a vuln and you're glad now. Yeah, vulnerability quality is basically Gladiator's aggravated ascendancy. Unless you're playing slow slam type play. What if they nerf quality? Then you just put 2 points on the tree to aggravate your bleed. Yeah. The Gladiator's shit. Gladiator's shit. Vulnerability quality is better than the ascendancy. Oh, shit. That's funny. That means the shit I was popping on Earthshatter. Did I fuck anything up in this build? It's fine, whatever. What I was looking at on, like, Earthshatter, what I was doing on my Earthshatter pobs, my leveling ones, was I was just taking, because this skill runs vulnerability, is I was just clicking, moving while bleeding, Like, this build has 1 million bleed DPS, but it's Earth Shatter, so you have like 10 million spikes going off to aggravate the bleeds, so it's gonna get full damage of the bleed. Oh, man. I don't see how that hurts slam bleeds, because bleeds only last like 6 to 10 seconds typically, probably closer to like 7 to 8. And when you attack like once every, second, maybe 2 times a second, whatever, best case scenario, and you're also fishing Fist of War. So here's the thing. You ground slam with let's just say you earthquake with a Fist of War. The Fist of War pops, which is like a 2-second cooldown, whatever. The Fist of War is a 2-second cooldown already. It gets the biggest bleed, but it's not aggravated. Now you have to hit it again. Hope that you aggravate that bleed, and when you're attacking slow, 10, 20, 30, 40% chance. What if you miss? You don't aggravate that bleed, and then you have to slow slam again. You hit it again, you don't aggravate that bleed, and now you hit it again, and you finally aggravate the bleed, but there's only 2 seconds left on that big bleed. Like, you're gonna have to do some dog shit like that. It's not good, that's all. It's playable. You probably have some workarounds, like some small hit ticking it or something, like a totem, like a totem. If you had a totem hitting the thing, it would aggravate the bleeds for you. If you had like a protector or war chief totem, I'm just saying, it would aggravate all your bleeds for you. And you wouldn't have to do anything. But because totems don't exist anymore, you can't do that. You need a totem for aggravated bleed builds. You actually genuinely need a totem for aggravated bleed builds. For a totem, for slams at least. It's kinda shit. Yeah, get ready to weapon swap and like use some fucking like thing. Yeah, throw out 1 RV to proc it. I don't fucking know. You gotta do some cursed ass shit. Regardless, it's not good. You gotta do some like cooked ass thing to fight it. But even then, bleeds are volatile, right? Feels good whenever you hit a big bleed. But when you RNG a low-end bleed, it feels bad. Yeah, all my builds work. They're all good. This is what I was doing a little bit yesterday. I was just seeing what it looks like. This is like gear at level 90. And I don't think anything here is skewed. I think it's all pretty on point. But like level 90 Earthshatter gear is that's almost 5 million DPS in hardcore. And you can this build kills everything before like minus Ubers right now. It already gets all your 4 watchstones at level 90. It's already tanky enough. It does about almost 5 million DPS. My gear is really good. It's just life resist. But it looks pretty good. But you're playing Earthshatter, so if you don't like Earthshatter, I mean, sure, that's fine. But the numbers are pretty good here. It's like almost 5 million DPS. It's on a 5 link. It's only automating 2 cries right now, I think. You have to press the other ones right now. But I mean, it's like 4 or 5 million DPS probably. That's really good at level 90. You have to remember, level 90 is like 8 hours into a league, right? And it's already like 5 million DPS. Can do all non-Ubers. Ascendancy seems bugged. I mean, if you want to play Berserker and degen and constantly like fucking look at your life, then go for it. Have fun. I popped a lot of Berserkers and I was just like, dude, fuck Berserker. Fuck this Ascendancy. It's stupid. That's what I think. Fuck Berserker. Berserker is a 6-point ascendancy now. It's shit. Berserker, these 4 nodes are good. This node is good. And then you're not taking Flawless Savagery. And then if you take, like Aspect of Carnage, like this is Aspect of Carnage. Watch this. Let's see if I can math it out real quick. So the justification, if you were ever clicking a life node or a defensive node on the tree, right? It's like so if we click the Aspect of Carnage, yeah, we gain a little over 40% damage, right? But our max hit goes from 61 to 55. So how many points on the tree do we have to put to make 55k become 61k again on max LE max hit? Like how many fucking nodes do I have to click to like mitigate that, to counter that? Oh no, let's just put me here. Let's just say we give me a lot of HP. Here, I'll do it like this. That way I'm already there. 63k. So I need to get back up to 63k. 1k. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I can count that. 4, 5, 6. Like practically like 7 points on the tree. Basically, it's like, and that's not even including pathing nodes. That's assuming you're like literally right next, adjacent to like survivability nodes. It's like 7, right? 7 points. So if you value like 7, let's just say 1 point of, like, we'll even go 4% damage per point, and we just spent 7 points, right? So that's like 28, right? It's like, so our net gain of clicking Aspect of Carnage is like 10 to 12% damage. So clicking this node isn't that your character is gaining 12% or 40% damage. It's more like you gain 12%. Because if you ever at any point click a survivability node, you're contradicting what you're doing on your character. If you ever click this node, and then you ever click any survivability on your node, you're contradicting what you're doing and you're going backwards. You're taking 1 step forward, you're taking 2 steps back. You're taking 1 step forward, you're taking 2 steps back. Right? What if you play softcore and you don't clear? Well, if you ever click any survivability node at any point, then you contradicted yourself. That's all. Right? And like this node needs to be 70 or 80% more damage, period. That's what it needs to be. This Aspect of Carnage truly needs to be 70% more damage. It literally does. It needs to be 70% more damage. It actually needs to be 70%, and then it makes sense. As long as it's 40%, 10%, it's so fucking bad, dude. Can they... Alright, here, Aspect of Carnage, make it 5% damage taken, 50% more damage. Defiance sucks if you don't have a play around it, though, but Defiance is good if you're playing Petrified Blood. So Defiance is, like, I don't know if that's a build. Like, I could make my Dual Strike character into a Defy Pain build. Right? You definitely could, because maximum total Reco is, that's 10 life per second, right? But on a Petrified Blood build, that's 20 life per second. 20% life per second, right? Relative to what your HP is. So this node is 20% regen on Petrified Blood builds. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? This node is 20% regen on Petrified Blood builds, which is nuts. 20% regen is really good. Petrified Blood plus Defy Pain equals 20% regen. It's nuts. It's nuts. This node is nuts. If there's Petrified Blood Berserker builds, you could probably make some. This node is really, really good on those builds. Really good. You're gonna heal so much HP. Also, you get the armor, which is nice, and then your character explodes on himself whenever he gets hit. But you know, if you have fizz mitigation, who cares? Yeah, I had a aspect on this character, but like nothing else to click. This character was pretty tanky, I think. What's his gear? So this is like pre-Mage Blood gear on Berserker guy. I don't know if my numbers are very correct. I think they're pretty close. I actually had the 100% exert, didn't I? Or no? Yeah, I have 100% exert, which is probably not entirely correct. You would auto exert all of those. I'm using that. Oh wait, no, that's you have to do more crows. Exert additional attack. How do you do that? I don't know how it's worded. War cries exert X additional attacks. Is it just an absolute double, right? So if it exerts 3, it's 6. Don't quite get the full mileage. Fizz reflect immune work on Defy Pain? Yeah, I believe it does. Right? Correct me. I haven't played Defy Pain since it came out, but it did, I'm pretty sure. I played Berserker when I think it was Exarch and Eater came out, I think, on that patch. And I got it to 100, I remember. And I played Defy Pain. Yeah. It makes you immune to it. How much damage does it think I'm getting right now? Also, this build would do more DPS now because I need to cheat somehow. Why do I have to click an actual true absolute bleed node to enable this correctly? So this would go in, then I would click that. Again, Earth Shatter getting a free 3 million DPS from bleeds. I don't know how accurate that is. You don't need to. Like, if you're playing any build, it's gonna have endurance charges now. Do I have a config to sim buffs? Which ones? I should have most everything correct, I think. I had most stuff manually put in. Rage 30. I think I put the multipliers extra of what the rage was on the chest. Some might not work with bleed. Yeah, maybe. What wouldn't work with bleed? Overexertion, Earth Shatter buff, Echoes of Creation, War Banner. Rage wouldn't affect it. Is Rage only for attack hits? The new one? Okay, so that's a little in favor of bleed. Not a lot, but a little bit. With hits. Does that work if I just put with hits? Looks like it. I hate that. I gotta like change the config. But it looks really good damage-wise. I don't like this because gaining endurance charge is clunky and annoying, and life regen is clunky and annoying. I mean, you kind of both solve by manually casting Enduring Cry all the time. It's playable if you want to do it. Even with... this character never caps suppression correctly. I don't think I finished that far in. He's missing some, I think. 14, 24, 22. Because I was messing around getting more endurance charges. would be annoying. The suppression is the most annoying it's ever been on the melee builds. I'm skipping suppression, I think, until Ubers on like every build. Just get hit. It doesn't work on this build. I think suppression's going to be the most annoying that it's ever been. I'm skipping suppression 100% until Ubers every build, I think. Do-do-do-do. Drox. The Crushing Fist will be like 2,500 damage effectiveness. It'll probably have a 30% less ailment damage multiplier also.
Dude, my computer like fucked up, dude.
How do you gain frenzy charges? I mean, I assume that this works if the exerts are auto-exerted. I assume this would bypass it, but maybe it cancels it if it's auto-exerted with this. It might cancel. I'm not sure. That's a one that I could see it working either way. You can get endurance charges from banners. I don't think any build actually truly will click a single banner node. I think they're really bad. All banner nodes are really stupid and dumb and bad. I don't think there's a single one justifiably like decent. Maybe this. I haven't mathed it up, but I think it's like 3% damage at best case, even if you do it.
Sunflower.
Alked.
Like maybe you do this on a Warcry build. Maybe. Because it will full generate all your Valor really quick. But in general, like, they're contradictory. Like, what is this? You have a chance to explode enemies, so what are you doing? Picking up your banner and dropping it on every single pack repeatedly? Like, nobody's gonna do that. like, what is this? It gets you frenzy charges and endurance charges that are gonna DK after 10 seconds, and it takes 25 seconds to ramp Valor. Like, I don't understand. The design of these nodes is terrible. It's really awful. It's really bad. Good for ritual. It's just bad. It's just bad. But Valor is bad. Valor bad. Big shit. Bad. Shit ass. Smear. Bad. Dog shit. Trash. Bad. Earthshatter looks pretty good. I like it. I like what I'm seeing when I look at Earthshatter. It looks pretty good. I might play it. There's also an opportunity cost that's a buff. If you're auto-exerting any amount of war cries with Earthshatter, it's a buff. Like, if theoretically you could just literally spam Earthshatter and all your spikes were just automatically detonating all the time from auto war cries, like, that's a massive buff. You're not spending time, like, pressing and going through war cry animations. It's a big buff, potentially. I don't know what it will look like. I mean, a lot of skills are really strong. But Earthshatter looks really good from a math. Just on paper, Earthshatter looks like the best, one of the best skills. I don't think anything's better than Ambidexterity, Dual Strike. The Rally Cash thing is nice, that we know that's gone. I don't think anything looks better than Dual Strike that I've seen. Most people's pobs actually look really bad. I clicked on a couple people's. I don't know what to tell you. How are you getting like 5 million DPS? How are you getting if you're playing a melee build that's 5 million DPS at level 100, what are you doing? That's all. If you have a level 100 POB and you're doing 5 million DPS on new melee, what are you doing? I'm so confused. Yeah, Relic Cache is good that it's getting gutted. That would have been too good. Molten Strike's a good skill. Molten Strike is genuinely a good skill. I haven't actually looked at it at all yet, but it was good last league. It's been good for a while. I'm sure it's still good. I don't know how much of a buff it got. My leg, help. Molten Strike. Zenith? Yeah, it's pretty good too. Connor? I have no idea who that is. Like the wrestler guy, Conor McGregor or whatever the fuck. Yeah, the 5th hit gets the multipliers. It's just an absolute get flashbang. It's just an absolute 83% damage buff, 84% damage buff. 84% damage buff for Molten Strike. This better be a trickster. It's a fucking chieftain. So this is like some cooked ass shit. When someone has fucking Zenith balls allocated as their main thing, like fuck off. First off, fuck off with that shit. Triple Fettle looks like no. He's just these are 85 or whatever the fuck item level it is. 84 life jewels. I don't even want to look at this. Like, it's stupid already. Like, you don't have 384 triple synthesized clusters. That's retarded. You don't... You're telling me that... You know what I mean? Like... 3 of them. And this is a 1 passive voices. This is a waste of time. That's all. Alright, we don't have to look at that. It's a waste of time to look at. Like, it's stupid and dumb. I was gonna genuinely look at it, and then it was just dumb. Fucking triple synthesized cluster garbage shit ass smear. Look at this. Alright. Just a fucking waste of time. I know, actually, it wasn't even an actual build. Man, I wish my gear looked like this at level 95. Let's see. He's got... This is a Chaos Alberon's... What is this? Zenith with... Is the Chaos really that good? So how many... This looks really bad, first off. How many of these... This is just pure hit-based damage, right? How many projectiles are we looking at here? How many projectiles is this? 12 or 13? So you have, I thought Zenith had like really low projectile count. So first you get 3, so 3 and then it's 7. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like 7 right now. I don't see anything else to pump up projectiles, right? 7. It looks like 7 projectiles to me. Were you guys getting 12 to 13? I see 7, and then the final like proc adds. Not including the final. So it's 7 plus the proc is adding 5 extra. From a math perspective, isn't it incorrect to always use GMP on Zenith? Like this? I feel like it's incorrect. Wouldn't it be incorrect mathematically? Unless there's just no gem to use here? Because whenever you start at 7, or I'm sorry, so if you start with +3 balls and then the proc is what? How many extra balls? It goes from 3 to 8, and then if you go from 8 to 4, that is only 50% more damage, correct? So when you go from 8 to 12, but then you also get a 26% damage penalty. It just seems, it seems contradictory to do that. It seems bad. Not contradictory, but just bad. It's 25% more damage. Does this build actually look good when you play it like this? Because if I saw these, if I made a build like this and this is my level 95 build and these were my numbers, I would just dog leave. 3 million, 10, 30. Shit clear, good boss. Yeah, it's a clunky playstyle. Man, he's really tanky though, honestly. How's he that tanky? It is a juggernaut, to be fair. Level 95 with a lethal pride and a watcher's eye. Zenith multiplier, 76% less damage. Immortal Call, really? You think so? This is actually good. Yeah, Jug is OP as fuck. Jug is Master Race. 35% more damage rage, so he has a little bit of rage. Zenith buff, 84%, that's probably correct. I don't know what this line is for, the 76% less damage. I don't know what that means, where that's coming from. Unless he's just averaging his damage or something. Is that what he's doing? He's just averaging? Okay, so I was doing some of that in my head. So it more realistically looks like this, right? Yeah, that's not that bad, actually, then. So he's just doing this to make an average DPS, and then he sets it to 5th config, and then he does this, and then he's saying he's like a 30 million DPS build. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, that didn't look that bad then. So he's just taking this, and then he's multiplying it by Zenith balls. Yeah. But it's not truly 30 million DPS because there's less projectiles on the other hits. So you would take, if you're doing averages, then you would take the average of your hits, right? So that's going to also divide your projectile count, right? It's every 5th hit, right? 5th hit? Yeah, every 5th hit. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad if it's average. I didn't realize he was averaging the numbers. I was like, dude, there's no way this is like a level fucking... There's like no... I was looking at it like this, and I was like, there's no way you're map clearing with 285k per ball at level 95. There's no way that's real. But I get it. He averaged out his damage, which is kind of weird, but sure, I get what he's doing. Okay. I was like, nobody maps with 300k like that. That's retarded. Okay. I mean, that's not bad DPS. I don't know what this level of gear is. Like replica Alberon's on a level 95 character. He's got... That's fine. That's just for life sustain. Lethal Pride's not hard to get, to be fair. Strength stacking. Yeah, it actually looks pretty decent, TBH. I don't know what playing this would feel like, but it looks decent. What the hell is this? I don't know what I'm looking at. Is he playing Flesh and Stone as Sand Stance? Blood Stance. Does Flesh and Stone buff all damage? I thought Flesh and Stone was Fizz only. I'm confused. Why does he have Flesh and Stone on this build then? Yeah, but he has it configured in Blood Stance, that's what I'm asking. I guess he just plans on running Sand Stance all the time. He has it misconfigured probably, that's all. Which is less damage in pop, but whatever. It's not like that bad, honestly. That looks good. Interesting he's taking this. Interesting he's taking this, so his character is not actually freeze or chill immune? Am I right? Like, where is, like, I don't get this. So he's not free, why is he taking this if he's not freeze or chill immune? Confused. Or stun immune, right? So this build isn't for, this build is susceptible to every debuff in the game right now, as it is, as we're looking at it, I believe. It's not freeze immune, it's not chill immune, it's not stun immune. He'll get it later with coil. How are you gonna have replica Albrons equipped on your character, but you're not gonna have a coil equipped at if that's what you plan on using later. I'm just saying. You know, it's actually cursed build. That's probably pretty nuts. That one build, the other Molten Strike variant, the one with Ephemeral Edge on a Trickster. That shit's buffed in more ways than one, because Trickster chests are going to be fucking disgusting. Lacluda, thanks, dude, for the resub. Dun 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 do 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 do.
Sunflower.
Alk nose.
Sunflower.
Alk nose.
I think it was this one. Ephemeral Edge becomes an enchant. Like this build? Gets Giga buffed, right? I don't know what this build was. This build was killing everything in the game easily, right? Like, it's just like, it's just fucking gear. I guess Adorned is nerfed, though, to be fair, right? He just played base Molten Strike and just did poison with it. And it had like 30,000 energy. This will have like 30,000 energy shield next league. I wonder how much better this build is next league. 312k max hit, Ellie hit. A lot of this shit would be changed. The Fizz taken as Ellie. Play sweep. Sweep should be really bad, honestly. It's a bad skill. I wonder how much DPS this build actually was. I'm assuming it's probably around like 20 million when it's ramping DPS. Eight times 9, 0.8 times 9. Slams with auto general's cry. I don't know if you have slots for that one. Slam builds are pretty slot starved, or skill gem starved. When I was looking at the some of the Earth Shatter stuff, I am like already completely full on gym links almost immediately. I think this current setup has one open slot. So we got like, I'm manually casting 3 right now. These 2 would be auto exerted, and then I have 1 gym slot left already, which is kind of bad. I don't think most people like playing Earthshatter. I think, here's the thing. I think most people are going to be lazy and they're going to try and just play like Ground Slam or Earthquake because it's a big circle attack. But you're going to do like half or less than half the DPS of Earthshatter. That's what I think is going to happen. But like people want to play their big circle skill instead. Yeah, but if you play big circle skill, you're doing like half or less than half the DPS of Earthshatter, I think, is what happens. Maybe I'm wrong. When I glanced at Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, I was like, man, this DPS is kind of bad compared to Earthshatter, but it's kind of hard to pop Earthshatter DPS correctly. It's hard to pop a lot of this stuff because it's all like we're manually configuring a lot of stuff and like up times of certain things and like moving things and all this garbage. Like it's kind of weird. Yeah, Auto Warcry should already pop Earthshatter in-game. From a just strictly numbers perspective, Earthshatter looks like the best slam. I don't think I would play Ground Slam. Here's the thing. If I have to Ground Slam a boss 40 times to kill it, that's fucking dog shit. Fuck that skill. That's what I think. And that's how it's going to be for most builds. I don't want to sit there and fucking Ground Slam 40 times to kill a fucking boss. Fuck that. That's stupid. Like, if I'm fucking using a big fucking slamming Ground Slam, like, it should kill the boss in, like, 3 hits. It's still going to take, like, 40 hits. On a campaign, or not on a campaign boss, but, like, some, like, I don't know, Eater. Or some shit. Do. What about Lacerate? What's the ascendancy for Lacerate? Let's be honest. I think is it Berserker? Nah, it's not Berserker. It's Slayer? Is it Slayer? What is the best bleed ascendancy now? I haven't even asked that question. What is technically the best bleed ascendancy now? Is it Slayer? I mean, it's Juggernaut if you care about defense. Lacerate needs AoE. It's Jug or Slayer, I think. It's Jug or Slayer is the best bleed ascendancy, right? It's gonna be Assassin for Perfect Agony? Honestly, it's probably like a more reasonable take. Because Perfect Agony is pretty cracked, but I don't know how much of this shit even matters for Perfect Agony on this character, or like on this ascendancy. Yeah, I think Gladiator's bait. I think when I learned about Aggravate Bleed, and after reading what they said confirmed about Aggravate Bleed, they need to rework this before it gets launched, that's all. They need to rework this before it gets launched. This is made for two-handed slams. basically. But Gladiator is a shield and dual wield Ascendancy, and it doesn't make sense. Just having 10% or something like that, aggravate bleed. If you aggravate a bleed, it will amp up the current bleed that it hits. But initial hits don't aggravate. If you aggravate, it won't. If you aggravate and apply a bleed at the same time, the applied bleed will never aggravate. Does that make sense? At any point, you aggravate you can aggravate a bleed at any point, and it's going to do amp damage. But the initial hit cannot aggravate that bleed, so you always have to hit fast, basically. So I think theoretically, on most builds, you probably only need about 10 to 20% chance to aggravate bleed to get basically 100% damage. Yes, everything I just said is correct. That basically means you only need about 10 to 20% aggravate on any dual wield, fast hitting build. The only builds that need high aggravate chance would be big, slow slams. It's the Glad node is just bad, that's all. They need to change the Glad node so that bleed is lucky. I don't know how much DPS that would be good, but yeah, that would be better for sure. Can I play one-hand bleed EQ? Yeah, if you don't want to do damage. Yeah, you still have to have your bleed chance. This is all assuming you have 100% bleed chance, that's all. $112k to 2 million range on your bleeds. Yeah, on slams, that's like... When I was thinking about playing Droxfist, that's the same thing that I stopped at. I was like, the variance is too much. I think Impel's bad in general. I don't know who's popped a lot of melee builds, who knows what they're doing, but I find it pretty consistent that I almost don't Impel on any build. It's very unlikely to put Impel on a build right now. It doesn't make it's like it's a little out there and too inconvenient. Impel kinda bad. It's not bad, it's just like the opportunity to like scale into Impel just isn't worth it. That's all. You always have to remember, whatever Pob shows you on Impel, no matter what, it's always less. Whatever Pob will ever show you on Impel, your DPS is always going to be less than what it shows, always. 100% of the time, always. Because your Impels have to... That's assuming your Impels run their full course of DPS. Upfront damage, instant damage is always better than, you know... having to run 5 extra hits or whatever to run all your impels through. What? Impaler work with brutal skewering? No. It doesn't. I think you don't have to blood magic on slams. I think. When I was kind of looking at the numbers, they're not super bad. Maybe you do still, but you definitely need to like have some mana solution for the fast skills. But I'm not sure you need it on slams that bad. The Eviscerate bleed damage is 674. It's not that high. The Crushing Fist one's at least 2,000. Zaki! Crushing Fist is more than 2,000 at Legem level 20, right? Zaki. It's more than 2,000, right? He knows. He just said Drox Fist. It's definitely more than 2,000 on Crushing Fist, but it doesn't, like, you can build around it. It's probably fun, but you have a lot of volatility in bleeds, and the way that we've learned how bleed aggravation works, like, it's, I don't know, it's kind of weird and dumb. If you can get 100%, truly, if you can get 100% of this, you can get the 70. If you can get 100% of this, there's 70 that's known in the game. I think if you can get this to 100%, I would play it. You can only get it to 70 right now, which is pretty good. But if you can get this to 100, your build's fucking insane. Get 100% of this, become fucking, like, you just play retaliation skill. Fuck whatever else. Just spam Drox Fist. Or Shatter, it does absurdly high damage. Why are retaliation skills not automatic? Because you're thinking incorrectly and you're using the old counterattack logic. Retaliation skill is when conditional is met, you get a massive attack that you can unleash that's cooldown based. That's what retaliate is designed to be. When X condition is met, you get a massive cooldown hit that is stronger than anything else you could press on your character. That's what it is. Not my character riposte for 2 damage like it used to be. It's meant, like, if you play a retaliation skill, you are 6-linking your retaliation skill. You have your mindset is backwards. If you are playing a retaliation skill, you are playing a retaliation build. Your 6-link is your retaliation skill. Your 6-link is going to be your retaliation skill, not lacerate or whatever the fuck. You have it backwards. Your main skill is retaliation. You have it backwards. You're thinking wrong. If you're playing retaliation, you're 6-linking it. Period. Yeah, Surrender has a level 30 fist. I don't know what those numbers are, but that's like, you know, pseudo OP thing. He's a bunger. Level 30 fist should be about the same as a 6-link damage, roughly, probably. Yeah, CDR will affect retaliation skills, for sure. Does the fist automatically trigger on surrender? No, it's a button that becomes active that you press. I think I just said that, right? Just a random alk. Ooh. Yeah, there's 2 retaliation skills I think that haven't been revealed. We don't know their stats or whatever, numbers. This is a level 96, probably like 16-ish hours into a league, what your gear would look like. Well, what my gear would look like, probably. About 16 hours. I'm just getting an idea of practicality. This is tanky enough for all 4 Watchstones at level 96, easily. And this DPS is about... Is it really that high? It might be a little higher than what it actually is, because the bleed thing. Did I change that here? I can change it here. So it would be like... This should be about... I don't know, it sounds way too high to me. I don't know if I messed up anything, but all my numbers on Slam seem to be like this. This is like 9 million DPS. 16 hours into a league. On a character that is just shot, he's just suppression capped away from being able to do Ubers. That's it. On hardcore. This would be SSF level gear. There's nothing here traded for. This is like 9 million DPS, about 16 hours into a league, and he can get all watchstones, and he's all he needs to do Ubers is suppression cap, and that's it. That's it. That's all he needs. Is this max hit with guard? It shouldn't be, but it might be tick. Let's see. I'm usually pretty good about not ticking things. My guard is not ticked. No. So if I was fighting base guardians, this has no suppression. It tanks 3 shaper balls. I mean, they're regular shaper balls. You dodge them anyway. This tanks 6 Uber Shaper Slams in a row, or 6 Shaper Slams in a row. Is that actually correct? That's so many. That can't be correct. How much armor do I have? 38k armor, so maybe it is correct. 38k armor, 8 endurance charges, 40% true mitigation. I probably have PDR on the chest by now. Yeah, 7. So this tanks 6 Shaper Slams in a row, right? Awakener Meteor, it tanks that without pressing Molten Shell. Exarch balls, it can tank 5 Exarch balls. Normally Exarch balls 2 to 3 shot. This can tank 5 in a row. Eater Beam, I don't remember the difference between Uber and regular Eater Beam. But I think, does regular Eater Beam only hit once or twice? Anybody know? It's once, so this can never die to Eater Beam. Maven Fireball, this tanks 5 of those. This looks sick to me, but I mean it's Earthshatter gameplay. If you're not familiar with Earthshatter gameplay, you probably might not like this. Good chance. It's an active playstyle. Well, pretty much all slams will be an active playstyle. It's not going to be the greatest at map clearing. It'll be pretty good. It's not Bone Shatter level, but I might play this first. It just looks good to me. I'll throw up pobs at some point, probably within like 2 days or something. But there's a decent chance I Earthshatter. I might Earthshatter until Dual Strike Low Life, and then I play Dual Strike Low Life. I might do that, because Dual Strike Low Life looks pretty good too. Yeah, eventually you would use Uber Shaper Helm on this build. It's free on this build. You just slap it on, you're good. Uber Shaper Helm on this build is free because you're a Juggernaut, and you take no damage from the self-hit. I haven't popped Bone Shatter yet. I don't know how good it is. It should be about the same. If you want to play it. But Earthshatter on a Juggernaut, Giga Tank, is already doing like 9 million DPS. My weapon's pretty good though. That's a pretty good weapon. You might not have a weapon this good. Level 96, it's possible to have a weapon this good. It's probably gonna be a little bit worse. Yeah, it's like a day 2 to 3 wep, probably. Probably like a day 2 to 3 wep. Ben uses 1k DPS in his pobs. I use like 1200 DPS weps in my level 100 pobs. You don't need any of the Warcry buffs on this build. There's no Warcry buff that you actually need on this build. That's one of the best things about Juggernaut. You don't need any of the buffs. You're a Juggernaut. You don't need any of that shit. The damage different if I was Berserker? Probably like 3 times. Probably like 3 times. You'd probably be doing like 25 million DPS. Your character would also fucking like be awful to play. You would constantly have to deal with regen. That kind of stuff. You would be susceptible to freeze, stun, chill. You'd have to counter all that. You would have to find a way to... You would have to press Enduring Cry like every 4 seconds. Yeah, you can play. You can use Warcry for the buffs. Like Ancestral Cry buff is really good at Smax Res. I think is it Seismic is armor. I don't know. It doesn't show me here. I'd have to go look. Alt tab and look. Do. The FAQ says the Glide Node inflict aggravated bleed in 1 hit. We just read it though, and we like it doesn't say that. What do you mean? Didn't we? Alright, I'll read it again. Being aggravated is a property of each individual bleeding debuff. Stats that grant a chance to aggravate bleeding aggravate all bleeding on the target at once if they trigger. Other than the one that aggravates bleeding older than 4 seconds, that's the mastery. They do not roll their chance individually for each bleed. The extra damage from aggravate bleeding is separate from bleeding's normal damage. This means that if you aggravate 100 DPS bleed... No, it's right here. If you aggravate bleeding on hit and inflict a bleed with the same hit, the new bleed will not be aggravated. Literally, what you just said is incorrect, and it's literally here specifically in one sentence. Man says... The FAQ says the Glad Node inflict aggravated bleed in 1 hit. Keep reading. The Gladiator's Jagged Technique passive is the only way to apply. Yeah, we already know this. This is why it's good for, like, fucking two-handed meatheads, but it makes no fucking sense to play this. The point is, if you get 10% aggravation on your character, that's all you need. The Gladiator's node, this node is worthless. It's dog shit. It's literally bait and trash. The mana cost? It's not that big of a deal, honestly. I don't know if slam mana cost is that bad, but the worst case is you just life tap your main skill. I don't know how much it would cost at this, I don't know, 5 link. Actually, I have this simmed at 6 link at this point at level 96. The mana cost isn't that bad, I don't think, on slams. I think what I was looking at was, I can figure it out, right? Like, it used to be 8, and now it's 13. That's not that bad. That's one of the more forgiving ones. Like, I think Dual Strike was really bad, wasn't it? If I could actually type sitting like this. Like, Dual Strike used to be 5. Now it's 14. Dual Strike used to be 5 mana, now it's 14, but, like, Earthshatter, when I was looking at it. Earthshatter used to be 8, and now it's 13. It's not that bad. Relative. So if we look at our multipliers here, I don't know what... Do we know what Overexert's multiplier was? Someone I could probably find it real quick. Overexert PoE. I don't know what it says it is. A 140 multiplier. So we would have 13, right? I don't know if there's an easier way to put these numbers in. I'll just do it manually. 1.4 times 1.3 times 1.2 times 1.2. Nice gems. They're not that expensive. Times 1.4. Don't like close combat? So if I play close combat at this stage, you have to understand, I'm pretty confident on builds like this and builds that are applying bleeding that you probably want to use support gems that also scale your bleeding at the same time. Right? I am not a bleed build. I have no bleed investment, but my bleed is doing 800,000 DPS. Is that correct, or am I cooked? FK Yoshi, thanks, dude, for the raid. Should you use Fist of War? No, you shouldn't. Show bleed duration? I mean, it should be default, whatever default bleed duration is. I don't even know what it is. It might be slightly skewed higher because I think the new quality is like, it should be 5 seconds, right? Is whatever the default duration is, that's what my bleed duration is. I think this is duration of bleed. Now it should be 5, right? Yeah, 5. It should be 5. $800K in 5 seconds? What do you mean? It's 800K DPS. I'm looking at DPS. Maybe I'm overestimating the power of bleed for free, but it seems like it's... You don't invest in bleed, but you want to aggravate your bleed on builds like this. Conceptually, that's different in this game than it's ever been. I'm assuming this is correct, though. This is aggravated bleed. I have vulnerability. Vulnerability with quality gives you 10% chance to aggravate bleed. This is Earthshatter. Earthshatter hits, and it spawns 7 spikes, and those spikes detonate, right? On average, probably like 2 to 3 spikes hit the target. So my skill is a slam skill, but it hits a lot of small hits. And a lot of those small hits are gonna make those bleeds explode. Yeah, like this skill will make sense for aggravating bleeding. But there's zero investment in aggravating bleeding because they designed it this way for who fucking knows what reason. But it's just a free 500, 600, 700K. I don't know what percentage of my DPS here is bleeding. It's like somehow my bleeding is like
I am a noob, so this
what 40% of my damage or some shit. But the big hit doesn't aggravate. What do you mean? The aggravate chance calculated for every single hit or per attack. Every single hit will give a different chance to aggravate the bleed. To me, I just saw aggravate bleed once I read how it actually worked, and when I learned how it actually worked. And my instant thought was, how do I put it? Let me think. All right, so if we have like, what would be a rough estimate? So if I have 600K hit DPS, and then I add 4 links to my character. If I have 600K DPS and add 4 links to my character, like this. All right. Here's a good example. I have 600K DPS. I add 4 links to my character. Now I have 200K hit DPS. That is basically the same amount of damage gain that bleeding gets just for aggravating it. You basically turn your bleed into a 5 link for free. That's it. You don't have to do anything to do this. You just aggravate the bleed, and then you're multiplying the damage by 3. Would the bleed mastery for endurance charges be good? I don't know. I have no bleed investment at all. I literally have 0. That's not the bleed one. This is the bleed one. I mean, it's not even that much. Like, it's just supplementary. It's exactly the same way you would play Impale. You just kind of throw Impale in there in your build, and it's free damage. Yeah, you aggravate your big hit with your small hits, but you don't even think about it like that. It's automatic. Everything's automatic. You don't have to do anything. There's no micromanaging other than casting vulnerability on a target. That's it. Yeah. Aggravating a bleed is basically just triple damage. I think there's some interactions there that might change the number, like how much incoming damage, multiplier, amp, damage amp, whatever on the enemies and stuff like that, but... Yep. I think it's useless to get Gladiator Aggravate node. I think it's 100% bait. Just judging how, like, just based on the explanation, learning about it. Like, it's a point... This is pointless. This node is pointless. It doesn't do anything in the game, basically. This node actually basically doesn't do anything in the game. That's it. Missing Aggravate is a DPS loss, though. But you don't miss it. What do you mean? The game stores hidden... Alright, correct me if I'm wrong. This will help you understand. The game stores every bleed you do on a target hidden. Correct? The game will hidden store all your bleeds on a target. So if I am hitting a mob like 50 times in like a 5-second window, there's 50 bleeds hidden in that on that target. And then whatever the highest bleed is the one that's going to be taking damage. And once that one is consumed or expires or whatever, the next highest bleed comes in and ticks in. Right? So all you have to do, and if I aggravate once, all 50 of those bleeds in that target, all of them, become aggravated. All 50 of them are aggravated. All of them. And then it plays the same rule, and it says, what's the one that's doing the most DPS? And it just constantly does that. That's unclear to me? Well, I just explained it. Very basic and very common sense. So if that doesn't help you understand, I don't know what's going to help you. How are you aggravating the bleeds? Vulnerability quality gives you 10% chance to aggravate bleeds. And anytime that 10% procs from 7 fucking Earth Shatters, or from 50 fucking Lacerate hits, it doesn't matter what skill you're using, from fucking Cyclone, ticking 10 times a second, doesn't matter. Soon as it procs the 10% Vuln one time, every single bleed on that target will aggravate. All of them. Every single bleed. All of those bleeds, just from 10% proc chance of vulnerability, will proc every single bleed. And you have a zillion aggravated bleeds. But you're going to be doing this constantly when you're hitting a target. So basically you have a 100% uptime of an aggravated bleed ticking on the boss. Or whatever target. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's exactly how I understand it. Basically, the harder part of bleed is getting a big hit. The harder part of bleed is getting a big hit. That's the harder part of bleed. It's not about aggravating the target. The hardest part about getting a good bleed hit is having like a huge hit to aggravate in the first place, like Rithlotha's Coil or Volatility Gem or whatever. Actually, that being said, how good is Volatility on this build? Because it's gonna make your bleed way higher, right? Phenomenal point, never. You make a great point. Never, you make a great point. %10 is annoying with low attack speed skills. Yep. That's why you don't play low attack speed skills or get more attack speed if you want to scale bleed damage. This is zero investment. This is a build that has absolutely... This is truly zero investment in bleeds. This build right now is zero investment in bleed. There's nothing that scales my bleed. There's no going out of my way to like make the bleed do damage. There's literally zero investment. And my bleed is going to be doing, I don't know, 600, 800k DPS. Which, it's going to be adding like 10% more DPS for free, basically. So you have to play Blad to get big hit bleed. No. That was the whole point of this entire, of what I just explained. The whole point of everything I just said is Gladiator is pointless. That was the whole point. The whole point of that was that Gladiator was pointless. That was the whole point of everything I just said. No. Gladiator bad. Aggravated node on Gladiator is borderline worthless. It's borderline worthless. Like, look at this.
Oh, I'm retarded!
You understand now? I hope that explains it. Gladiator rebalance equals pointless? Probably. Unless retaliation is master race somehow, which it's kind of possible. Like I think the mindset is if you're wanting to play Gladiator, this is why you're playing Gladiator, is this node. This is why you play Gladiator. This right here. What you're looking at is why you play Gladiator. And it's probably pretty fun, and it's a different play style if you like this kind of thing. But that's why you play Gladiator, is that. For retaliation. Jagged technique is good if you reduce bleed duration. Each bleed lasts for a second. What's that build? What build is that? Why would you do that, and what build is that? What is this?
Oh, I'm a dumb idiot moron clown.
Why do you guys have these? There's so many. Oh, there you go. Mint Cookie Vajocal, thanks dude for the sub. Extreme W, man. If you are getting so many bleeds from Earthshatter, would Crimson Dance be huge damage, then cause all the bleeds would be aggravated? Aggravating a bleed has no effect with Crimson Dance, and there is no extra damage to deal.
I like Diablo 4, guys. I think it's a good game. I like Diablo 4, guys. I think it's a good game.
He's gonna try and trick people to play some dog shit build. I'm calling it now. He already did? I have no idea. Melee thing, he's gonna play like fucking Fire Trap or something. He's doing Locust, Mines, Power, Siphon. Why can't he become a regular person? Why can't he be a regular person? Check his YouTube. Jongron YouTube. Let's see if I get anything. I haven't been here in a while. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna call it now. Let me think for a second. In patch 3.26, we got a crazy interaction that really gives a well-rounded build that we can start and immediately get our 4 Watchstones comfortably with having enough survivability and crazy DPS with the sick interaction. It's gonna be some garbage like that.
In a patch full of melee buffs, Power Siphon has managed to increase power to a similar degree. While this build was
You're so dumb. Shut the fuck up. Oh shit! I hit the X button. All right, here. I'll listen to more than 2 seconds of it. I already fucking knew it was. Fuck! I went to his Twitch. God damn it. Jongron YouTube.
This is a Wintertide Brown Occultist.
Shut the fuck up! You're fucking dumb. I clicked the wrong thing. Or the
Strong due to Locust Mine support, nearly
Alright,
tripling.
hold up.
In a patch full of melee buffs, Power 7 has managed to increase its power to a similar degree. While this build was already insanely strong due to Locust Mine support, nearly tripling your damage, while having its aiming downside overridden by Power 7's automatic targeting, increases to wand-based critical strike chance, reduced cost of the skill gem, and a built-in 150% Crown of Eyes type multiplier allowing spell damage to increase wand damage, has turned this build into a truly premier league starter. Reaching about 16 million DPS on what I estimate an average veteran player could gear to by the end of day 2, this build is fairly well positioned to be an all-rounder, but also excels in both bossing and legion type farming content. It has arguably the best coverage of any early game build when using a Fury Valve Amulet swap, and at this defensive level and budget, offers one of the highest possible damage outputs as well. It is also defense ready for 3.25.
Liar. No, it doesn't. F Kiyoshi, thanks dude for the sub, huge. Sunder? Sunder's good for maps, going to maps, and that's it.
Sunflower.
I'm fucking distracted, dude. Slayer Earthshatter? I think Juggernaut. Someone link me a Slayer POB right now. That's like mid-game, so I can give some contrast. I don't care about skill. Give me like a Slayer mid-game POB. This is a Slayer POB. Let's check it out. Let's see what we'll delete for this build. What build am I on? No, if I can know. Well, no, let's check and cooked about it. Slayer POB, Lightning Strike. This looks like a Perseverance. How is this not Perseverance? What are you doing? Why do you have 30,000 armor and 30,000 evasion? How do you even have those numbers unless you're Grace D? What Grace D term? What is this? Where's Perseverance? Why is it Grace D term without Perseverance? Wait, there's Perseverance here. You bet you don't have it equipped. Is it bad? Sick belt. How many projectiles does Lightning Strike shoot out now? It's 4. Isn't it scaled based off level now? I don't know how Lightning Strike works. I haven't looked at it in like a million years. I thought it scaled with like levels or something. So are there genuinely no auras to run on this build because they're all bad? Is that actually the case? 3 and quality is 1. Warhanes, thanks dude. Trinity, Life Tap, Multi-Strike. This looks like level 97-ish gear to me. I like how this is truly divined 100% perfect. But it's only 4 affixes. Two-hander. Yeah, two-hander's probably correct because it's on the enchant, right? I don't know what those tiers are in this weapon. Are they really high or are they like mid? Those are really high tiers. So this is a 6 million projectile lightning strike build. Basically you take this number and double it, is that correct? Because returning projectiles, right? I don't know, someone linked this to me. I asked for a Slayer build. So this is 6 million and then it hits twice. If you return, you get 3 proj plus 1 hit. How does that work? Does it still have, is that the Ancestral Cry, or this interaction right here, the +1 strike interaction still works? Is that why? It still works like that. So you hit with the melee hit. I don't know if you're gonna realistically hit with a melee hit though, are you? I feel like you would just get, let's see, 2 proges that come out and then 2 proges that come back. You don't hit with the melee hit? The ancestral guy hits with the melee hit? Yeah, so you're like at range. Your character shoots a projectile because you didn't melee hit. The ghost guy comes out, he hits, but he also shoots out a projectile, right? Is that right? So it's 1 melee hit and then 2 projectiles, and then 2 projectiles come back. Is that right? Or am I stupid? I think that's right. I could be stupid though. Alright, so you get the melee hit, and you get 4 hits of projectiles. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. 12, 24, like 20 something million DPS. This gear's pretty good, but I mean, it's not min-maxed. Calamitomius. This is crit. Oh, this is RT. Holy shit, it's not even crit. 51 suppression? Oh, plus 51 over cap. Sometimes you over cap. This actually looks kind of decent. Other than, I don't know if it's that tanky. Is this like manually casting Enduring Cry to get endurance charges? Looks like it. Masterful Form, yeah. The duelist leap slam animation, yeah, it's pretty bad. 5k HP. This looks kind of decent. This is like a very specific pivot to build this though, I think. Nothing special, just good gear and then point blank or returning proj. Yeah, I think this is fine if you want to play that something like this. I don't know if I'd play it, but it looks fine. Would you go Berserker over Juggernaut if I'm playing softcore? Like I would play, like I might play Diablo 4 before I play like PoE on softcore. Don't get it the wrong way. I just don't like softcore PoE. Like it's dumb. That's all. That's not even a thing I can ever think about. It's just dumb to me. I would rather play Tekken or Dota or I don't fucking know. There's probably at least like 20 games I would rather play before I play softcore PoE. It's not a thing to me. It doesn't exist. But Path of Exile hardcore is really good. I can't think about softcore PoE. I will never play it. That's why. I will like I'm not playing softcore PoE. Now Path of Exile 2, softcore. I'll be curious. My initial assumption was that hardcore or softcore Path of Exile 2 was going to be more difficult than Gauntlet Path of Exile on hardcore. Gauntlet hardcore Path of Exile. That was my guess. That's what I was expecting, at least. A massive nose is a giant nose. How did you get? You're gonna go hardcore in Path of Exile too. I'll be surprised if you can beat Act 2. I'll be like, maybe you can get away and beat Act 1 in hardcore Path of Exile 2, but good luck going further. No. Slayer. XD. What do you mean pop showcases? I don't know what that means. Did I lose a build here? Or was I just not done? I'm just not done. Check this out, what the bunger? Capping spell suppression on this fucking garbage. I'm thinking instead of going to this tier, I'm just gonna switch to dual strike, potentially. Potentially. Bunger. Mage Bane? Mage Bane's gonna be a thing you can enchant on a weapon. Mage Bane's gonna be a thing you can just enchant on a weapon. Coot Tackle, thanks dude for the sub.
Sunflower.
We don't know much about enchants yet. Investing Rage? I think one source of Rage. War Cries are nice for this. You just need like one source of significant rage gen is good. La da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, PoE 2 is absurdly similar to PoE 1. PoE 2 is like 90% PoE 1. From like mechanics and game design perspective. Ugh. I'm thinking there might be a better justification of... Let me see. So if I anoint Endurance instead... Are we anointing Endurance? I feel like this pathing is like kind of fucking retarded. You are big nose. How'd you get a massive nose? How'd you get a giant nose? How'd you get a massive nose? How'd you get a giant nose? How'd you get a massive nose? How'd you get a giant nose? How'd you get a massive nose? You're a Corgo baby. Corgo baby. That's one way to cap. We only have a T1 suppression on my chest, a T1 with fully conflict up suppression on my gloves, and T1 on my boots as well. Not that bad, right? He's a Corgo baby. He's a Corgo baby. Double anoint endurance charge amulet. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think what this current gear was like, I'm not sure. All's is an option for sure, but you don't have to do that. Yep, Echoes prevents the mastery too, but it's a lot of damage on this build. Right now, let me see. Do you lose endurance charge defense with Arn's Anguish? Yeah, Arn's Anguish is dead this patch. There's no reason to use it, right? Unless you Rally Kush, I guess. But yeah, Arn sucks. I guess you can Rally Kush with it. 4 to path. 4 to path. 116. I think this might be better than Mage Baning. You don't have that much dex. I don't know if you could ever get away with, like, say, not playing RT and play Precise Technique. It's a lot of accuracy. Like, how much accuracy would I roughly need? Let's just say I did it. So I should have like 3k, if not probably less than that, right? Where's accuracy? 2,900. Around 3 T1 accuracy rolls should do it. Right? Wait, why is it so low? Whatever I wrote, it's wrong. How is it worded on global accuracy? %40 increased global accuracy rating. 40% increased global accuracy rating. How close is that? That's like so far, and that would be triple. It looks like flat's still better, even though I'm a Juggernaut, doesn't matter. Flat's still better, so it's like 3 flat T1 rolls. 3 flat T1 rolls, which it can be worth it, but it's really annoying to do. Returning Proj, you can Nemus, but there's an enchant, it looks like, for two-handed weapons that has Returning Proj built in. It's a build enabling for that archetype, for sure. For Molten Strike of Zenith, and for Lightning Strike, they're really, really strong. And it looks like it's a two-handed only enchant, so it fits both builds if you're playing two-handed. Uber Shaper, you would just need to counter cold damage and Shaper Slam, and you can farm them. But you have to remember you're farming T17s also at that point, so you need a pretty well-rounded build. Soul Taker is a dog shit item, don't use it. That's my opinion. This character's chance to bleed, I believe Vuln gives 25%, right? Yeah. Vuln gives 25% bleeding chance. I think that's still the same in the patch, correct? Just quality was changed. The only thing that changed on bleed, on vulnerability, is the quality's changed. Best build for Gladiator? Probably some retaliation thing. We don't have the gym info yet, though. Or Shatter Spikes usually hit? I'm told 3, it used to be 2, but they buffed the count. There's some things, wonky interactions with AoE, and our AoE will be a bit different, but 2 to 3. Depends on the boss size, depends on where you're standing, if there's a wall nearby, but in general, no matter what, I think 2. Minimum. 2 minimum. Probably closer to 3, though.
Sunflower.
Grolly, you ready to repeat after me? The more AoE, generally the more AoE the worse, actually. Yeah, minimum 2 spikes per slam. Typically, probably closer to 3 though. Sometimes you get 4, sometimes you get all 5. But probably 2 to 3 average. 2.5 is probably fair. But it might actually be 3 now. Not sure. There's some variables that are kind of weird. Orgal Norpals, thanks dude for the resub.
Oh, I'm retarded!
Sunflower.
Do you understand? Oh, this build has life tap enabled right now. I was working on that actually before. So I believe Earth Shatter is a 47 mana cost. 47 mana cost. Why is this damage so low? How many endurance charges do I have right now? Low? Must be low. Looks low. Wouldn't you use a level 1 life tap on your main skill? Why? Life tap gives more damage per level, doesn't it? So you're just losing damage for no reason? Confused. Do 33. Why is it being retarded? Does what give a huge flight cost of 20? I have no idea what this guy's talking about. I'm like confused. 47 minus 8. Ban them. Ban everybody. I think as soon as you cap suppression and you have like 7 to 8 endurance charges, your character should be good for everything in the game, I think. I think that's all you need. Nothing to do with max res or anything. So I'm leaning, like, it's weird that they put more max res in the game, but I'm leaning towards max res being kind of bait. What is this?
Fuck, I have to play Quantrix Tree? Fuck!
Lamau. Lamau,
Yeah, I mean,
like
it's
50% more damage.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just use the root tree, dude. It's so good.
Oh, I want to play the Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. I want to play the Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. Quantrix Tree sucks. Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. Play the Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. The Quantrix Tree sucks. Play the Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. I want to play the Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. I want to play the Quantrix Tree. The Quantrix Tree sucks. Tree.
Lamau.
Fuck.
What is wrong with him? He's cooked. Where are all the bunnies at? This gives 95 like that. That takes tattoos also. This puts you up to like 86, man. It's too annoying. It's so annoying to cap suppression on Jug now, or on any melee. Name? Big nose. No mastery does anything when you have echoes of creation. You have to take the entire fucking wheel to cap suppression. Help. Do you actually do this now? Is this what you have to do? You get annoying, you lose the endurance charge. Maybe you just can't have everything, huh? Inveterate. Are we back to inveterate? How strong are we versus Ubers? Let's take a gander. Shaper balls. Can tank 4 in a row. That's pretty comfortable. Shaper slam. We can full tank it even if it crits. That's probably fine. Meteor. Probably want a Molten Shell, but you don't actually have to. It's not bad. Exarch turd. 4 in a row. Yeah, it's fine. Eater beam. Yeah, that shouldn't kill you even if you don't press anything. This looks fine for all Ubers. He is a baby Corgo. No, I'm slapping my dick. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Get one of those Podan rings. Yeah, this is like, this is getting into the decent gear territory. Nothing unreasonable, but decent. Problem is, like, getting this is awful. So what's my alternative at this point? I think I'm playing Dual Strike at this point, but let's see. What would my alternative be? On the floor, it's a beat board. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. I'm probably playing trade. Probably. Doesn't really matter. I'm playing Path of Exile on hardcore. That's all that matters. That's all I know. That's all I care about. How much DPS is this right now, supposedly? I mean, this DPS is retarded. It's like... I don't even know if, like, it's like hard to believe that the numbers are correct because they're so stupid. I don't know. I just like... Something about it, when I look at the numbers, I'm like, do I actually believe it? I'm not sure I do. Because the DPS numbers right now are like, there's like 25 million DPS, and this character, this is like, potentially like day 5 gear territory. Like week 1 gear. And I'm 25 million DPS, and I face tank every Uber ability, many times over. Weapon I'm using the Propagator on this build. I think it's better than the Axes for Juggernaut, because it gives 2 exerts. Korgos has become some kind of an evil dog. The clarification is Gladiator sucks asshole. That's the clarification. Crafting a weapon like this is difficult. Just get it. It's not even good. It's actually not even good enough. I'm missing stats here actually. Thanks for reminding me. Good point. Missing some damage here. He's right. Like I was missing 5% damage. Recom, flaring, and dictators. You win. Yeah. Is there any way to get this 30 quality? I don't think there is, right? On this base? Or can they ever spawn with 30? Somehow, magically. I'm assuming this can only be 20 ever. Unless there's some interaction in the game that I don't know about. You can't get 30? Yeah, I didn't think so. Do you know what the real corrupted beast is? Do you want to see a true corrupted beast? This is a corrupted beast. Look how corrupted he is. A corrupted beast. Why are you awake, Ooby Oobs, at 3 a.m.? Don't you have to go kiss your boss? Want her high heel? It's a yes or no question. You either type yes or no. Bum, 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 bum. That's right, there. He admitted the truth. Wait, why does this build have 93,000 armor? What did I do? Oh, I clicked this. I don't know if this is, yeah, I mean, 93k armor is pretty good. If I want it. It might be better than the regen. I think Urgent Orders Enduring Cry is pretty sick. I think it's fine to manually cast that on every single build in the entire game. Actually, every single build in the entire game is probably just a better build if you Urgent Orders Enduring Cry. Just get it into your brain, get used to it, and just accept it. I don't even have a Giga Chest. It's pretty good, but I want to see the difference on a big hit. Like, Uber Awakener's Meteor should be pretty good for this. Let's see. So right now, I can only 1.15 Uber Awakener Meteor. If I click this, what happens to my build? 1.62. Dude, that's like 50% EHP on Uber Awakener Meteor. I'm just saying. That node's pretty good still. 1.15 to 1.62 for one click of a node. That's pretty good. Is there a way to get elemental damage taken as chaos? What are the sources of elemental damage taken as chaos? Zabaqua? Glorious Vanity thing? Zubidaqua. Fourth turd? Isn't that what fourth turd does? Nobody wants to use fourth turd though. That item's stupid. Fourth turd. No, that's just with the combo. Is it incandescent? Elemental damage from hits taken as chaos. Only 25%. Fourth turd. It lowered my max hit because of endurance charges. Do. This point is free. My 8th point on the Ascendancy, there's 3 that kind of do stuff, but it really doesn't matter what I click, I think. On this build specifically. I might just play Unbreakable. Do I really need 3, like, I mean, I don't know how much regen. This is gonna pump Echoes of Creation regen. Actually? Huh, I didn't think about that. So if I'm playing Echoes of Creation and I take Inexorable, or wait, I don't have to take Inexorable, right? Because I'm a Jug, yeah. Yeah, Echoes of Creation will give you all your endurance charges with Jug without pressing in a button ever. That's kind of nice. I didn't think about that yet. But 93,000 armor is kind of, you know, it's kind of a thing I want. I don't know. This always feels contradictory when I get to these. Like, I don't know. I haven't really looked at some of the other Ascendancy builds, but I'm assuming all the melee builds kind of run into a lot of the same issues where it's like, I want all my endurance charges, but I also want to cap spell suppression. And doing both, something has to be expended to do both. And in this case, on this build, I'm losing 1 endurance charge, and that sucks. But my numbers are still good. But you kind of have to have, like, suppression at the end of the day, whenever you're doing the hard stuff in the game, like your T17s and your Ubers, you gotta have spell suppression cap. That's mandatory. It's more important than it's more important than endurance charges. So it's gonna take precedence. This currently is 7 endurance charges, but it'll pump up higher with better gear. You'll get endurance charge boots. You'll probably try to get some endurance charge rings, but I'm not doing anything crazy. This is like week 1 gear level. Just have 96 effective block. I don't think Gladiator's that good. I think it's kind of bad. Aggravate, bleed, big shit. Shit smear, turd, asshole, thing. I think I have that 100% automated incorrectly, if it's still here. No, it's actually not on this build, so that's fine. Can I enlighten here? Let me see. So, I got my 6th link. I got 5 cries. They can all be automated. So I have an overexertion here, and some gyms have to be split into the urgent orders of Enduring Cry, but I don't need Enduring Cry once I have... I don't think I need Enduring Cry at all once I have Echoes. I have a socket on my gloves, and I have 2 sockets on my boots. So I have 3 sockets open, but I have to urgent orders and manual cast probably 2 war cries. I think that's fine. And then I can automate the rest. I think, yeah, I have the gem sockets, I think, for everything. I don't think I'm missing anything core. I think everything here is good. How do you sustain? You don't take damage. What do you mean? How do you sustain? You can just click this if you're manually casting 2 war cries anyway. So it would be like this. These would get like, you want intimidating. What's the priority of auto exert? Intimidating. What if I'm manually casting 6 war cries? You can do that if you want to. Like, I think if you have Admonisher, is that what it's called? If you have Admonisher and you're manually casting 6 war cries and they're all urgent orders, it's gonna be, you're gonna cast all 6 of your war cries, I think, in like 2 seconds. Probably. Do 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 do. 0.27 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fast. It'll stutter step your character slightly when you press them. How's the mana with urgent orders? You run Elrion to counter it. You run level 1 Warcries with 20 quality so that they cost as little mana as possible, and then you double Elrion and they cost, I think, like 5 mana. Let's see. I don't know exactly. It's pretty cheap, though. It says my Intimidating Cry costs 0 mana, but we don't know the auto-exert mana multiplier. I just put it in as 1.5, and I think the number I got was 5. So if our Warcry cost 13 and we add 50% to it, that should be 19 on cost, right? So it'll cost 3 to 4 mana. Yeah, it'll trickle your mana a little bit, but I don't think it matters that much. Like your mana regen, I don't know. You might actually drain your mana, depending. It's cooldown. It'll probably put your mana cost to like an equal 0. And then worst case scenario, like here, you life tap your slam. But I don't even know if you need to actually life tap your slam. Regardless, there's a bunch of stuff you can solve and move around if it's like a little wonky or clunky or, you know. Kalandra ring to -16. I don't even know how that mechanic works, so. All I remember was Deceleration Amulets and a Spectral Helix League, and I'm like, this game's fucking dumb. Remember that? There'd be like 50 fucking helixes in like 1 pixel, and the Uber boss would walk onto it and he'd instantly explode. Like, this fucking retarded patch. Worst league ever. That patch was dumb. Infinity damage in 1 pixel. Yeah, it's dumb. Dumb league. Dumb league. I'm glad I skipped. Wanzi, thanks dude for the sub. Did you play the Kalandra League, Korgos Dansky? Was it your favorite? I'm gonna uncheese this line, I think. So thanks for having a 45% uptime. Is that good enough? Enhance is really nice on the Warcries if you have the socket and the mana reservation for it. I don't remember how much a level 4 is. It's level 4 enhance is 44 CDR. That's pretty good. And the multiplier is not even that much. I'll throw out Pobs in like probably like 2 days. How does it auto work? It rotates 1 by 1? No, it casts them soon as their cooldown is up every time. So if you did like this, for example, your Warcries would all be, these 3 Warcries would be slightly staggered, and the ones that have the same cooldown would cast at the same time. But if you slightly stagger them, you could also, I think maybe, I'm not sure. I have to see the gem when you put it on. But you might be able to put the gems on to stagger them as well. And they just instantly like queue up and trigger accordingly. You might also be able to do some tricks with quality. I literally just did that. That was the whole point of everything that I just started right there. But yeah. Screw Blue, thanks dude. Level has nothing to do with quality at all. Or cooldown. Cooldown comes from quality. What I was saying is, if you have auto exert turned on, and it's cycling like say a Warcry, and then you put a new Warcry in, while it's already cycling that one, it might break the sync of the war cries to your advantage also.
Alkaizerx.
No, I think it's a one button thing. I think it's literally one button to turn them all on. But if it turns off as soon as you socket a war cry in, this wouldn't work. But, you know, yeah, like I don't have the gem, so I don't know. Do 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 do. 1.4? That's not bad. It should be kind of cheap then. If it's only 1.4. Yeah, this'll work. I think you're... some war cries cost more than others. That's fucking dumb. The only one I ever looked at was Intimidating Crime. That's the cheapest one. Anyway, 13 times 1.4. Times 1.2 if you enhance it. 18 mana at minus 16. Yeah, your war cries will cost like 2 to 4 mana each. Which isn't bad. Oh, Overexert? I don't know. Auto Exert better be fucking free. I agree. What are you linking me, dude? What is this shit? What is this? You need to, like... You need to take a break, man. I'm just saying. You need to take a break. You need to go outside. You need to go outside, dude, and take a break. You need to go outside.
This is your...
Stop tarnishing. Fucking... Stop tarnishing fucking Jung Roan's fucking reputation, man.
This is your build.
Items, complexity.
No items or complexity. Fucking stop bullying Jung Roan. That's your build. No, base Earthshatter is by far the best. Correct me if I'm wrong in any way. I'm pretty sure base Earthshatter is way better than all the other ones. You are a bunger. Let's compare a godly axe to this. I am pretty sure the propagator should be better. Maybe not. Maybe I'm underestimating the power of fucking axe DPS because axe do like 20% more damage. Well, I was correct, actually. I didn't think I'd actually be correct, but this is literally 100% perfect. Wait, no. It's actually even. Because I don't have the undo mod here. Yeah. I think it's worth to use this. If you had, like, the best axe ever, like, literally the best axe ever, it's better. Because I didn't put the propagator to max values, did I? No, I kind of did, actually. It goes a little bit higher. It goes to 1100 almost. I don't think it matters that much. Either way, I don't think it matters that much. You just use a big weapon. This might be too annoying to, like, play around. But you get that free chill, dude. Free chill. Yeah. Maybe I just say, fuck it, use axe. Anyway, I don't think it matters that much. Maybe This isn't linear though, right? As I gain more CDR on my character, the value of this will change, I think? I'm not sure. So they're like the same DPS 1-to-1 right now. What if I have like, what happens when I have this much CDR? Does that equation change? No, I was correct in what I said. As you get more CDR, the mileage skews in favor of the exert bonus. Yeah, that makes sense. More CDR, better. Isn't Apex Cleaver the best after patch? Apex Cleaver, its implicit is now hits with this weapon. Ignore physical damage reduction. No. It's shit. Doo-doo. 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 Korgos is evil, dog of death. He will bite you, dude. How am I on my supposed intimidating cry cooldown right now? It looks like I have a 75% uptime with 99 quality. Alright, let's just say I used a realistic number. Let me see. So what if I had maybe like 20? 10? Every 10 tattoos is going to be like that, right? Is it 8 per? And then it would be minus 100 strength, I think. Is that right? What even maths out better, like 1-to-1? How much life do you lose when you do this, though? Yeah, that is worth it every time, isn't it? Is that right, that equation? 80, 100? I think so. Enter button. Give me a new line. Thank you. When does it stop? It still thinks I'm getting the. It should. When does it ever stop? Oh, it stopped. My character has no strength left. Interesting. When the diminishing kicks in. Realistically, you can probably only fit in like 10-ish. My name is Bald Duck. I am a stupid ass duck. Everybody knows I'm a quacking fuck. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. How much DPS is Enhanced 4 on this build? Is it actually a lot? Like 5%? 3.7 including bleed? Is that good? It's not as much as I would have hoped. Dat Mods is now playing World of Warcraft. Just popped up on my Steam. Oh, he's played it.
Sunflower.
You heard me.
Login, dude.
Steam. Chill is for pussies, let's be honest. Any W truers? Chilling enemies is for pussies, that's all. I mean, Propagator's kind of good. You need a crazy one, though. I think it might be too hard to roll. Bum, 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 bum. What do I have on this? Flaring. 235. .24 attack speed. That should be like equivalent, right? Can they buff the propagator? What are you linking? What is this? Why does it say smell my stench? I don't understand.
Something here that smells like this. This awful game, a big disgrace. Playing hurts like bass in your face. D4 magic, D4 shopper. Quality sliding down the slope. D4 catch, feeling lost yet. Это никто не покупает в Москве.
You guys are dumb. You guys are retarded. D4 is bad. It's dog shit. Korgos dancing dog of death. Korgos is an evil dog of death. He will bite you. He simply just doesn't like you. Because Korgos is evil as shit and he will bite you. Anyway, I made another propagator here to compare. So propagator versus about equal axe and DPS. They're really close. I don't think it matters. I think you just get a big weapon. It's fine. I don't think that propagator matters. The base damage on the propagator is so much lower than the other weapons that I don't think it matters that much. I think you just use whatever big weapon you have. Also, this isn't even a fair comparison because I haven't even put on the damage on this weapon. Korgos is evil, and evil is Korgos, and evil is Korgos, and Korgos is evil. There, that's a better comparison now. Now, how is it? It actually thinks it's less DPS. I don't think it's more as I get more CDR, but... How much do I need before that happens? Too much. What came first, the evil or the Korgo? This should be pretty good. How good's Enlighten on this build? Does it make a big difference? Makes a big difference on your fucking... It doesn't matter. You don't need Enlighten on this build. Alright, let's clean this up a bit. Auto exert. D4's bad. Dog shit. I don't know if my overexert... Actually, because of overexert, Jim, it's not linear. I might... Like, Propagator should actually end up being a little bit better. I don't know. Like, I need the numbers on auto-exert. Overexert, rather. Overexert. Because just having your intimidating cry and running overexert with three hits isn't that good. Zaki, give me the numbers on overexert. Alright, here's my question, Zaki. I currently have overexert at 17% more damage per exert. Is it bigger than that? I currently have it at 17% per exert. Is it better than that? Now. Tell me now. Tell me now! Now!
Sunflower.
Now.
2S.
Tell me now. I only know level 1 gym. What was level 1 gym? Was it 10? It was 12-10, right? Level 1 gym was 12-10, right? D4's bad. Dog shit. So what's level 20? What if it only becomes 12-20 and it doesn't increase the overexerts? What if it's only 12-20? Wait, is 12-20 still pretty good though? Would it be? 12 times 5. Yeah, 12-20 would be okay. I need a dev. Tell me the numbers. So currently it is basically a 70% more damage gem at level 1 currently. I'm looking at level 20 right now. He's looking at it, but he doesn't tell us. He just types Alk knows. Tell me. How good is it? He's looking at it. He's literally looking at it. Tell me. What's the number, man? Fucking dickhead. Alright. Simple question. Does the baseline increase or the overexert increase with each level? Like what are we talking? Does the baseline increase or the overexert increase? Like what are we talking, man? Give me the scoop. Give me the scoop. Give me the scoop. He's just gonna type a fucking nose again. Fucking. Well, how good is it, man? What are we talking? Alright, we'll have to wait, I guess. It's fine. Massive, giant, tremendous, huge, large, gigantic, massive, tremendous, huge, massive, giant, nose. Massive. I already gave up. Massive, giant, huge, nose. Same as the AoE of Crushing Fist. This is what Zaki told me the area of Crushing Fist was. Let me see if I can find it. The radius? This is Crushing Fist radius. Where is it? That. Zaki. That's the AoE of Crushing Fist. That's it. Log in, big nose. Your gauntlet is now. Big nose gauntlet. Now. D4's bad. Dog shit. You know what I mean? Is the less attack one actually more DPS? Wait, do we actually use this instead? So normally we use this. But do we use this instead? The one with reduced attack speed? Was it that cooked? D4's bad. Dog shit. 60% armor is pretty OP too for one mastery. Put on Marohi Urki. I forgot that's an item. That's the bleed build weapon right there. Guys. Guys. This is the build. Marohi Urki bleed. Shamori Ori. Marohi Urki bleed. Shamori Ori. Echoing plus untiring? It'll be some. It won't be a crazy amount, but yeah, sure. It's decent. Shamori Ori. I mean, actually, it really likes it for bleed. It does say 0.75. What if auto exert is going to be ass? It's all auto exert. We already know what auto exert does. Unless, what do you mean? No way you're self casting 5 war cries. I expect to self cast like 2, like ASAP, and then maybe bump it up to 3. If I'm really lucky, I'll bump it up to 4. I expect to manually cast a couple. D4 is bad. Does this use new quality rules in this? Dog shit. In this pop? I assume it doesn't. So it's actually better. It would even be better. It does? Let's see. Let's find out. It does. Shigen. It does. Shigen. We don't have gym info on retaliation gyms. You can't make anything. You can't pop anything with retaliation gyms because you have no gym info. Anyway, I got sidetracked there. So what's the problem? Like, how do you do mana if you have no alls? It actually might be, we don't get the run like Flesh and Stone and shit. Do I even have Flesh and Stone in here? Yeah, I do. You need some reservation clusters if you don't have walls, I think. That's all there is to it. Which... With this current pathing, you're not near either. Good one. Banner? Yeah, I might be missing the link for the banner, aren't I? True. Do 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 do. Bum bum. Reservation cluster. This is like early mid-game-ish gear. You probably wouldn't have any reservation clusters accessible. I'll revisit it. What I was thinking more along the lines is transitioning into this at some point. How good, this was like pretty reasonable, like this is like good gear territory, but like this helmet's cracked. I need to change it. It's too cracked. Is this too tanky? Like just glancing at it, looks too tanky to me. Do you have the cluster here? Oh, I actually don't. This is inefficient. This build, probably, right? Yeah, this version wasn't cleaned up yet because this cluster I learned is completely broken. Hey guys, 7.7% damage per point on a non-bleed build. Login, it's good. Roski, thanks dude for the roast and the skis. The roast and the skis.
Sunflower.
Bunga dance.
Strategy for farming the right paradox cut. There's no strategy, just get it. You just trade for it or just run a bunch of safe houses, that's all. A bunch of intervention safe houses. It's not much strategy to it. Just get it. What are these defense numbers? Like they're not this high, are they actually? Let me see. Shaper ball. I don't remember. This is like the Omega build probably. 5. Shaper slam, easy. Yeah, this is already face roll level Uber's gear. Exarch balls. Yep. Man, you can tank 7 Exarch balls before death without pressing a button or flask. Login. Eater beam is AFK. Yeah, this is all AFK level gear already. I think I might play slams and then gear this. This is easier to gear than Alberons. I think I'm just gonna gear this. Probably. I just play like Earthshatter, some slam shit for like a couple days, then switch to this probably. Do you hear that? Grawly, where's Grawly? Is he in chat still? Everybody at Gralias and type this. Grali boy. If you copy. There he is. He's actually in chat. Gralias, look at chat. What do you think? He's actually in chat. Gralias, look at chat. What do you think? Is it highlighting your screen? Do you see it? Read every message. He's actually in chat, dude. There he is. Oh yeah, we probably want to be oak here, right? Oak, oak, oak. Oak, oak, oak. Oak, oak, oak. Oak, oak, oak. What am I saying? Who knows? Oak, oak, oak. Oak, oak, oak. Oak, oak, oak. Sephiroth? Whoa, thanks, dude, for the resub. What's up, dude? Oak, oak, oak. Oak, oak, oak. I think I don't know how I want to do rage on this character. I might 1-point it. I might 1-point plus gloves. I don't like rage on this character though.
Dude, like,
Oh, this is
computer,
supposed to
like,
be
fucked
clicked
up,
also. There's a couple things to clean up here. Let's see. Jug slams into the Zerker DS. I mean, Zerker DS would do stupid damage. Zerk. Oak. Yeah, but 30% more damage isn't worth it if you have to fucking click a zillion things for it. Oak. Oak. Zerker has less degen now. True. He's still shit though. It's interesting to me that my conclusion is coming to, I'm not even max res scaling, and I feel like this is the patch to max res scale, but I don't find the realistic justification to actually pump max res. It seems incorrect. But I think I'm right. Max res is like... Max res is like, post Mage Blood gear. Max res is like post Mage Blood gear. That's what I feel like. The order of operations is suppression comes first. Endurance charges go first, then suppression. But you have to have cap suppression to do Ubers probably. So it's like endurance charges and suppression are priority over max res. That's all. Just endurance charges and suppression are priority over max res. So max res is the lowest priority stat for like defense. So I don't know. How long do you want to be banned for, Tiazi? Heli Bolt? You need to pick a duration for your ban. So how long? Brain status? What's the brains? How does this character have so much extra suppression? This is a problem? Maybe. Broken. What is this weapon? It's shit. Ben's just gonna log in and play a Hierophant, and he's gonna throw like ball lightnings and shit. We already know. They are expensive tats. This is good gear. This helm needs killed. I don't like the helm. It's bullshit. Cheating, kinda. You can make it, but it's not easy. You could be a bunger. I think I want to play this. It's low life, Paradoxica, Fizz. And it doesn't take any special gear, so you just kind of like make it better and better. The only thing that's annoying, I think, like, but this is the case with every melee build now, I think, is, yeah, you probably just don't Whispers for a while. It's, it's got suppression issue, just like all the other melee builds. I'm just going to tone this down a bit and take out... How good are both of these? Oh, they're both really good, though. Why is there an enlighten here? Oh, I was testing the other stuff, wasn't I? The other aura setup. What the hell is this music? Corgo is a baby dog. He will bite you. Do I actually? I think I actually have to. Yeah, this is fine. You like the mana cost. The mana cost on. Dual Strike is too. They nerfed it too much. It's too dog shit now. Baby, a baby. He's a baby, a baby. He is a baby. Flat damage, it's all bloodthirst. We're low life on this build. We petrified blood build. A baby. I'm pretty sure you, if you want to, you'll be able to, like, I don't know the weightings, but I'm pretty sure you'll be able to get +2 max res jewels. +1 of 2 different types, like +1 max lightning, +1 max fire. I'm assuming the weighting will probably be like chaos res though, so you'll probably have to fracture, but I think you'll be able to do that. Probably, which is nuts on builds that use a lot of jewels. Low life blood magic? Does that not work actually? Is there an interaction there? I didn't pick up on. Or is that fine? I think it's fine, right? Or did I overlook anything? Yeah, check me out at twitch.tv junground. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I'm missing. Do 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 do. Are you sad, Dan? No Ralakesh, man. And I have to redo all your builds, because GG. I'm happy that was going to be stupid. It was literally going to be every build in the game, so. Baby. He's a baby. Wait, was my comparisons incorrect when I looked at them earlier? I think I was right, but let me double check. Yeah, looks good. That's tight, though. One Shepherd Slam and Awakener. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Eater Beam. This isn't absurd levels of gear, but it's like good. I think I'm supposed to anoint in the mid game. I think. Masterful Form Ralikash Tainted Pack 4th Vow. That there's no way someone was actually cooking that up. Right? There's no way someone was cooking that. Earthquake, it's kind of bad, honestly. My helm's legit, right? Do 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 do. What does a shit tier helm look like? Well, let me make pig faces. I think I should be able to. Eater, Exarch. Is there even like implicits though, to be fair, that matter anymore on these? I feel like not really. Maybe I was correct initially. I think I was correct. It's just kind of annoying to craft because crafting an influenced item with like an Orb of Dominance is fine, but it's even harder to get like your alternate now, like your prefixes or your suffixes, because the prefixes are a lot stronger now. And I don't know what the weightings are going to be like. They probably are going to be a little bit more rare than the current T1 life. Like currently all the life weightings on a helmet I think are the exact same weighting, so it's just strictly a dice roll. So you hit like T1 or T2, but I think now it's it might be harder now to make like influence Maven gear. I don't know how strong is the mod 1-to-1. Look. It's not even that strong, right? On this build. And then the Elder. Is it Elder, Hunter? Influence boots are a no-brainer for +1 max endurance charge. The new 189 life uses the same name as the current 129, so it's just a buff to current tiers. It could be, yeah. Then it's easy, and everybody's just buffed at all points of the game. Is there anything else I could use suffix that's good from influence? Socket attacks, gain things. Warlord Hunter Helm always bricks my third prefix. I've never awakened or orbed and got a 6 mod item. I don't think that's ever happened to me. Thankfully. Crit multi doesn't give much damage here. The Elder mod is the strongest actually. La da 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 da. Do 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 do. I think I just use Eater Helm anyway. Eater Exarch. I don't know implicits actually give anything, but it should still math out pretty decent. You can get max lightning.
Holy fuck
fucking shit, bro. Oh.
It's an intervention. You have proved.
I hate him, dude. What do you mean, why do I have that open? I clicked it from chat. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to click things in chat? Korgos is a baby dog. Korgos will bite what he just doesn't like. We all know that's you. That's you. Is Fizz taken on helmet still going to be in the game, or is it 100% removed? Many modifiers that granted physical damage taken as element or chaos can no longer roll. This includes incursion, delve modifiers on helm, corruption modifiers on shields, warband mods, all watcher's eye mods, essence of horror. New Eldritch implicit modifiers for body armors have been added for it, but it says nothing about Eldritch helmets. Correct? It's gone? I assume it's gone, but it genuinely just doesn't flat out say that it's gone. It lists every example except Eldritch helmets. I'm just saying. I'm just assuming the helmet is now on the chest, but it doesn't actually say that anywhere. I'm assuming this is just... That would be really weird if it's on body armor and helmets now. But it doesn't actually say that it's gone. Korgos returns.
I get this like, you know, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, you know, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, you know, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, you know, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, you know, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, you know, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, yeah, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, yeah, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey. I get this like, yeah, it's gonna be weird if I say like, hey.
Do 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 do. It does say Corral's mod is on the helmet. I'm talking about the Eldritch Eater currency for helmets. You understand?
See you.
Look how much he moves his entire head. Like, how big is this man's monitor? It's got to be like 60-inch monitor. Like, what is this? Look at his head. Like, he has to turn his entire fucking head to see the gem. Now he has to look back at the monitor. Like, what is he doing?
See you.
Oh man, I miss when Quinn played games. That was good. Good times, guys, back in the olden days. You guys remember a long time ago when Quinn used to play games? That was good times. Do do. Do 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 do. Corgo baby, he's a baby. He is a Corgo baby dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. That's you. There is nothing you can do. Do, 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 do. We need another big dex roll anyway in our character. This will help us get it. Bone Shatter Jug, it'll be fine. It'll be probably pretty good. I haven't popped it. I just don't want to play it. I'll probably pop it at some point. I just don't want to play it. That's all I need to know for myself. What can we unveil in prefix? Is there something good? Plus 2 gems. Cyclone, it's really, really, really bad, honestly. You probably shouldn't play it, but if you really want to play it, you can play it, I guess. It's just not good, that's all. It's just not good. Petrified Blood doesn't do anything with more levels, right? Just like the life loss, garbage, whatever. What the fuck is this music? Rage Vortex? I don't think it's good. Vulnerability. Shockwave got a little buff, but it's not good. Corgos is a baby dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. Corgos will bite you. There's nothing you can do when Corgos sinks his fangs into you. Crit gem and claw. Do I actually need a big fat int roll in this character so I can run the fucking... I don't need to roll crit gem, but like for this fucking claw base, I need 95 int, I guess. Alright, I'm cheating. I'm unveiling... Dexinant. Corgos, evil dog of death. This just has an open suffix on the belt for no reason. I mean, that belt's pretty cracked, though. It's a Corgo baby dog. Oh, no. Jazz hands, show me your best dance moves. La da da do da dee do 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 da 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 dee 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 do 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 do. On the floor, it's a growly boar. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is he doing? Ready for more? It's a growly boar. Honestly, I should try to use 2 vermilions on this build. I mean, ultimately, I should try to use a whatever it's called instead. Endurance charge ring. Pete PoE General, what, in Discord? I'm looking. Why are you linking? What is this? You just made me, like, what am I clicking? I don't know if I want to click this. What is it? You just made me download some file. What is this? Did you just put like a bug in my computer? Why did I have to download this to watch this? Never. Explain yourself. Why did you make me download this file to watch it? Why can't I open anything on my computer? What did you do? What is this? Evil Steve Boy returns. Bunnies are dumb as shit. All they do is fucking mount each other and fucking pound each other's buttholes.
Palestine or Israel? I am going with Israel since they cut Palestine's internet.
Can't remember the
yeah, probably.
Incoming.
Can you hide your quest log, sir?
You cannot hide the quest log. You cannot hide the quest log. You cannot hide the quest log!
That's what I'm here for. Not quick, but wait, what's the hands?
You can, you bro, you can! Oh, let me just on my quest log! Oh, let me turn on the quest! Oh, now the quest on! The quest off! The quest on! The quest off! The quest on! The off! The arrow! The arrow! Oh, the arrow! Let me click there! Shut the fuck up, you Dunning-Kruger motherfuckers who have no idea!
This is why he gets stream sniped in League of Legends. This is literally why he gets stream sniped in League of Legends and any game he'll ever play where stream sniping is like available. This is why. No bone zone. No bone zone. What is this? Why is it a 9.7 fart? What are you linking? What is this? I clicked it.
Ooh. Ooh, this could be on.
What am I watching? Why did I click this?
Dude! Get fucked! Get fucked! That's close to a 10. That is close to a 10. That was not real. On my mother's life, that came out of my asshole. I swear on my life. And
more to this.
Ooh. Ooh, this could be on.
Why? Why did I click that?
Creeps. It is seriously embarrassing watching you miss creeps when there isn't an enemy
Oh! Fuck me!
Embarrassing watching you miss creeps when there isn't an enemy
Oh! Fuck me! Shut the fuck up! Oh, fuck, I hate these cunts! Perma banner! Fucking perma banner! I'm just fucking...
Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting my
Okay, here we go. Focus up. Okay, I'm going towards the one that just opened. Ah! Oh, come on, I made that! I just pressed circle instead of pressing... Oh my god! Oh, what is this bad coding, bro? Okay, that one's just gone up. Oh, how are they making it and I'm not? Oh my god, bro, dude! This coding's terrible! This coding's terrible! Holy fuck! Holy...
There are like animals you can train to do a better job.
Okay, here we go. Focus up. Okay, I'm going towards the one that just opened. Ah! Oh, come on, I made that! I just pressed circle instead of pressing... Oh my god! Oh, what is this bad coding, bro? Okay, that one's just gone up. Oh, how are they making it and I'm not? Oh my god, bro, dude! This coding's terrible! This coding's terrible! Holy fuck! Holy... Okay, here we go. Focus up. Okay, I'm going to...
It's so dumb. A rat in a maze. Why are you guys linking me shit? What is this?
Do you take PayWave?
Not yet.
Not yet. You need to get that and then I'll be able to donate, man.
Yeah.
Pretty poggers, though.
Yeah.
Do you take PayWave?
Not yet.
Not yet. You need to get that and then I'll be able to donate, man.
Yeah.
Pretty poggers, though.
Yeah.
I can't tip him, Chad. I don't have anything. I got like no care. I got nothing. Do you take PayWave?
Not yet.
Not yet. You need to get that and then I'll be able to donate, man.
Yeah.
Pretty poggers, though.
Yeah.
Are you guys in physical pain? Corgos, he's an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. That's you.
Chat once again regains their place as legendary.
Wait, this is fine, right, Chad?
Omega lol.
This is fine, right, Chad? Is this
Holy
fine?
fuck, when you are about to die of asphyxiation, shut down the fucking
It's
pissing
just
already.
the AI PC's fine, Chad. Look, it's going hard. The 49 is just warming up. Look at the images it's producing, mate. Look at the images, mate. It's just warming up, guys.
Chat once again regains their place as
Anyway, I was distracted. Fucking suppression, dude, on every build, so fucking annoying. Help. Corgos, he's an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. Actually, if you life on Catalyst on Amulet, it's kind of good now, right? Because it gives the damage bonus too, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Fuck. Lame.
Like this? Yeah, I want to go like that, right? 3, 2, 1.
No, 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 no.
Did he continue and get back to the top, or did he give up? Did he give up? Or did he finish this?
Like this? Yeah, I want to go like that, right?
How many hours later did it take?
3, 2, 1.
No, 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 no.
that with Conk? It is. Hmm.
7 years ago.
You fought against death your whole life, Malachi, when it was the one thing that would grant you true immortality.
What is that voice act? Is that with Conk?
What was that? Clip? I don't understand.
I can't. Playing these games free to play is the most autistic fucking retard shit I have ever fucking seen in my life. And it actually pisses me off. It actually pisses me off. Because I could be playing Darkest Dungeon right now. I could be playing Persona right now. I literally could be playing any PvE turn-based fucking game that's 1,000 times better than this fucking dog shit. I could be playing XCOM 2. Literally anything. I have a mental illness. I want to swallow.
I don't understand.
Quiz problem at Red Whip for Path of Exile 2 to 99% of the player base in Path of Exile 1. Alkaizerx in the house, dropping some bombs. Yo, God, your brother, yeah, bro. Blue boy in the house, grandpa in the house. Yo, Quinn, put your hands up. It's Alkaizerx in the house.
Yeah, Quinn, put your hands up.
Quiz problem at Red Whip for Path of Exile 2 to 99% of the player base in Path of Exile 1. Alkaizerx in the house, dropping some bombs. Yo, God, your brother.
I'm dropping some bombs.
Blue boy in the house, grandpa in the house. Yo, Quinn, put your hands up. It's Alkaizerx in the house.
Alright, what amulets can I use on this? I was just using this to fill in some shit. ED Ralikesh nerfed, so that's not in-game. What do we use for amulet slot? Korgos evil, and evil is Korgos. Defiance is dog shit. Shit overrated item. How about that? Ashes is shit. Didn't they nerf Defiance? Actually, I think they nerfed it a bit, right? 20 something percent from 30 whatever. Replica foible? That thing doesn't have that much life, man. It's kind of bad. Like life regen, whoop-de-doo. Might as well use a focused amulet at that point. Yeah, genuinely, it might be a double amulet, double anoint amulet, and then you mess with it, but...
Sunflower.
Runalol, thanks Steve for the sub. Their auras aren't that strong on this build. I think if you're using another aura at this point, it's probably... Oh no, man. It's like Purity Valley or something. Purity Valley. If you're using an extra +1 amulet, +1 aura. Korgos is an evil dog. He will bite you simply because he doesn't like you. Korgos doesn't like you. Korgos doesn't like you.
So you don't have a job at all, you just make coffee. I mean, you have a job, obviously. Yeah. But I mean, you just get to make coffee and chill. Yeah. That's bogus. That's bogus. That's badass. So you don't have a job at all, you just...
Let me insult you at the same time, announce how fucking stupid I am.
Oh, this is so bad. I can't do enough damage to kill anything.
What is
I'm
this?
just gonna log out. Oh my god. Oh.
Why? What is this? This is a website? Live stream fails is a website. The fuck is that, dude? Why not just link the clip? Ambulance slot's weird. You get a lot out of it. Let me unanoint it so I can kind of get a better comparison of what you get out of it. It was like... Am I like giga over cap on accuracy? Do I actually need every bit of this? I need it by a bit, yeah. Builds are tight. Builds are tight. Although I'm cap suppression right now, it's like kind of troll. You bottom path for sure on this build. You don't go middle with this. Let me write these numbers down. What are we looking at? We got 9,467 life with 186. I'm wondering if this pathing is actually better now. Let's find out. Oh fuck, what level was I? I was a different, I wasn't capped level. I don't remember what level I was though. Is that right? No, I was 120, I think. I think I was 120, right? No, I have one. It allocated 1 point. I didn't need to allocate it. I don't know why I did that. I don't even know where, but it does this for some reason. It adds that point sometimes. I don't know why the fuck it does that. Stupid bug on POB. 119. Bum 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 bada bada badum bum badum 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 bum badum. There's no life thing anywhere. I do actually have to path somewhere to get a fucking life thing no matter what I do, huh? Yeah, I think the old pathing is still... It looks bad, and I think it is bad, but it's like the best still to do that. Dun 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 dun. $800 life regen with 5,000 is pretty good though. Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. There's a little bit of flexibility here. Also don't have enough int still. I have to lower the crit level a couple, right? Ruthless might be better. 35. First, 30, whatever. About the same. The gear is more realistic now, at least. It's not like absolutely like a couple of weirdo items, but I think it's like pretty decent. Okay. My jewels are all only 3 mods also. You can get decks and other things to fill in stats. I think it might be slightly squishy, just a tiny bit. 4 Shaper Balls. Shaper Slammed kills you if you don't press Molten Shell. It's kind of annoying. We don't have this though. Which should put you 1.05. You barely tank it unless it crits. Do 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 do. 6 link. Okay, so it's fine. Ugh. Or Leap Slam. Do 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 do. We have a lot of sockets. What am I missing? I'm missing War Banner. I know that. Let's see. Body armor. Boom, boom, boom. We have gloves and we have boots. What am I missing? We're missing Frost Blink 1. Frost Blink. I don't have this many sockets left. I'm missing some core stuff. What am I missing that's core? This build can actually auto-exert 1 Warcry and your reservation would be exactly... you would need a sliver of mana reservation. 1 mana reservation rule I think fixes it anywhere. Or Enlighten on your Pride will fix it. Right? Let me see. It's close. Oh, it won't affect it here, huh? Without a mastery. You need like... You don't get it unless you click this, right? Nobody wants to click that shit. 15. You'd be 50. That's too low though. You need 55. Molten shell. Did I already have that? I already have it. It's here. I just don't get where I'm missing so many sockets. Auras, curses. You can mark on hit if you want. Mark on hit is fine. I'll just do it for the lazy man. Hi, Mark. Korgos. Evil dog of death. He's an evil dog. Let me look at the other one. That'll give me some idea. This should have had all of its enduring cry, I guess. I see. I put increased duration for these shouts is what I did on this one. Mark, Vuln, faster casting on Vuln's fine. Yeah, you can do that. Pride, that works. Yeah, Frostblink should be culling. Yeah, Frostblink should always be culling. This one was a little bit more advanced, but it wasn't done. Bump bump. I don't like the rage on either version right now. The rage is a thing that kind of... This one has some extra points for rage if I want it. I don't like 4-point rage though. 5-point rage, sorry. That's real bad. This is missing in this build also. That needs to be there. Do most Berserkers and Slayers have like 3,000 armor or something? Like pre-level like 98? I don't think that's playable. I don't care how, like if you're running around with like 6 endurance charges and 3,000 armor, that's still dog shit. Nah, like 20k? How are you getting 20k? My Juggernaut doesn't even have 20k at this stage. How are you getting 20k? I don't even have 20k. I'm level, like, this is a level 100 character. Like, I feel like you have like 3,000 armor on Slayer and Berserker. Before you have like crazy gear. How do you have 3,000 armor? You have an armor, body armor, and that's all your armor. And you have borderline 0 things to amp your armor, right? Yeah, I feel like that's a problem. For those builds, that'll be a problem. This node is disgusting. What is this garbage? It's almost 9% damage per point, right? Like what? Why? What? Like what? Like who made this one? Who made this one? It's 9% damage per point, and it gives you 20% chance to bleed. Like it's not even just 9%. It also gives you bleed chance. Like what? Like it's like the most broken node in the game now. But you have to be Fizz and you have to be crit, and then it's Giga OP. Corgo dancing, dog of death. He will bite what he doesn't like. I have to have this, right? For Frenzy Charge generation, I believe. On boss. Make sure there's no holes. Walter vibe. You hear that? I think I'm playing Earthshatter. I think Sunder into Earthshatter into Dual Strike, maybe. Or just Sunder into Earthshatter into Earthshatter. Corgos is an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Corgo, baby. 3 to path, and then 3, 4, that would switch that over. You have to play max spell suppression and as many endurance charges as you can. It's pretty much too strong not to. Honestly, this pathing is fine. This will help the auto exert mana cost too, actually. I didn't think about that. I think if you play auto exert, right? Like all your auto exerts are free if you click that. It's like the best solution. It's 7% damage per point. Yeah, I think that's I think I have the solution then. That'll help a lot. All right, so I can get extra points on my build. by getting one of these. I need one like this. Just get a big fat T1 accuracy roll on a helmet. That should help. Yeah, combs rings are fine if you want to do it. Still not an accuracy cap somehow. We normally take this. Is it worth? It might actually be. Gives you those accuracy chunks you need. These nodes, like, should not be taken, ever, I'm pretty sure. Either cluster. I think. They're easy to fix accuracy, but they're not mathematically powerful. You need to ideally get your accuracy from more of your gear. More of your gear accuracy. Vaughn. Suffix, 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 prefix, 2-up and prefixes on this item, but I don't think it matters. I think it's fine. Yeah, I haven't filled this in. I'm gonna cheat a little, it's fine. It's legit. Let me get, like, a couple with accuracy. Or dex, doesn't matter. Are we truly 100% if I take one out? Let me see. Where are they at? I don't even know where they went. Yeah, it's literally exactly. Okay, that fixes that. I want to do that. I don't know if I can do that, but I want to do that. We need more points free. We're here now, thankfully. But we need more points. What are my weakest points? Are they... Max Res, XD? You actually have the option to get 2 more suffixes on every jewel. But I think this is mostly correct. Actually, at this point... Well, you're only clicking 2 small nodes. If you do quick and deadlies with... I think these are correct. I just don't think the third notable does anything, and you just get like 2 fodder suffixes. But the problem is, you probably need the third one here to position these there like that, so... Whatever, I just leave it. I just leave it. I need like 6 points free, but... He's a Corgo. An evil Corgo. He is a Corgo. He's an evil Corgo. An evil Corgo. I haven't looked at Bone Cheddar. It should be fine, though. I've not looked at Bone Cheddar, but it should be fine. I have 2-point Jewel here. That's a good swap out. Yeah, that's correct then. Okay, cool. Definitely will help a bit. I have no other 2-point Jewels, right? That was the only one, I think. This pathing looks incorrect to me. But I think it's correct. 3, 5, 8, right? 3, 5, 8, 3, 4. Eight. They haven't given us any new info other than how Aggravate Bleed works and some other little nuanced stuff. The funny thing is, this node is basically worthless on Gladiator. Which this Ascendancy is basically dead unless Retaliation is actually OP. But we have no gem info. What they should do is, like, this should let you use Aggravation with, like, Crushing Crimson Dance or some shit like that. That's what it should do. You're never playing slams on a Gladiator. La da 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 do 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 do. Three. 8, 3, 8. 1, 2, 3, 6. 4, 4. 4 left. And I have to touch a new mastery, right? No matter what? Yeah, I would. That makes it really hard. I think it's impossible then. Just have to touch a new mastery. Do, 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 do. Was my initial thinking correct in that you don't actually invest in rage and you just put like 1 point to gain rage on builds? Unless you're a slam build, then you have justification. Do I just call it there with that? I don't even know what new Chainbreaker does. Did they exactly say? I think it's bad, right? I mean, it is a buff to Chainbreaker, but it's so small that I don't think it matters at all. Two. So strike text gear. Bloodthirst work with flicker? I don't know, probably. I never look at that skill, I don't like it. But probably. People have more life, Bloodthirst becomes a little better. The amount of mileage I get from every node is like so absurdly high that like I'm thinking that like things like max res and shit are like my weakest nodes on the tree. It's like retarded. I should be tanky right now at least, right? Kinda. Maybe not tanky enough. I only have 19,000 armor, which is kind of low. I think all my armor is coming from this one body armor, right? Pretty much. 13,000 of it. Helmets will have more armor, so I'll probably actually, in actuality, have a little bit more armor than what I have now. I have no armor rolls on my boots either. Part of it is the problem where I don't really click any armor nodes other than the initial jug ones, and then the ones on the left side for my armor mastery. 19,000 armor is pretty low. Anyway, 1.21, that's okay-ish. Shaper balls should be like 4.2. That's 5 shaper balls to kill. That's pretty good. Exarch balls are 6 to kill. That's very good. Everything here is like, this character is really tanky. Meteor, it's just because I'm not capped chaos. If I'm capped chaos, it's AFK. Eater, Exarch. Eater beam does no damage. Maven fireball, 3 hits to kill. It's pretty good. I wish I need 4 points on my tree ideally, but I don't really have points to spare anymore. Everything just gives way too much DPS on this build per point. Everything's like 7-8% per point, like actually. Is that actually, like, I don't know, are clusters actually becoming, like, less? Do I drop a cluster, potentially? Now that I'm thinking about it, Cluster Jewel might actually borderline be the worst, the weakest point in the build at this point. The other nodes are actually becoming, like, quite strong. 6% 2/7s. Yeah, it's still competitive, though. $7.6 per point. 7.6 per point. 8.7 per point. This is mandatory. That is mandatory. Bum 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 ba bum. Do 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 do. Massive giant nose. With a giant and a massive and a massive and a giant nose. Yeah, I don't have to take that. I have to take one more life mastery on this build, though. So it's either this or this. Fort. Is getting to that point, truly, actually. You make a good point, actually. Fort is starting to get to a point to where it's not worth it in this build. It might actually be the next thing that's weakest. Actually. It would replace crit. The only problem is you're playing with shorter duration forts, but I mean, we're a big boy build here. I think it's, what, 20% extra duration? Yeah, so our forts are really short. What is that, like 6-7 seconds max? Might be correct, though, now at this point. La-da-da-da-do-do-do-do-do-do. I think this is probably the most correct. If you're playing Rage, well, if you have access to not to click Rage, I think this is typically the most correct way to do it. I think all the other ones are really bad. Like this one's 5 points just to touch a mastery, and that's stupid and dumb and retarded. This one gives armor, which is kind of nice. But the conditional is when you're hit by an enemy, and that's like really bad. And it's only one rage on hit, so that cluster is bad. That cluster is stupid. This is the only one that makes sense to me ever. Blue board. Do we take this? So with this, where our ceiling is higher, but we hit 2, I think it might be correct. Let me think. So 3. Even at 3 to get 17. That's really not that bad. I think this is probably the most correct way to do it. This is pretty good for this build. It's Petrified Blood, which would be, this is 8, right? Is that right? 8, no, it's 10, right? 10, sorry. This is 10 life regen, effectively. Oh, it's only at maximum rage. Never mind, it's shit. Stupid, dumb. Maximum rage, conditional, that's dumb. Retarded. I thought it was just if he had rage. Never mind, it's shit. Everybody get down on the floor. Everybody look to your left and right. You'll be dealing with the blue boar. Alright, so our comparison then is rage, intimidation. So we have 7% more damage from rage, but that takes max ramp. We have, I think it's nearby rage, intimidation. I think this is correct. And then we change our glove implicit. I think that's right. Yeah. It should be better. That way there's no conditional, no ramping or anything, and you just get free damage. And then you change this into... It's probably attack speed, right? Isn't there an attack speed? Attack speed one is probably the most DPS. Actually, I forgot. Fuck. There's another thing I forgot. Yeah, you can +1 strike here too if you're lazy, but that's for cowards. On the floor, it's a growly boar. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck is he doing? Ready for more of this shit? I got fucking clowned out. Actually, you know what I did? I popped a little bit yesterday off stream, and then I watched the grand finals of the Dota, and like, I know Nisha's probably genuinely like 50 times better than me, but I would have played a better Tiny than that. I swear. I know with 100% certainty I would have played a better Tiny than that. That was incredibly bad. Like, how do you lose Elena's Tiny? Lol, no. With 100% certainty, I would have played a better laning phase at Tiny than he did. That was mind-blowingly bad. He was tossing creeps and them not getting last hits. Who does that? He was playing so bad. That was... Dude, Tiny's like the most broken... One of the most broken fucking heroes. He was tossing creeps at level 5 and not getting the last hit. Because he didn't know the exact damage. It was the worst performance I think I've ever seen of a Tiny in mid. Like, ever. It was bad. It was that bad. It was mind-blowingly bad. Yeah, attacker knows. He was throwing? I felt like I was watching someone who'd only played 10 games of Tiny in this new patch. That's what it felt like. He was, like, you don't understand what that means. To toss a creep in lane to get secured CS, but it doesn't do enough damage, just means you haven't played the hero to know how much damage it does. That's all it means. You just haven't played the hero enough to know how much damage your own abilities do. Like, he was tossing at level 5 to try and last hit, or maybe it was level 3 or 4, and it wasn't even doing enough damage to kill his creep. I'm like, what? What is that? What is that? It wasn't good. It was like I couldn't watch it. It was that bad. I watched it, but I practically couldn't watch it. It was that bad. That was like the worst Tiny I think I've ever seen being played. It was bad. How bad from a scale of 1 to 10? It looked like someone who... Like, it genuinely, you could have convinced me that that was his first game of Tiny on this patch. That's how bad it was in lane. It was that bad in lane. Like, he was using abilities, and they just weren't securing CS for him. Like, that should never be a thing. Like, you should know how much damage your abilities do. He's just Tiny or D4. I was hoping he'd own. I love that hero. Tiny's like my favorite hero in all of Dota, and watching him toss creeps at Sand King, missing the CS, and then Sand King just burrow striking and going into fucking Sandstorm on top of him was like, now, like, It was not good. I was in physical pain. I forgot my life roll dropped off this because I edited the item. Do 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 do. Is that right now? I think it's right. So what I was saying also here is on the gloves. I forgot this mod exists and it's broken OP. Like, yeah, sure, you can cap suppression from gloves, but like, what's the DPS gain on Impale? It's so high. It's so high. Like, if you run one of these, this would be equivalent, right? It's 12% more damage on this build to run that. You could. Maybe that's what playing Quinn. Yeah, Quinn was shitting on him hard. Nisha was, here's the thing. Nisha was tossing creeps to get harass damage and secure CS. He didn't secure CS, and then Quinn would burrow strike mid-toss so he would avoid the toss damage. It was like doing, it was like the absolute worst case scenario in lane, basically. Worst case scenario in lane, basically. What are you guys asking? The Impale mod is 12% damage. That's all I'm saying. It's good. But suppression is super hard to get in the game right now with how we're building our melee characters, so we might just stick with the suppression thing anyway. We have 4 overcap suppression, which is fine, and we have access to another 5, which is fine. We have a couple tattoos though, which is kind of bad. Like, I think you inveter it probably. Most of the time anyway. Spell block Glad is new suppression. I think Glad is shit. They need to change Glad next season, because it's not getting changed this season. Blitz is bad, you never take it. To play Blitz, you have to have, like, ambush playstyle or something like that, where you have, like, 100 crit for free. I think this is pretty correct at this point. It's pretty done. Pre-Mage Blood gear. I'm missing a 47. I got that, okay. 20 from War Banner. Challenger charges. New Gladiator is just kind of bad unless retaliations are broken, which they'll be. I'm leaning towards the only reason you play Gladiator is because retaliation. That is it. There is no other reason to pick Gladiator other than retaliation build, and I think it'll be decent to good. Decent to good. If you're picking Glad for any reason other than this, you're incorrect thinking. That's what I think now, at this point. This node doesn't give you DPS. That's what I've learned. This node is deceptive and it actually doesn't give you any DPS. This node, on most builds, is the exact same as vulnerability quality. Like, the quality on vulnerability gives you this, basically, on most builds. The bleed is bad. It's dumb. They kind of messed up on the design. Doo-doo. Ba-da-ba-doo-doo. Yeah, probably, like, what's the pathing here? I'm not sure. You kind of want 10 points here if you're playing retail. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Actually, yeah. Like, once your character's kind of geared, you can do this. 4 points. And then you can change this out with this if you're bossing. But, I mean, it's kind of clowny still, but I think this is the main bread and butter of the Gladiator Ascendancy. Whatever this, however good these things end up being. Do. Big nose, big nose, big nose, big nose. Swordstorm plus Crimson Dance has potential for Giga single target damage. I don't know if that, like, I don't see it, but sure. Like, the part I don't see is why is Crimson Dance in your equation? I agree that Swordstorm might do good damage, but I don't know why Crimson Dance is in your equation at all. Qualon Trick and Karn said Earthshatter is not good with Giga Exerts, Auto Exerts. It's really good with Auto Exerts. Without Auto Exerts, Earthshatter is not a playable skill. So you have to have Auto Exerts. It's mandatory, otherwise it's not a playable skill. So yes, it is good. You have to have it, period. In some capacity. Aggravated have more damage than Crimson Dance. I'll explain it again because people don't seem to understand. You only need about 10% aggravated bleed chance on most builds because of how aggravated bleeds actually work. The way bleeds work is all bleeds are stored on a target, but only the highest damage ticking bleed will do damage to the target. But once that highest ticking bleed expires, the next highest ticking bleed kicks in. If you hit a target and proc aggravation, all 50 of those bleeds that are stored in the target all become technically aggravated. Which means you only have to proc an aggravated bleed like once every like 5 seconds on most builds to have 100% aggravated bleed on the target at all times. You don't need 100% aggravated chance to bleed, which means the Gladiator Ascendancy node is basically absolutely worthless. And Vulnerability Quality gives 10% chance to aggravated bleed. So you actually need 0% aggravated bleed other than just to cast a quality vulnerability on a target. How do you get aggravated on boss, though? You just cast vulnerability or click one node on the tree that has 10% aggravated bleed chance? What do you mean? What's the question? Oh, I don't get it. Are we sure that bleeds can't individually be aggravated? I don't know what that question is. I just told you. If you proc aggravation, all the existing bleeds on the target become aggravated. Aggravating a where is it? If you aggravate bleeding on hit and inflict a bleed with that same hit, the new bleed will not be aggravated. So you have to hit a target, proc a bleed, and then afterwards hit it again and aggravate it. So if you're hitting like 6, 7 times, 8 times a second, or whatever most like decent builds do, you're gonna aggravate all your bleeds with a 100% uptime pretty much. Salad Hat E, thanks dude for the resub. There is no reason, unless you're playing Earthquake or like Ground Slam, there's no reason to have like more than 10% aggravated bleed. Maybe like 10, 15, 20. Basically like 10% of most builds will be fine. Basically, Gladiator node is dog shit and worthless. That's the TLDR. That's the ultimate thing. The ultimate takeaway is that the Gladiator aggravated node is dog shit. And all you need is like 10% aggravated bleed chance on most builds. Other than builds that are like, yeah, Earthquake of Amplification or whatever. Then you just need a fodder skill. You just need like a filler skill. Like, let's say I'm playing Earthquake bleed. And I want to aggravate my Earthquake bleed. The like stupidest way and the most practical way is like you would Earthquake, and then you would, like, I don't fucking know, Cyclone on top of the target to proc a bunch of little hits to aggravate that bleed. That's retarded gameplay. Realistically, the best solution would be to drop a totem, but that doesn't exist anymore. That would literally be the best option, would be to drop a totem. Have the totem just hit and proc aggravate for you. But big slow hits like Earthquake, bleed, are really bad for aggravate. Really bad. Yeah, Blade Trap or some other thing that just ticks really fast. That can proc aggravation. How do we know it aggravates all bleeds? Stats that grant a chance to aggravate all bleeding on the target at once if they trigger. That's how. The line says it. Basically, TLDR, if you want to play bleeding, you don't play Gladiator. It's bad for bleeding. All the other ascendancies will do more damage with bleeds than Gladiator. Berserker? Well, technically, yeah, Berserker has Aspect of Carnage, but I don't think Rage buffs, Rage is only with hits, isn't it? Attack hits? It doesn't actually buff bleed. Is that correct? Design flaw? Probably not the best design. Yes, that is true. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What it does on a lot of builds, like this build supplementary, this isn't a bleed build, it has basically 0 bleed chance. But I have no bleed investment on this build. Last patch, this build would do 145k DPS with bleeding. But now it does 436k with bleeding. That is basically aggravation change. And on some builds, your mileage is going to be a lot better, like on my Earthshatter stuff. Like on this Earthshatter build, I have no investment in bleeding on this character. Yet, about what? I don't even know what percentage of that is. I do 6, 9. I do about 10% of my DPS on this build is bleed, roughly.
Corgers dance.
Herder, thanks dude for the resub. It's about 10% of my DPS is from bleeding for free. You don't get the 10% number because I math it for you. 3 spikes, that's 6 million DPS. Initial hit, that's 3 million. So I do about 9 million hit DPS and I do about 900k bleed DPS. It's like 10% more damage for free, just to cast vulnerability. For what Glad is good, then besides retaliation, nothing, just retaliation, that's it. Unless you just want to have 100, close to 100% block chance for whatever reason, sure. Then that's fine. Bleed explosions, block chance, but those aren't on paper like gonna make and break everything. Where does dual strike clear come from? Melee splash and strike skills hitting additional targets. When you dual strike, you will hit, clones will spawn, like 2 extra depending, and then if you have Ancestral Cry, like sometimes like even more than that. And then all of the hits that come out, including yourself, will all splash and blow up the entire pack. Gladiator lost to a GPC. Actually true. Did Eternal Damnation change kill Slayer Endurance charge tech? I don't know what that tech is. Ralikesh, Eternal Damnation won't be a thing. Which is fine. It shouldn't be a thing. You can't ask me about softcore question because I just like I have no. It's not a game to me. They reworked Glad, but it doesn't mean it's fixed. It'll have more viability and playability than it did in the past. I'm not getting that. Doesn't mean it's good, but you know it'll be different. It'll have more play. I kind of want to try retail if it looks good. Ronosaur, thanks dude for the resub. Let me look at the Mage Blood again. Mage Blood setup that I had working on. Well, what did I change that was core? I got rid of those. That's correct. I have the bleeding. I see that. I don't necessarily need that. Let me clean up. I have the 2-point jewel here. That's already been extracted out of the build. That's correct. I have the endurance up here. That's good.
Sunflower.
How do you retail against Maven? Almost all bosses spawn blockable attacks at you. All bosses in the entire game spam blockable attacks at you. Maven, Cascade of Pain, she constantly auto-attacks a spell attack. Shaper balls and auto-attacks you at melee range. Elder constantly casts blockable spells at you. Awakener auto-attacks you, die beams you. All of that can be blocked. I don't know if Meteor can be blocked from Awakener. Probably not in Uber, but I mean, all his other attacks can be blocked. Eater spams tentacles at you, and lasers that can all be blocked. Exarch, all of his attacks can be blocked, except whenever he channels the big slam, and then block intermission phase. You can't block, but who cares? You can't attack him there anyway. And then, any other Uber I missed? There's Cortex. He has everything Cortex does, other than the final phase slam can be blocked. Well, whatever that slam, teleport slam thing is also, I don't think that can be blocked either, but everything else. Every single boss spams attacks at you though. That can be blocked. They have a lot of abilities and slams that can't be blocked, especially in Uber, but I mean your retail condition will be met. You don't need to do any gimmicky weird shit. Big nose, big nose, big nose, big nose. Who is it? Big nose, big nose.
Who has the biggest nose?
Big nose, big nose. Ba-da-bum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum, bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. What can I take other than life nodes that actually does anything? Is there anything? This build's missing life. Why does it only have 8,500? This seems kind of low. Massive nose. Giant nose. Let me double check through. Paradoxica, claw thing, clown helmet. That needs changed probably, honestly, but I'll leave it for now. My chest is correct. Actually, I'm kind of curious. How much is plus 189 to maximum life versus mastery? 300 life gain. That's kind of a lot. It might be better. It's probably better to get a T1 life roll on a chest now than use the mastery. Yeah, it'll be better. Even with the 6 mastery setup, I think it probably still better. I'm gonna leave it though, it's fine. I was saying I like this one more, I think, the rage one here, and then I changed the attack thing. Have I popped Shield Crush? No, and I won't. Sorry. That's not something I want to play or care about. Yeah, I think Earthshatter is the best slam skill for raw numbers. It looks fun. I might league start it. Decent chance I league start it. Big nose. Big nose. Will I try sweet? No, there's no reason. It's bad. Hey, I've played Sweep before, many years ago. There's a nice rip clip of me playing Sweep somewhere out there on the internet. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum bum bum. I don't know what to do with the amulet slot on these builds. Fuck. I'm missing like 600 accuracy. Where did I get the 600 accuracy last time? I changed the helmet, right? Can I just take this helmet? Yeah, almost every build I'm playing uses Pride. Well, not even almost, all of them do, so. Kalandra amulet? Yeah, or some like weird focus thing or something. I don't know. I don't know what makes my build better with that type of stuff. This build kind of has low armor, 46k. Earth Shatter pop. I'll throw them all up probably in a day or two.
You are now the sweep guy.
Ashes? Not on this build, no. Strangle Grasp, sure. It's decent. If you get one. Yeah, truly, Strangle Grasp is probably the best amulet for this build, thinking about it roughly. Especially if you get it bricked and you can, yeah. Strangle Grasp is probably the best amulet for this build, thinking about it. Right? Because the Anoints are too strong on this build. Yeah, I think Strangle Grasp is probably in-game on this build. Since you cannot Eternal Damnation anymore. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Strangle Grasp is probably the best. Because Strangle Grasp lets you path wherever the fuck you want on the tree. Like, this whole Abomination up here can be removed. It'll solve all your suppression, still let you Whispers if you want. I don't know what you would do with the other stuff, though. It might be like... Yeah, a Blight Amulet with two good annoyances is really nice, too. I don't know if there's enough good nodes, though, to play Strangle Grasp, though. I can think of Whispers of Doom. Endurance, that's two that are really good. Inveterate, that's 3. Inveterate. I can think of 3 legit things to anoint. I don't know about a 4th one, though. +1 Impale. Doesn't do shit. Yeah, it might just be like life. Oh, +2 Max Res. We don't have that on the build. Yeah, +2 Max Res. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Strangle Grasp is legit. Yeah, Strangle Grasp would be good. I can think of 4 things. As long as I can think of 4 things, it's good enough. Tenacity, yeah. That's an option too. Yeah, Strangle Grasp is pretty good. I don't know if it's the best, but it's definitely good. Because amulets are kind of weak on this build. You just need a good rare amulet. What the hell? I don't know what I clicked. Accidentally hit remove my stats. Corgo evil dog. No, Tenacity's old. Corgos is an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like, and that is you. Just farm one yourself. Gives you something to do. Corgos is evil. Evil is Corgos. You told me to check this out. What am I checking out? To the moon? Do you think the Corgos dance guy's here in the shadows? things. I've probably spent roughly... I've probably spent roughly 16 hours on 2 builds just to make sure they're clean. I don't think any of these builds really have any holes. There's still some questions because we don't get to play auto-exert or over-exert. It's hard to know how those exactly work. But it should be pretty clean. I think. Shit-stained Steve? He might be in chat. Shit-stained... It's a little early. I think he's EU. He'll be on probably in a couple hours. Shit-stained Steve, are you here already? PoE General, legit link now, not another phishing link. I'm not clicking that. That's baby. Why are his eyes slightly open? Why are his eyes slightly open? What the fuck is this music? Do 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 do. Leveling for Slayer slams? Karn would probably know better than me. I would probably just use Sunder, though. Like, Sunder is Giga for leveling. It's so good. He's not that big. Look how small he is. He's a baby. Look how small he is. A baby. I can barely see him. He's tiny. He's a baby. Look where his eyes are looking. He knows. He knows. Ba-dum bump dun dun. I wonder how many people got inspired to buy a Korgos. I think there's a couple. I see him in the Discord sometimes. Make a wander build? No. No wander build.
Bottoms up, you motherfucker bitch.
This is a Wintertide Brown Occult.
He's so dumb! You're so dumb! What are these openings?
This is a Wintertide Brown Occultist, and I think it's... This is a Wintertide Brown Occultist, and I think it's super underrated. This is a Wintertide... This is a Wintertide Brown Occultist, and I think it's super underrated. In part because I believe people have been building it wrong the whole time. But before I get into that...
This is a Winter Brand Occultist. I'm better than everybody!
I want to emphasize the two primary reasons why I'm doing these runs. Firstly, I want to show both build guide users and build guide creators the value of testing your build in this type of environment. While 2-stone runs are effective for showing off builds in a highly strained setting where you basically don't gear after Blood Aqueducts, a 4-stone run slightly more accurately represents what a league start progression would look like for some players, mixing a fast progression mindset with continued gearing requirements. I would highly recommend people making builds this upcoming league to test them in this sort of environment and leave raw footage up anywhere for people curious about these builds at a deeper level, at a more granular sense, to see how they function and how the players actually problem solve common issues as they progress. The second reason I do these things is to build test, especially in the sense of questioning.
Let me
previous
test my
assumptions I've
melee
made
build,
about the
true.
game. So Elementalist, for instance, has been seen in as the king cooldown ascendancy for several years now, but I've often reconsidered going Cultist. However, I've never actually put in the work.
I'm not listening. I'm call center voice. I'm done. I listened to enough. It's over. Japanese. Bro is fluent in Japanese. Come on, he's Jung Roan. Don't bully. Why does he use a completely different persona for his videos? This guy knows. I agree with you. I'm all about that. Why does he use a completely different persona and voice in his videos? I'm Jung Roan. My dick. I need to fuck. Dick. I need to fuck. Dick. Wintertide brand occultist is probably one of the most underrated. If you look here at my biography about like what the fuck, dude? Why? He needs to be himself in his YouTube videos. Or the other way. Alright, I think this is starting to be pretty polished. We got 101 suppression. We have 2 fodder nodes. I have 2 points left on the tree. I think I already looked at the numbers. Like, I mean, this is wearing a mage blood at this point. Like, it's gonna face tank everything. I don't even need to look. I already know. So it should be pretty clean. I think this is pretty clean. Implicits, Pride Max Res. That looks good. Clown ass boots. I need to craft these boots like 50 times and double corrupt all of them so I can get +2 endurance charge. Making clown shoes? I'm just gonna leave this amulet, this clown ass shit fodder amulet. We do have I have 250 dex. It's actually fine. My dex is fine. My dex is fine, actually. What if there is all attacks deal double damage? There won't be. Enchant. That'd be too good. Shaper? You don't need Shaper. Shaper for what? My Jung Roan inspired build guide? I'm just jealous. I wish I could do videos that good. My videos are like... Those are my videos. Korgos has become an evil dog. He'll bite you. And that is because he doesn't like you. Korgos is so evil. Wait, this build's not even using a quartz flask. Alright, you could use a quartz flask too to fix your suppression at this point. That's how you cap suppression on melee builds. You get mage blood, so you can use a quartz flask. I found the solution. Mage blood, quartz flask. That's how you solve melee. This is double jade flask. It's the same roll too. It's the same roll. I only made 3 flasks. It's fine. We don't need the 4th one. We only made 3. Bum. I feel like my HP is kind of low. I thought it would be higher. 8,500 is not even that high. Yeah, I'll click 2 life nodes because I can. Not even 9k. Alt shortage. Kind of true. That shit fucking pisses me off. So what do we got? We can use sulfur, quartz, basalt. Well, it actually gives more. Granite or basalt? Basalt. Or res flask. Do you think Roaring Challenge will work with the infinite power node from Chieftain? I don't know what that means. Isn't that something, whatever it is, it sounds like something you can probably test now, right? You just test it with the shield. I don't know what the fuck that means. Can we watch more bait videos? I haven't watched any bait videos. What do you mean? I don't watch it. I don't fucking waste my time on that. I don't got time for that shit. Alright, what do we got? We got Incision, we got attack speed, and we got... Oh, we don't have fucking attack speed! Ramping. Who cares about shock? Nobody's ever died to shock. Diamond Flask? I think it's kind of bad. Right? Actually, my crit's not high anymore. Yeah, you're probably right. Because I lost the thing. The crit thing. Yeah, Diamond Flask might be okay. How did I, like, miss the thing before? I don't know, it's fine. Whatever. Mage Blood, you do whatever the fuck you want. And then your character's OP-ish. Wait a second. I'm so confused. Didn't I have a Diamond Flask here before? I feel like I swear I did. Yeah, I had it before. I don't know where it went. Hold up. I'm so confused. I think I accidentally deleted it somehow. I don't even know how you do that. Because my DPS is the same as what I was looking at before. Yeah, me and a bunch of other people have agreed that we're gonna buy every single minion item in the trade and delete all of them. Just so people can't play minion builds. We're gonna make sure people can't play minions. We're just gonna delete all the minion items. Just buy out the entire market. Just buy them all. Delete them. No minions. Would I play Spectral Shield Throw? Bleed? No. I wouldn't. I have the wrong number here. It should be 40. Retaliation builds or bait? I have no idea. You see the numbers. They're probably fun. I bet they're fun as fuck. I don't know if they're good, but they're probably fun. Ben said it earlier, and I'm gonna say it myself as well. Ben said his slammer build from 3 leagues ago, looks better in POB than this patch's slammer builds. I think my dual strike build from last league is probably stronger last league by a tiny bit. It's close. It's about the same. But I think melee ceiling is probably about the same on most builds. That's not going to be true on some, though. Some are going to be fucking way stronger, but... Room full, thanks, dude, for the sub. The trade-off is it's really easy to get damage up front, and it's really easy to get survivability up front. Like, doing Ubers on melee, on a good melee build, this is funny. I think it's just a matter of capping suppression. That's it. That's all you have to do, I think. On a decent melee build, I think all you have to do Ubers is cap suppression, and that's it. I don't think you have to do anything else. Stronger floor? I don't know if the ceiling is much higher, but the floor is going to be a lot higher. I think like going through to red maps is going to feel fucking free as shit, and then you're still going to have DPS to kill red map mobs and bosses. Slayer nerfed? No, depends on what you're playing. Earthshatter is genuinely, when I was making the comparison... Alright, here's a funny one. I'll show you. So this is Earth Shatter on a Juggernaut. In the current patch, in the coming patch, this is what it would be last league. That's what it would be last league. Some things are way more buffed than others. Slams, if you're using any of the new Alkaizerx stuff, is definitely a case where things are way. I probably will league start Earthshatter, and depending on how good it and clean it feels, will depend on if I pivot to Dual Strike. They're the same ascendancy, so it's fine. A lot of the gear is the same too. So, does this build have insane gear? This build right now is pretty close to your exact gear level at level 96, I would say, for me. Axe is pretty good. But, like, rest of this gear is, like, kind of, like, whatever, man. Like, there's nothing too crazy here. It's decent gear. It's nothing crazy. It's Rog level gear. Alchemy Orb level gear. It's nothing crazy. Comb Sign is crazy. Right? There's nothing too crazy here. I don't know what that, like, softcore. I don't know what that means. Do whatever you want. Softcore, do whatever you want. If you die, you can resurrect and go again. But, no matter what, your build should have endurance charges. I don't know if there's a single build where this is not true. I think no matter what you play in the league, the biggest takeaway, no matter what build you're playing, is you're using endurance charges and generating endurance charges, period. Maybe worst case, you're running +3 minimum endurance charges on all your jewelry, but endurance charge is the meta, yeah. It really is. It will be. Endurance charge master race. How many does this character have right now? I think it's 8. Yeah. My logic is I don't want to gear for suppression for a long time, so I'm just gonna full invest in endurance charges immediately. So I have like all of them clicked already on this build, and then I'd throw on a comb sign. This character has no suppression. I think I have 1 roll right now, but that's like the transition, right? Slowly, but this character can't quite do Ubers because he doesn't have any suppression. I mean, he could actually kind of fight them. He tanks Uber Shaper Slam. He tanks 2 balls from Shaper. Awakener Meteor kills him. He tanks 5 Exarch balls. That's fine. He tanks half a full Eater Beam, so long as you press a button or Molten Shell, you're good. Like, this build... Alright. There's a chance. You give me this exact build, level 96 Sim. I don't know if anything is cooked on it. Like, maybe I messed up a little bit here and there in, like, actual practicality of playing it. But if you gave me this build, it has 0 suppression, and you said kill Ubers with it, I think I probably could do it deathless. This character has 0 suppression. I wouldn't do it in hardcore, but, like, I think this character could probably kill all Ubers with this level of gear. Deathless. I wouldn't try it in hardcore without knowing a little better, but, like, the numbers are good enough. The numbers are good enough. This is tankier than my 3.20 Gauntlet guy. Yeah, like, he doesn't have suppression, but, I mean, he just was pretty good. It's not about needing suppression. You might as well, you want it. You want it. This character's tanky. Ben was right. Gladiator's dog shit. I thought Aggravated Bleed was a Gladiator exclusive thing. I didn't realize its vulnerability quality was better than it. Vulnerability quality is better than the Gladiator Ascendancy. It's not literally better, but it's basically the same thing. All damage can bleed. That would be cursed. Lost to a GPC. What is that, Never? I can't see it. Depends on your attack rate for your aggravation on slow hits. Like, your attack speed matters on that case. How many times are things hitting the target to proc? 1.42. I don't know. I don't trust the volatility rate of running like if you're running like coil volatility Fist of War and then you're playing aggravated bleeds at like 1.4 speed. My initial assumption is I can just tell you I wouldn't want to play that build. You need some way to proc your aggravation consistently and ASAP. You don't want your aggravation to activate 3 seconds later after you slam the target. You need a way to, like, consistently aggravate. So at, like, 35% aggravation chance, and you throw out 2 more attacks and 1.5 speed or whatever, it's like you're half of your, like 40% of your bleed duration has already passed through, and it hasn't been aggravated yet. You don't want that. Weapon swap and Cyclone with 2 fucking Bright Beaks. That's your build. You slam the ground, then you weapon swap to 2 Bright Beaks, and you Cyclone on the target with faster attacks momentum. That's your build. Play it. That's your build. You chose this build. Play it. That's your build. You're the one that signed up for this. Do. Blade Storm to proc aggravate? Yeah, maybe something like that. They stay on the ground too. It's not terrible. I'm just saying, whatever you do on a slow hitting weapon, you're gonna want something to like supplement a fast ticking aggravation chance. Clear with lacerate, single target eviscerate, then aggravate the big bleed with lacerate. Oh, maybe. Maybe eviscerate, and then eviscerate for single target, eviscerate for clear, and eviscerate for everything, and just press eviscerate. And if the skill isn't activated, then you stand there until it activates. Do. Yeah, I mean, the big chunky bleeds you can get are going to be a lot higher, but I don't know. Maybe Quantric did a terrible job, but alright, here's the thing. Has anybody made a build with using these? I know Quantric made a build with this. Has anybody else tried this item? Because it's basically aggravated bleeds, right? Isn't it? Yeah. This is basically aggravated bleeds. I did splitting steel bleed. What? That makes no sense! This has no synergy with splitting steel. I'm so confused. What? This is like Earthquake and like Ground Slam.
Shit!
Accents Live donated $6. Hey, may I ask for a build review?
No.
This is for HCSSF.
No.
Thank you.
I will never look at your build. Leave. Alright, you linked me a build. What is this fucking nonsensical nonsense? I could actually copy paste. Why doesn't it let me copy paste this shit, dude? There you go. Oh, fuck off. Was that a staff I glanced at? That better not have been a staff. I'm looking. That might have been a staff build. Quinn. Quinn? This is Quinn's build. This guy just linked me a Quinn build. Like, Quinn. Nice try, but I know this is your doing. I know this is you, Quinn. What does Olroth's boots even do? Gain 3... what is this item? Why is this... What is this? Gain adrenaline for 3 seconds when ward breaks. You're getting your suppression cap from a dropped on the ground banner, is that correct? You are Blue Boar. Well, I can tell you already, you don't have mana for your skill. Your mana is going to be way more, like, way, right? Cataclysm. It's not way more. It's 30% more. Not even crit. He has 100% crit. I don't know what the staff bases are. You just got T1 everything in the game staff. That's not too hard, right? You have 3 implicits on your chest. I don't know how you achieve that. That's fine though. Block doesn't do anything anyway. Sure, whatever. Those boots, I don't fucking know what those boots are. These boots don't give you 100% adrenaline uptime, do they? Like what is this? I don't understand. Do they? Do these boots basically give you 100% uptime? They might. I've never tried them. They do? They do now. They got changed. What are they called? Olroth's Charge. Let me see what they used to do. Olroth's Charge. They do now. Well, the boots have no patch notes. Oh, because Ward has the 2-second cooldown now. Double corrupt them, dude. Get more endurance charges. Enigmatic Diarrhea. You have crit auged. Accuracy. 90 all res build, yeah. How many endurance charges are we talking here? Looks like you manually cast all your cries, right? How do you have 100% chance on this, basically? Like, what is your cooldown on this? I'm confused. Where's that coming from? Do. Is that really enough cooldown at 1.5 that it gives it enough just with 20 quality, or do you have like more quality somewhere? 3.6, that's a long ass cooldown. Yeah, +1 exert. Nope, no +1 exert even. So your intimidating cry only exerts 2 hits, right? Are you manually casting it? I'm assuming this is all autoed, but you don't have the mana to auto, so this has to be urgent ordered. Yeah, this should have to be urgent ordered. You really think you can get away with playing that way? Alright, you can't do everything. Like, you can't realistically have phase run ticked and frenzy charges at the same time. That's just not realistic at all. Right? Like, where are you getting your juice? That just doesn't work. Right? That's just not real at that point. Mob mentality? When you have this with infinite power, does it cap all 3 charges to max every time at infinite power? Have you tested it? I've never tested it. Does it genuinely give you all charges, all max? Or does it give you one charge at a time? One charge at a time? Yeah. One charge at a time. That's what I would have guessed. So it's one charge at a time. Regardless, your endurance, your frenzy charge generation is very low on this build still. You're not going to be able to phase run and have endurance charges up at all times. It's one or the other, which is probably fine to keep frenzy ticked. Onslaught, that's coming from Cluster Jewel, I assume. 4 allies nearby. Is this Rallying Cry or what? I'm confused. So you have Rallying Cry with Herald of Purity. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Buff effect, taunt. I mean, the idea of this will work. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with playing this. I think it's fine. Just don't think it's going to be like the most absurd thing, and the playstyle is going to be like, if you're manually casting 4 war cries, you're going to have your hands full. If you're manually casting 4 war cries and expecting to hit phase run and play all of that, and you want to play that way, you can, but I mean, like, I don't know. Like, you gotta automate some of this shit or something. I guess you're a fucking chieftain, you don't want to do that, but like... I don't even know what this skill does. I've never used it. Is this the one that has multi-hits? No, that's... I'm thinking Volcanic whatever. That's the one I'm thinking. I've never seen this. I've never seen this skill. I don't know what it does. This consumes all endurance charges? Really? I wouldn't play this. I wouldn't recommend it, but like, just first glance. But I mean, it's a build. You can play it. It looks like you put a lot of work into it. I just don't know like how good the results are. Like, if you've played something very similar to this, you've played roughly this exact build, and you know what that feels like to play, I mean... You would know better than me, but I mean, just glancing at numbers and clunkiness of the build, I wouldn't recommend this or play it myself. And it's not like this DPS number is crazy. It's fine, that's totally fine, but it's not like insane, right? Like, the fact that this really consumes all your endurance charges, slams the ground consuming all endurance charges. So you also have to, like, how hard is it to get all your endurance charges? It's just a matter of pressing Enduring Cry, right? So you can only attack after you press Enduring Cry also. But you gain no defense mitigation from your endurance charges because you're never going to have endurance charges because you're consuming them. And this build, you cheated with your suppression by putting 54 suppression down here attached to your banner, which is only active whenever it's dropped and has Valor, correct? I believe. So this whole thing here is weird to me. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand. This is the territory of stuff I don't typically look at, but like, I don't know. Maybe I understand enough, but that build kind of monkas. I mean, but I mean, if you want to play it, I'm sure it'll play. I don't know how clean it will feel. I mean, if you like it, you like it. Yeah, it's different. It's a thing. You can play it. Have fun. +3 max res Jewel Copium. I think this is a thing in the game next league. I don't think people have thought about this, but I think it's OP. But... do you think this is a thing next league? I think it is. On a Jewel. Do you think this Jewel exists next league? Like that. It can drop like that. I think it can. I think you can get double suffix max res on Jules. A lot of people probably think in their head you can only get one, but I think you can get double max res, Jules. Yeah, I think you can get double max res Jules next league like this. They'll probably be pretty rare, but shields roll double max res, right? Shields roll double max res, so I don't see why Jules wouldn't be able to. Replica badge? I think that item sucks. I think it's overrated. It consumes shit, doesn't it? 25% chance to lose an endurance charge when you gain fortification. If you're 20 fortification and you're hitting a target, will it ever make you lose an endurance charge? Or does it just stay at 20 and it's fine? Or does it kind of like fucking mess with your endurance charge count a lot when you're doing that? I haven't used the item, but... Well, the item's okay. I don't think it's that good, though. I don't think it's worth building around. TBH. The new war banner? I just pretend it's 20% damage whenever you drop it. That's it. Relicash angle? Yeah, probably. Badge for defense of Warden? I don't think so. I think Warden, I haven't really looked at Warden too much. I think Warden, you just need I think the standard thing to checklist through is like cap suppression and get endurance charges. The order of operations is cap suppression, get endurance charges, those two things together, and then once you have that, you pump max res. Max res last. Endurance charges. Solve endurance charges, gain more endurance charges, and suppression. Does Jug need suppression now? In most cases, no. You just have endurance charges and you're good, but if you cap suppression with endurance charges, you're like God. Korgos is evil. He's evil. I'll try to clean up if there's anything to clean up on the Earth Shatter, which is probably what I'm league starting. And clean up on the Dual Strike. And then you guys can have those pobs when I'm done. I will do... What time is it? It's like early, right? Like 6 a.m. I'll level 2 maps, I think, as Sunder. I haven't done one in a while. And I'm going to do it next league anyway. It'll be a little different, but it's fine. I'll do a Sunder to maps, I think. Let me get some coffee first, though. Before I do this shit. Yeah, level Sunder OP. Sunder leveling is the way to go. I'm gonna leave this screen open, hold up. Poop God. I have a character named Poop God X. I'm a serious man.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Kidding me? Seriously?
Dude, my computer like fucked up, dude.
Who has the biggest nose?
What he doesn't like, and that's you. That's you. You. Poop got axe? Someone's name is Poop got axe. Should I play Ruthless?
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned, Milord? We offered you truth.
What's my character name? Who saw it? Who knows what my character's name is? Who saw it? And what does it mean?
The dead should remember their place.
What does it mean, though? Alright, just level the maps real quick. RQ, RQ. What does it mean? Or Shadowrun? No, you can't level with that. It's literally like times 10 damage next league. Can't test it. Why is Sunder better to maps? It is, that's why. Earth Shatter is an output build. Earth Shatter is not a quality of life build or anything like that. It just has good numbers. It's not made for most people. Most people can't play Earth Shatter, it's too much. It won't be too bad with auto excerpts and stuff like that, but... Sunder is way more straightforward and easy to play. This is the run. I'm clicking, dude. It's always Sunder to maps on Melee. It's probably still gonna be Sunder to maps on everything. I don't know what could ever be better than Sunder to maps as Melee. Yeah, I kind of want the sockets. They won't be as big of an issue next league, but I mean, for the current patch, sockets are everything. The whole game is Sunder. It doesn't do that much DPS. I'll be curious to see. Man, these fucking haunted dudes are gonna be like tankier. I should have done it in like true standard. Whatever. Too bad. The haunted, whatever. Necropolis garbage mobs. Yep, 2 alchemies. In Mudflats, log in by Mudflats. There is no waiting on pillars to explode. They're gonna explode. There's no waiting part. They will explode. Earthshatter gameplay is going to be, you just spam auto attack into the mob, basically. I'm not paying attention. Where's the last one? And every so often you exert your abilities. You're not auto-exerting 6 war cries, right? Like, some of them are going to be manual casted. But you will have a lot of auto war cries going off, which will be really nice. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
There's an
I have like no things. This sucks. Yeah, if you've never played slams before, it's a lot of button pressing. There's not really a realistic way around it. You're going to be pressing a lot of buttons. And typically you have to press them correctly, so I mean... Slams aren't for everybody. My guy.
Sunflower.
Hulk knows.
Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Well, I don't know how much the gyms scale. They haven't really shown us, right? Like, we can't really get the information on how gyms scale, but there's a good chance that, like, we're... Like, gyms are gonna start roughly at the same level, right? I assume? The same damage. I'm assuming most gyms are going to be like the same exact damage at level 1. They're going to gain more DPS per gym level, which means in some cases, like, you're not going to feel much of a buff for a while. Like, for a while. Bum ba-dum 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 ba-dum. I don't know what you're asking. I'm dead. I don't know what those questions are. Dual strike, Sunder, what? Do 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 do. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-da-bum. It's fucking like GMP on these guys, and they're doing way too much DPS. Help. Big Nose, what do I do? Fucking... I don't even know what it is. Like, I swear they're doing like 6 trillion damage. I want to see. 20% attack speed, whatever. Fucking, like, fucking destroying me. I'm not fucking leveling in fucking Necropolis. Hold up. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't know if I have a thing that's like not a stash tab.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of...
Do 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 do. Ba bum 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 do do. I need a not stupid. I don't know if this guy has a stash tab. I need a league where I have no stash. Do do do. I know I don't have one in Necropolis, but it makes the maps harder and it makes them drop more loot, which I don't want. Do 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 do. Necropolis was no fun. Necropolis is a better than average league. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum 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 ba-doo do 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 do. Better than Toda, Lake, and Crucible? Necropolis? Yeah, it's a lot better than all those leagues. Necropolis is better than average league. Do, 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 do I have a stash in this? It doesn't look like I do. Alright, good. This will be fine then. I don't have a thing here to buy. The fuck? Whatever. Buy this. We're one link gamers. It's fine.
What the fuck? What
Oh
the
shit!
fuck,
I'm
man?
Zyle.
Kidding me?
What's up, dude?
Seriously?
You ready to play your caster build for next league? Yeah, I guess the marketability, I think, that I'm thinking about right now, like the appealing melee builds, I don't think there's much that is just like... Selling someone on a melee build this league is kind of hard, I think, because most of them are a lot of buttons still. Between slams and properly pressing your... There's a room for error if you don't press your buttons correctly, and you have to pay attention a little bit when you press your buttons. Like, there's not like just some like one button clearing build that's like effortless level, like for early game, like day 1, day 2 or whatever. Even if you're playing something like, I don't know, like Ground Slam or something, you're still going to have to press your buttons correctly, and you're gonna have to stutter step and war cry and shit. I think that's gonna scare a lot of people, that they actually have to press buttons. Even if you played something like Retaliation Skills, like yeah, there's a you can't just press it whenever you want. Frostblades in the Flicker? Isn't that like truly like garbage tier though? I don't know what else to say. Isn't that like just that's like the true dog shit tier territory, isn't it? Shit, Iron Ring login. Many people will be baited by melee. It's OP, but you have to know what you're doing. Like, people are gonna be trying out Cyclone and, like, Shockwave and this and that garbage. And they're gonna League start Lightning Strike, and then their character's still not gonna do any damage, and they're gonna be confused. And their character's also gonna be squishy as fuck. I think it's gonna happen to a lot of people. Yeah, most melee is a lot of buttons. I'm playing Earthshatter, I think. I think I'm playing Sunder to maps and switching to Earthshatter, and then playing Earthshatter as long as it feels good and I'm happy playing it. Otherwise, I pivot to low life dual strike, I think. That's what I'm doing. Do I feel like Lightning Strike is bait for new players? I mean, you can play it if you want. If you're a new player, you have no frame of reference of what's good and what's bad. Right?
Stay sharp.
Dude, give me some fucking things. What did I get? I grabbed that. I need that. I need that, I think. We don't got sockets this time. It's okay though.
Still alive.
Give me a pair of gloves or something with some red motherfucking sockets, you motherfucker bitch. Dude, there's like nothing I can buy that socket colors, fuckers. Whatever. Be what it be. Did it, did it, did it, did it. Ground Slam versus Earth Shatter? I mean, Ground Slam is way more noob friendly, the playstyle, but it does like half the damage of Earth Shatter, probably. Maybe even a little bit less DPS. But the playstyle is way more friendly for people, because you just slam the ground, it hits like almost the whole screen, right? It's like way better playstyle for most people, I think. Earthquake is genuinely bad, I think, right now. You can make Earthquake one-shot Ubers, but to do that, you have to like do Earthquake of Amplification, like AFK for a while before the detonate goes off, right? Anything else I need right now? Auto exert bad? I don't know what that means. It's useful in some slime things, yeah. Some builds want to cast like 5-6 Earthquake or War Cries before they use their slam skill. Earth Shatter is one. Right? And having it automate is good so that you don't have to press as many buttons. It's not even about pressing buttons, there's a cost, opportunity cost of an animation. Right? You cannot attack and War Cry instant, like at the same time instantly, unless it's automated. Softcore is never a variable for me, so I can't tell you. Because I don't play softcore, and I don't care about softcore. Softcore is this, you do whatever you want, who cares? That's softcore, it doesn't matter. Everything's free and effortless. God, I'm such a fucking asshole when I put it that way, but it's true. Like, who cares? Do whatever the fuck you want. If you're playing softcore, who cares? Don't think too much about it, just do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Like, do whatever sounds cool or fun to you, and if it sucks, then play something else or, like, do something else. Who cares? Like, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. There's no repercussion. All you did was, like, you know. Who cares? That's all. It's like when I play Last Epoch. I don't give a shit, right? Use that mentality. Except I play Last Epoch on hardcore, but that like soon as my character dies in Last Epoch hardcore, I just log off. I don't care, and then I play like a year later again. Like I don't fucking care, dude. It's probably a similar mindset. Like I just don't give a shit. You can still brick a softcore character? No, you can't. It's impossible. Just use a regret orb on your character. What gem am I forgetting right now? I need Frostblank. Wow, a chest plate from World of Warcraft. Did I put up a TP? I think I did, right? I'm not test running anything, I'm just leveling the maps because I can. Most builds that get linked to me seem to be about the same character power, the ones that are reasonable. They're usually around, like, the standard seems to be about a 20 million-ish DPS build that has, like, acceptable defenses. That seems to be the standard. I've been linked, like, 5 or 6 builds that are like that. 20 million DPS, acceptable defenses, seems to be, like, very much the standard of what I've seen. I've been linked many builds like that already. That's pretty standard, I think. I'm assuming almost any melee build ends up being about that. Unless it's like some, like, Giga thing. But that seems to be standard melee. 20 million-ish DPS, reasonable gear. Okay survivability. Not face roll level, but playable for sure. Yeah, everybody's gonna have a lot of DPS. I don't think it matters what build you play. Like, 20 million DPS is pretty high. Dude, I got fucking like frozen or some fucking garbage design.
Yes?
Do I need a mana flask? I'll buy one, who cares? What did I need? I have a transmute, so I can buy a thing, right? Let me just put the points on the tree. World of Warcraft has begun once again. Log into the World of Warcraft. You are now in the world of Warcraft. I don't know, my number's like retarded, like when I've been popping things. Like how effortless it is to get around 10 million DPS. Like it doesn't take anything, man. Like everybody's a 10 million DPS build in a couple days, I feel like. Doesn't matter what build you're playing, probably. The damage is like so high on builds in general for melee. And because the damage is so high just by default, we just pick a defensive ascendancy, right? So we just play Juggernaut. Simple. The thing is, scaling the damage seems kind of hard. Like, yeah, the upfront damage is really free, but, like, making the damage go really far? I haven't popped anything that, like, seems reasonable to be, like, 50 million plus DPS. I get around that level, but I don't really break the 50 million DPS with, like, you know, accessible gear levels. Nothing I'm playing is gonna be, like, 50 plus million, probably. Which is, like, 50 million's overkill. We know that, but, like, I haven't run into a build that just blatantly seems absurd. I haven't seen anybody with a build that just blatantly looks absurd. Like, the melee, the high-end ceiling of melee, I think it seems almost the exact same as last league. Top tier melee is about as good as top tier melee was last league. That's what it feels like right now. But I haven't seen, I'm sure I'll see more stuff, but I haven't seen anything that's just like absolutely fucking cracked out. The front end is astronomically higher, but the high end of melee seems roughly the same on the good stuff. Yeah, Zenith should be one of the skills. Zenith, just Molten Strike in general. Not even Zenith, just Molten Strike period. But like, you still have to play it on something that's like tanky. I mean, Zenith got like an 80% multiplier, right? Like 80% buff. I guess it lost Protector. You're gonna slam on Zerker and die? Yeah, you can do that. My issue with slamming on Zerker is like endurance charge generation kind of sucks, and then sustainability kind of sucks, and I just don't want to deal with that. I'm playing too slow. I'll start over. I need to get in the right mindset.
Do you think you're a savage enough to face the land?
Sustain is fine on Berserker. I don't think so. I think sustain is gonna get you killed a lot of the time, honestly. I think if you, like, I genuinely don't think there's a clean solution to playing Berserker and having sustain fixed. It's just annoying. It's a problem that's solved that is a big cost to fix, I think. That's all. This is the #1 reason I don't want to dick with Berserker. Also, Berserker has a... Its Uber Lab is pointless. It doesn't do anything on the build. That's the biggest thing, probably, actually. That's really stupid. Berserker's Uber Lab doesn't do anything. They need to change Aspect of Carnage. Maybe change Blitz Charge thing. Like, that shit needs redesigned. I just don't like Berserker that much. Where's my fucking loot? Dog shit game. Sweep is really bad.
Farewell.
Core. Ghost. B. B. Dog. Dual Strike as a starter? There's no reason to do that. Dual Strike as a starter is Bone Shatter, so you just play Bone Shatter. If you want a Dual Strike as a starter, it's called Bone Shatter. If you want to play Dual Strike, but you want to play basically Dual Strike from ground up, yeah, it's Bone Shatter. You just play Bone Shatter till like 95, 96. Till you got Paradoxica and like some gear, and then you respec. Dude, I'm gonna die this pack. Dude, I'm not fucking moving. Fuck you. Core Ghost Dancing Dog of Death. Is Nebulock good? Why would Nebulock be good though? It's just good for like some mitigation stuff. Like, how do you have to make your character do damage? If you use Nebulock, you have to solve how do I make my character do damage now, right? And they nerfed the best way probably to make Nebulock do damage, which was Trauma. TLDR, not really. It's like you're gonna have a huge damage issue if you play Nebulock. I need solved. I think Tectonic Slime is garbage tier. I think most things that are good, were good, or questionably good, are still good. I don't know. I can't even think of one case of a skill that was dead that's now good, right? If something was good before, it's good still. But things that were dead haven't been... What has been brought to life? I don't think anything has, right? Not off the top of my head, at least. Like, what's been brought to life this patch? Because of the changes. I think for the most part, it's just, if it was good before, now it's, like, it's still good. Definitely not Reeve. I'm gonna call you out on that, Rise. That is a fucking dog shit skill. Get that out of your head. It's not Reeve. That shit's fucking garbage. It's not Reeve. It's shit. Reeve is dog shit. There's nothing that, like, mechanically changed something to, like, make it automatically good, right? So, like, your Bone Shatter is still good. The only thing that, like, wasn't that good before... The thing that probably truly got the most buff is Slams, right? Like, Slams were decent territory. I'm not gonna say they were good territory, but they were decent, right? Like, slams got new mechanical things. Over Exert, which we don't know the full gym info, and Zaki won't fucking tell me. Zaki, are you in chat? Zaki, how good is overexertion at level 20? Zaki. Yo, Rise, you see how much Nisha sucks at Tiny? I'm just saying, I would play better Tiny than that in lane. Why do you guys get so mad when I say that? Genuinely, he played like fucking, like 1 out of 10 level in that lane. It was so bad. Like, dude, he played that lane mind-blowingly bad. Like it was mind-blowingly bad how bad he played in that lane on the Tiny game versus Sand King. That was so fucking bad. I don't know how you play that bad in lane. That was absurdly bad. I don't know how you do that bad in lane on Tiny. I've never had a lane go even half that bad on Tiny, ever. That's, like, incredible. I don't know how he did that. How did he achieve this feat? Gum chewing god. Yeah, maybe just fucking clocked out in his head or something. I don't fucking know. That was the worst Tiny I've ever seen be played. Bump, bump, bump. No, he's like 20. He should be 20 times better than me at the game, but like I have like 1,300 games of Tiny, and I know what Tiny looks like in lane. And worst case against that is like you slightly lose this to SK in lane, but he was tossing and not getting last hits, and that was triggering the fuck out of me. He was tossing to get last hits on range creeps, and then the range creep would have 5 HP left, and he didn't know that, I guess, and he did it multiple times. And then just Quinn would deny the creep, and I'm just like, what are you doing? But he would also toss in melee range, so he would also give Sand King the opportunity to burrow strike him, completely dodge all the toss damage, and then go into fucking, like, Sandstorm, and he did it multiple times! Alright, I get it maybe once, you might learn that, hey, I made a mistake, and I can't, like, toss at point-blank range and let him fucking burrow strike me to avoid all the damage and get punish damage on me, but, like, he did it multiple times, dude. I was getting fucking triggered. I practically couldn't watch it, but I kept watching. Like, it was almost to the point that, like, I had to hit the X button. I was really close to just hitting the X button. I was really close to just hitting the X button. It was, like, fucking crazy, dude. Actually crazy. No, I think that player, like, I want Nisha to win. Like, I'd rather, like, watch him win than fucking Quinn win, but, like... And, like, Tiny's my favorite hero, right? Like, I want to see that hero owned, but, like, watching it was triggering me because it was just, like, all these little things that like, my shitter player knows about fucking Tiny. Like, I knew things that he wasn't even, like, knowing, and that was triggering the fuck out of me. It was like watching a person who's only played, like, 10 games of Tiny in this new patch or something like that. Like, I don't know how you, like, not know the damage of your own abilities. It was like watching someone who'd only played, like, 5 games of Tiny or some shit this patch. It was like, I was actually getting triggered. Also, Zaki, overexert gem, show me. Level 20. Yeah, Sunder's probably the best skill for leveling. It should be, at least. I don't know what would be better than Sunder for leveling the maps. Bone Shatter of Complex Diarrhea Dead? I mean, you can play it. It's fine. Dude, if it's like... my POB simulation was like 17% per exert. That's what I was expecting the level 20 gym. Zaki, is it better than 17% per exert at level 20? 1 Alk nose for yes, 2 Alk noses for no. Fuck off! This dickhead. One alk. What does 3 mean? Yeah, true. What does 3 mean? 1 alk nose for yes. 3 alk noses for 2 alk noses for no. Dude, if it's 30% per excerpt, Earthshatter is fucking disgusting. What slam benefits the most from more exerts? It actually is Earthshatter, isn't it? Yeah, Earthshatter would have a higher relation than other slams with the gym. I'm getting distracted. I forgot blood and diarrhea and frostblank. Yeah, together. When do we get the gym info, if ever? When is it typically? It should have been like maybe in like a day or two. Right? Like a day or two. Still not clear if Warcry's auto-use mana or not. Yeah, it's not, but for me, it doesn't matter. You just run 2 Elrions, and your Warcries won't cost mana anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Worst case is you run 2 Elrion rings, and you run 1 Mastery on the Life Mastery to make your things cost life instead of mana, and you're good. What was Exile up to? Was he you better not say he was practicing a Hierophant leveling run. Was he doing that? He wasn't doing that, right? Surely. Dude, fuck this mob. There's no way he did that. Oh no. The prophecy. You're slamming? Yeah. I want to slam. I miss slam meta, and like if slam meta is back at all, this is the time. Earthshatter numbers look really good, but I don't know, maybe I'm cooked. Every time I look at the Earthshatter numbers with like low and no gear, like I don't believe the numbers because they look too high. Like, we're 10 million DPS day 2 at like level 95 probably. And I just, like, I have a hard time believing those are the numbers. While being tanky enough for everything in the game minus, like, Ubers. You probably could beat Ubers at that gear level, but, you know.
Slave is not a man. Slave.
You managed to kill the Granddaddy Crab. Good job. You own Granddaddy Crab. You fucking hoss, son. Am I buying this? I bought it. Nobody can stop me. Any gym with the word exert in it, I'm socketing into my gear. Oh, yeah. What if overexert is 20% more damage per exert? Dude, what if it's actually some crazy ass fucking number? Did you guys overtune that? I need to know. Like, if overexert is overtuned, Number-wise, like, I'm playing fucking Earthshatter, dude. 100%. You guys might have overtuned it. I hope you did. Good job. If it's like 20% per overexert, dude, Earthshatter master fucking race. It was 12% on a level 1 gym, but I don't know which part of the gym scales up and by how much per level, but it was 12% on a level 1 gym. So what's it at level 20? Is it like 17%? I was assuming it probably goes up to about 17%. That was my guess. %17%. Alright, fuck this. I'm getting 3 red right now, fools. Fuck you. 17%? Dude, if it's like anything higher than 17%, that shit's fucking cooked. I mean, like, it might be the exert part stays 12% and it goes up to like 10% to like 20%. Like, just on the baseline, which would be shit. Don't do that, Zeki. I'll ban you if you did that. You understand? Permaban. If you did that. Do I think Ground Slam is good? I think people will like Ground Slam if they play it, just for map clear. Do I think it's particularly good? I mean, everything's kind of good, honestly. But I think there's better stuff, yeah. What do they do this fucking layout? Not even using Frostblink at all. Axe over Mace? Always Axe, if possible. Yo, Marohi, Urki, Bleed? Those numbers are kind of nuts, I'm just saying. Where's Quinn at? Quinn, Shamori, Ori, Bleed. Shamori, Ori, Bleed. Quinn?
Your brawn is about to meet its match.
Quinn's gonna play Chieftain, Bleed, Infinite Warcry, Power, build thing, with some slightly less meta skill, whatever that might be. Let's figure it out. What is it? I don't know what it is, but fucking something dumb.
Your crime is trespass. Your sentence is death.
Nah, Quinn might be a retail main. I could see Quinn doing that. Quinn probably, it's like good, but not too meta, and it's not really talked about that much. Yeah, that sounds like Quinn's build. Quinn's playing like Lacerate. Quinn's playing Lacerate, Retaliation, Gladiator. That's what Quinn's playing. Lacerate, Retaliation.
Take care.
Young Cock, thanks dude for the 10 gifters. Hugely huge, hugely huge.
Stay sharp out
Da 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 do 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 da da da
Sunflower. Sunflower.
Is that what Crip's gonna play? I need
Sunflower.
some gloves with some sockets.
Sunflower. Sunflower.
We can't buy anything. This game's shit.
Sunflower. Sunflower.
He'll go full retail.
Sunflower.
You know, I kind of want to go full retail.
Sunflower.
Sounds badass. Crip's gonna play Ruthless, get bored, and then make a YouTube video about it. What could happen? Crip is trying to sell Glad to Karn? Really? Like, in what way? Do you think Crip knew how the aggravated bleeds already work? Did he already know about that? Because that shit's so much less appealing to pick Glad now, just because aggravated bleed is free. I got a shiny Mage Blood in HCSSF and died with it the next day. That's awesome. Dude, I have no mana, help. I need another mana pot. Crimson Dance and Aggravated Bleeds? No, they don't work together. Aggravated Bleed is just dog shit on the Ascendancy part. It's literally just vulnerability quality and that's it. People don't know. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you guys understand. Aggravated Bleed on the Gladiator Ascendancy is basically no different than vulnerability quality on the Gym. They're the same power. You're gonna get the same DPS increase from the two. It's not good. You know what I mean? Glad is now a GCP. Glad Ascendancy is now a GCP. Accept it. Zaki, can you redesign the Glad node real quick so it's good? Before the league comes out? Zaki? I think he left. Now. I make monsters, so this wasn't his doing. Did you make the new boss of the league, Zaki? So if we have issues with him, we cry to you. Zaki also makes... Yeah, true. That's baby.
Sunflower.
I hope I have the thing to get my thing. Am I even level? I'm not even high enough level. I'm logging off. There we go again. I could just buy the gym, but it doesn't matter. Too bad. Go again.
Do you think you're
Turd! I need a turd planet. There you go. Fucking like 4 hits to kill this fucking asshole. I just want to see new gems info. Or Shatter Pop. We sat there dicking with it for like 4 hours today. Probably like 2 days till gems. Honestly, probably, but it's fine. Heavy Strike gonna destroy Hillock next patch? It's gonna do the exact same damage. What do you mean? With 0 difference. The first swing gonna be faster? True.
Fine work.
They buffed everything double? Yeah, when the gym is max level, it's double buffed. But at level 1, it's the same. Do 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 do. Give me a thing, go.
What little help I can.
What is this? This is the shittiest fucking rustic I've ever seen.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying Moriathans.
Everyone shit themselves at mana cost? Yeah, it's gonna be annoying as fuck on some builds. I don't think it's that bad on slams, actually. Because slams you don't typically just spam non-stop. And they're usually low attack speed anyway. Oh yeah, Celestial Brace. I forgot that's in the game. The item's kind of cool. I don't know if we use it much though. Time to burb. Wait, I want to look at that again. Hold up. I logged off. Where is it? I forgot that's an item, actually. How good was it? The Celestial Brace. It's pretty good, right? Melee hits from strike skills. Fortify. And Tin Fort. Is that worth using? I don't think it is, still. I don't think it's worth using on Dual Strike. I don't think. Maybe it is. Let me see. Because you have to make up 24 suppression if you use these gloves. And we're already, like, we have, like, almost no solution for suppression already. Just plant the banner, true. Damn, this should be a good leap for these gloves, but suppression being a problem now makes it more of a problem, makes it kind of shittier, huh? Roospree, thanks dude for the resub.
Sunflower.
Anyone else finish their coffee and have a turd explosion?
Yeah, maybe. You might be able to use this with a Mage Blood only, though. I don't think you care about it pre-Mage Blood. Is it really that good, though? 30 attack speed. 30 attack speed, and you get to use a different gem now. I don't know how good that is. Next one's like 30, so you gain like 10% damage from that, right? Relative difference. How much is 30% increased attack speed on this build right now? Should be a decent amount of damage, but not a ton. 7. So you're probably getting 20% damage from the gloves, and then EHP. 20% damage from gloves, and then from the fort and the gym change. And then you get 114k becomes 130k. How hard is it to make me go to 130k? It's pretty hard, actually. Just from the life perspective. That's like getting 1,300 life. No. Is he really that good? Only when you have suppression up. If you had like a double corrupted one, you definitely would use it, I think. Even with a single corruption, it's pretty good, or just as base, like as long as it's max roll, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's decent. Keep it down for the supplement. Strength stack, not as good, not as good. You can still play it if you want. It's a build. I can make that pob if I want to. This is like not that hard gear to get, minus Mage Blood, but like this is a very generic build gear-wise. Like this level of gear is probably like you're entering maybe like that 100 hours played time, maybe a little lower than that in an SSF. The damage is kind of low though, I think. Pre-Mage Blood, maybe. Like 20 million? Is that really that good? I mean, this face tanks everything in the game at this gear level already, but I don't know if it's good enough. Ground Slam or Earth Shatter? I think most people will like Ground Slam a lot more. It's very basic gameplay. Claw, it's like crit multi. So you're just deafening Essence of Zeal until you hit T1 crit multi, and then you Veiled Orb your last suffix. And then you unveil the crit multi or attack speed veiled modifier. Then you suffixes cannot be changed, reforge crit on a Warlord's base, and it will get you the crit. But honestly, a synthesized claw is better than this. What, slam for bleed? Probably ground slam, the big one. But the thing with that skill is, I don't know the volatility, like how that's going to feel to play with such bleed damage variance. Maybe it's sick, I don't know. And then learning how aggravate bleed, that's like another problem to deal with, and I don't want to think about dealing with that garbage. Between aggravate, bleed, the way it functions, and then the variance of damage. Yeah, and it has Fist of War also. You're going to want to use Fist of War, but Earth Shatter doesn't care about that kind of gameplay. We just want to attack. Aggravating with EQ is good as it hits 2 times. That's not true at all. The part of Earthquake that does damage is the second hit, not the first hit. Right? So logically you're backwards, so that's incorrect. Cecil, thanks dude for the sub.
Sunflower.
I kind of gave up looking at bleed builds, unless Crushing Fist looks good for bleed. But if I were playing a bleed, it probably would be something like Ground Slam with like Fist of War. This is just Bloodthirst, no Trauma. Trauma got nerfed, it's not worth using, ever. Trauma is no longer worth using. Defensive layer, Endurance Charge. Leveling is Sunder. Sunder into Earth Shatter, probably. You could Bone Shatter, I just don't want to play Bone Shatter. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Anybody got like a Giga? Like, I know Exile had a pretty Giga one. What was, what character name? I wanna look. Like, I think Dual Strike was like the best skill last league. I don't know if it's gonna be the best skill this league. It already kind of looks like maybe, but so this should have no totems and stuff now, right? Why is the damage so low? What am I missing, ticked? We did a lot more damage than this. I don't know why that. Oh, I know why. This is what's not ticked, actually. One thing that at least. But it doesn't work this league, right? No, it's factoring it. Never reckless diarrhea. Maybe the numbers aren't as bad as I thought. And this build wasn't absurdly tanky. I'll have a good frame of reference of survivability at least. I mean, this build's 90 all res. Let's see. Shaper Ball is 4x. Shaper Slam 2.5. And what's the armor on this build? 70k. Awakener Meteor should be free. Yep. Can't let it Exarch Balls because max res. Eater Beam, same thing, max res. Maven Fireball hurts, but it's fine. $1,300. Yeah, I think I'm correct in my thinking. I haven't really looked at it, but actually after looking at it, I think I'm correct in the sense of this is the correct way to play, probably. Your Dual Strike now. You just go Fizz low life. It's good. It's really, really tanky still. I think it's right. I like it. Bone Zone do in-game? I haven't looked at any Bone Zone. Let's see. Bone Zone might look actually sick. I'm kind of scared to look at it because if I make a Bone Zone one real quick, I might want to start Bone Zone, and I don't want to start Bone Zone, but I might want to after if I do this. So I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it. We'll simulate level 90 gear. Bone Zone nodes. Little Turtler is coming for you. Little Turtler, nothing you can do. Little Turtler is coming for you. Little Turtler, nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Turtler coming for you. There's not one fucking thing you can do. Turtler's coming for you. You understand? Turtler's coming for you. Let me get the numbers here. Where is it at? Bone Shatter has a... Oh, I have the numbers here. It's better to use. 35% more damage. I think it does less damage this patch, maybe, just slightly. That's not a very big multiplier. Little Turtler is coming for you. Little Turtler, nothing you can do. Put on a decent axe. Put on a burger. Put on a GP sush. I could actually type with one finger. Put on some Tahuanis. Frenzy and do onslaught, fortify, adrenaline, maimed, intimidate, boss target. Then we are shattered bones. What does 21 bone shatter do? I don't remember. Does it matter? No. This is where we should start getting some extra DPS, right? So we got Flesh and Stone, which is going to be roughly 20% more damage. We have War Banner, which is going to be, I'll just use 20% here too. Slightly inflated, that's fine. What else? We're not going to run D-Term, I don't think. More Jug. So we don't need that with this node now. Korgus is an evil dog. Move the onslaught nodes over there, which is fucking annoying, but whatever. This really, that looks fucking cooked on that pathing. Gain 2 rage on hit with axis. That sounds kind of good, honestly. We are here though, if we want to path it. 30% more damage from rage. 30% more damage with hits. That's rage. Just leave that like that. You can probably take something like this. I'm not sure exactly how many of these things you're going to take. So this becomes 535. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Am I retarded? What am I bleeding thing? Guess it doesn't tick up, huh? Just click that, it's fine. 500k. How many stacks of trauma does it think we're getting right now? It's not very many. 12, 13. That's so fucking garbage. 13, right? 14, maybe 14, 15, 15. Thinks we get 15. That's still shit though. Do 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 da da dun do 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 do. Just throwing some random garbage here. This looks kinda bad so far, just saying. Bump, dump, dump, dump. Bump, dump, dump, dump. Done some random bullshit here. Do 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 do. Seven points. They put these garbage ass nodes and they put the good nodes over here, fucking assholes. Doo doo. It's not terrible. TBH. Do 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 do. Level 89, whatever, it's fine. It's like... Let me see. That's real bad. How's it so low? It's because my HP pool is so low. How many endurance charges do I have? I should be tankier than that. I feel like 8. Shit can't tank anything yet. Why is he so squishy? Is it because I have 12,000 armor? Probably. Yeah, he's pretty squishy. Squishier than I would have guessed. If I compare him to, even this build. I guess level 90 gear is pretty bad, to be fair. So this would be times 3 million for... I mean, the DPS isn't that far off. 4.5 million-ish. 4.5. Versus 3 million. 50% damage difference. Like, this character can't tank shit either, probably. Right? He's tankier, though. Do 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 do. 5k HP. 5k HP. 83, 81. 81, 80 to 79. Do 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 do. Does he not have hit cap? Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, that would probably help. Do 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 do. How's that not capping his fucking shit? Why is his accuracy so fucking bad anyway? You're a juggernaut. Bum bum. Oh, that's why, because they got rid of War Banner. I was like, why is accuracy annoying? It's because that War Banner got changed. Fucking assholes. The fuck? Makes more sense. What's the DPS of this? 730? What did I put on this guy? 790? Corgos. Spin. Baby. Oh, I'm on 6 link here. The other character is on 5 link, right? Yeah, this character is on 5 link. That being said, I don't have Blood Rage on this character. Oh, I think Earthshatter, even pre-helmet, is like 50% more DPS than Bone Shatter. Pre-helmet, Bone Shatter still is like 50% less damage, I think, roughly. And 3 million DPS, Bone Shatter is okay, it's playable. at level 90. Like, that's fine, but like, it's kind of whatever.
Sunflower.
Her Shatter build, it's pretty tanky. Her Shatter's kind of nice because you can take the double armor here. It's pretty good. That way you really don't need determination at all or anything like that. I mean, Earth Shatter's kind of complicated and annoying to play probably for most people. I like it, but... There's an inefficient note there. We just gained 2 levels on Bone Shatter, to be fair. You gain a lot of rage on hit by playing Axis, huh? Corgo Stance. He's an evil dog of death. He'll bite you. And he doesn't like you. Corgo Stance. He will bite you. He just does not like you. Deep Breath is probably the incorrect annoying tier. Do I have it averaged right now? But maybe it's right. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, it's hard to linear... Like, there's no linear thing here without having the gems. All the gems ready. Like, knowing how much damage I'm getting from Overexert by... thingies. 7 points for an endurance charge. What are you talking about? That's fine. I'll buy. Bone Shatter looks okay to play. There's nothing wrong with playing it. I don't want to play it. I'm playing Earth Shatter probably. Poo-poo flows through my veins. Poo-poo flows through my veins. Poop is flowing through my veins. Poop is flowing through my veins. Poop is flowing through my veins. It's granting me power. Zapley, how long do you want to be banned for? Just for shits and giggles today, what do you think? How did my my level 96 one I think is a lot tankier than this, isn't it? How did I ramp the survivability up so much between level 90 version and 96? It's not that much tankier. It's definitely tankier though. 2.32. 5 Shaper Slams before death. 5 Exarch balls. Doing intermission on Exarch is gonna feel so much better with endurance charges. It's so much mitigation that you didn't have before. 3.17. 5 fireballs. Yeah, it looks really good for pre-Ubers at this gear level. This is probably like 16 hours in gear level. It looks really good. I like it a lot. Because this is like... I'm not sure how accurate this is. It looks like about 9 million DPS, like 16 hours in. 9 million DPS 6 hours in. Nothing can kill you other than Ubers at this point. Was it necessary for me to actually go double max res like this? It's probably fine. It's good for mapping. Because I'm 84 fire res, that's disgusting. It's so much. Play it on softcore trade? I don't know. You can do whatever you want in softcore trade. Sure, whatever. This isn't life tapped right now, though. Or is it life tapped? No. I don't think... I don't know. I have it on 3 manually casted war cries, and I have 2 auto exerts, it looks like, at this gear level, which would leave you 6%. You would need a little more mana than this. 7-8% mana. I would really like to have 2 auto exerts ASAP, I think. Does it really think this is that little DPS? No, it kind of thinks it's a decent amount. Do I have urgent orders for an enduring cry? Oh, I have it on comb string. That's fine, I guess, if I really need to press it at the start to get some endurance charge flow. Let's assume the mana cost here. $14, right? 13, sorry, 13. 13 times 1.4 times 1.4, 1.3 times 1.4 times 1.3 times 1.2, 1.2, 1.4, 1.2, 1.2, 1.4, 66 mana. That's really expensive. 66 mana minus 7. I mean, you could really... Oh, I already have it here. Minus 14. Lightning strike with a two-handed sword because the data mined... well, not data mined, but the... returning proj enchant is probably two-handed weapon only, that's why. Da-da-da-da-da. I think you have to play this life tap. It's too annoying to deal with, but I think it's fine, actually. I think you play this life tap. I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, I actually have my mana integers wrong. I added an extra link. That shouldn't have been there. I think you would play this life tab. What's our mana reservation percentage? It's 20 something. 16 and then 22. So if we have 15% times 11 mana, 12, it probably rounds up, right? 12 mana. 12 mana. I mean, you can auto-exert 3 war cries exactly if none of your skills cost mana, but some of the other ones do cost mana, so it'd still be 2. You're like slightly shy. I have this too, shit. Yeah, I don't know. Mana's gonna be a finicky thing, like a finicky thing that you're gonna have to constantly dick with. It's kind of annoying, honestly. Nobody wants to spend 3 points on their tree to fix mana. Although, this isn't terrible if you did this. No, you get your mana reservation. That might be okay. I don't want to do it, but it might be okay. 23 mana cost, and then 10% gets converted, so your skill will probably cost around... I think with Helmet, Exarch mod, you're hitting 30%, and then another like 30%. Let me do the fucking numbers again. Let's say we're not using Life Tap when we're using Ruthless again. .4, 1.3, 1.4 over Exert, 1.2, 1.2. Alright, the real mana cost base is 47. That's not that bad, actually. On a 6-link, 47 mana cost base. I think my numbers were correct. And then... minus 14, 30... we'll round up 34. 34... Really? I have one already in there, huh? Okay. One mastery somewhere for this. 34 times 0.85, 28 mana. Let's go back to 33.69 and then do 15, 25. 0.75 then. $24. And then 23. So 0.43. 0.57. I think your Earthshatter with my exact character setup, if I had this, I think it's costing 15 mana. Earthshatter costs 15 mana with this setup. That's not too bad. That's playable, for sure. With a mana pool of around 70. But... like, I don't want to click any of these nodes, fuckers. You know what I mean? Lion Girl, take with the reset. Thanks, dude. I don't want to click any of those nodes. Did I take the Chaos Res nodes yet at the top? I took 2.
Sunflower.
Yo.
You can't play Blood Magic on Earthshatter. Cannot play Blood Magic on Earthshatter because you want to auto-exert as many more crests as you can. Right now this build can auto-exert 1 to 2, questionably 2. At this gear level, it's like right on the line between like just definitely doing 2 and like right on the line of doing 2, and it's kind of annoying. Mana annoying shit. The problem, there's not much reservation stuff. If you're here, it's not bad because this one's pretty good. Gives 20. But like, I guess your alternative is this, but it's not even that much mana gain back, and then Enlighten and shit like that. I don't know. I wanna, like, I'm okay auto-exerting too, but this is like right on the line between being able to auto-exert too. I don't know. It's kind of stupid. I don't like it that much. Where my mana is right now at this gear level. Because the auras we're running, they're all pretty good for this build. Do 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 do. Unyielding on Jug? I don't know what they're called, honestly. No, yeah, that's the one you never ever take no matter what. This one doesn't do anything on any build. No, the way to solve Warcry's auto-exerting is you leave them at level 1 like this. You leave your Warcries at level 1, and then you, minus mana cost through Elrion is probably the best way. And if they're still costing a little bit too much mana for your build, then you get some masteries to like lower their cost. Big nose. Massive nose. Where's Funky, Philandra Scarlet? Where is Funky? Funky. Funky! Do you know Funky? Funky.
Sunflower.
Corgers dance, ya dumpy
Big, massive nose. New Warcry and Rage nodes suck. They're pretty decent, some of them. This Warcry cluster is pretty good. You get 2 Rage on hit, which is pretty much like decent sustain, and then your Warcries will give you all your power on this build at least. Did I have any false things added? No, it looks correct to me, for the most part. What did I put points in extra? This shit. $3 million DPS. This is 9 million DPS. You get about 3 spikes per shatter. So, and they're doing 2 million each. It's like, this should be about 9 million DPS. We're close to 10 million DPS as we're getting into the mid-upper 90s, which is like absurd levels of damage. 9 million DPS, like 16 hours into a league launch is like absurd. That's like unheard of, practically. From a raw DPS perspective, the amount of DPS is like absolutely fucking cooked. Can use a reservation small cluster, not 16 hours into a league. Those aren't going to be available at all. But yes, using some reservation, stuff like that, does help. I don't even know if this Exert cluster is necessary. I think it's actually bait, now that I'm thinking about it more. I think this whole reservation cluster is dog shit. I think I'm not going to use it. Right? I guess it gives you some armor, but we shouldn't die to physical as a jug. That's not our weakness on any level. I don't think I need any of this. We don't need the endurance charge generation shit anyway. I think I just get rid of that, drop it. Like, instead of having this, I would truly, I genuinely, truly would rather have this. As meme as that is. I'd rather just have whatever fodder jewel here. Your big nose. And I think the auto exerts won't work with, I don't know what it's called, mob mentality or whatever the other one's called, the one that generates like charges. I don't think it works with it. It might, but probably not. Yeah, we don't get Onslaught though, and Onslaught's kind of nice, I guess. Wait, we're Tahuani at this stage of the game. Oh no, we switched out. At level 96. We can still be Tahuani though if we want to. I don't have adrenaline tick, do I? Your big nose and I'm big nose. 3 points. Cluster even worth it, actually, at this stage. It's actually not bad. But maybe not. Maybe we skip that part too. Getting Frenzy for 1 point? No, not with an absolute conditional. Not without an absolute. None of these do anything for me. They're all offensive auras slash pseudo aura spell things, whatever you want to call them. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Why are you guys corgo dancing? That's baby. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The max res on this is disgusting already. Like 84 max res is retarded. I didn't do anything. Normally that's good. The pathing of the new tree is shit. The pathing of the new tree is shit. Max res is overrated, I think. It's the lowest priority defense, in my opinion. Endurance charges and spell suppression are master. Max res is just complimentary afterwards. 84 max res, that's just default on melee builds. I have 1 max res on the chest, which is lesser. You can get lesser to proc it. How much DPS am I getting for these jewels when I do put them in? They're okay. 5.3. Yeah, they're probably worth. If they are, I mean that thing's triple mod or quadruple mod, so it's unlikely. We'll dodge jewels. Dodge jewels. What does that look like, this old standard? I don't know if the old standard's very good. I kind of don't like it anymore. I really hate how both +2 max reses are out of the way to where like you're doing some retarded like +1 path that you don't want to do. Like if they were just natural 3s, like this used to be a natural 3, but like we don't really want to go over here anymore. Corgo stands, he's an evil dog. He'll bite you. I think I need more Cry Mastery or Admonisher. I think I need to grab that. Corgo Stance Guy, what do you think about this music? Yeah, I agree. I said the same thing last week and nobody listened to me. Korgos is a baby. Korgos is a baby. Korgos is a baby. Do 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 do. Do we need the sustain node? It's kind of good, since we're manually casting a couple. FJ Soul, thanks dude for the sub. 14 spell suppression? No, that doesn't do anything at all. It's worthless. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do any of these masteries worth DPS wise? No. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 15% damage for each time you've war cried recently. I think this node's pretty cracked on these like auto exert. It's just like so out of the way to click this thing though. I probably need the speed anyway though. I probably should just leave it. Like what is this? What is this pathing? It's retarded. I'm spending 2 points to like do a retard thing. It still maths out good even with 2 pathing points. Should it still be like 4? 3.2. It kind of gives me the justification to come into here. Which one's better here? Mana Leech? I guess you can get Mana Leech there if you really need it. 23. It's not bad. Yeah, I think you just take this if you don't have Mana Leech. Korgos. Evil. Evil. Korgos. 3.2, 4.8. You've now been greeted, Blue Boar. You've now been greeted, Blue Boar. You've now been greeted, Blue Boar. How did it feel to be greeted? Korgos is a baby. Warcry nodes bad around Fortify. I don't know what you're talking about. These ones, they're for buff effect. They're not good for auto exerting. They're good for like if you want the buffs, meaning you're manually casting. Nico.com, thanks dude for the resub. When was the last time you were greeted, Blue Boar? Your Blue Boar on the floor. Ready for more. I have like 700 HP too much, honestly. At this stage of the game. I really do. And I have no HP nodes that are fodder. I just got rid of the one that was sitting there. Unless I do this, and then I gain 2.
Sunflower.
And then I can click this. I like that more. I like that more. 6, 3.6, 5.4. How tanky are we? We should be pretty tanky, but not tanky enough for Ubers, unless we're playing really, really good. 2, 1. That's a problem. If I... Why is it so bad, though? Is it just... Like, I know suppression fixes it, but like, Jesus Christ. You can't even do Awakener Meteor if you wanted to. With that 80 HP. Exarch Balls are free. Maven Fireball actually requires a Molten Shell. Eater Beam should be... That's death unless you Molten Shell. Votes to Crows, thanks dude. No, banners are shit. Don't invest in banners, it's bait garbage. Don't invest in banners, it is garbage. Do I like this? Kinda. Do 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 do. Oh! 33, 33, 12, 33, 6%, yeah. I think this is like, this is definitely 2 auto exert at this gear level, maybe 3, depending. I don't know what exact mana calc is. I don't fucking care to look and figure it out, but that's like almost, that's like past 2, almost 3 auto exert at this point. DPS, this is absurdly high DPS for level 96. This is like 8 million DPS, 16 hours into a league. And it's tanky enough to do all your watchstones. It's probably tanky enough to do T17 maps too. Just to kill the bosses. Probably not good enough for Ubers yet. You need suppression or just better gear. Do 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 do. Earthshatter hits 4 times per hit, roughly. Like 3.5 to 4. Sometimes it can hit 5. It just depends. The axe. Oh, that's like 700 DPS, 800 DPS. Yeah, Echoes of Creation is free on this build. Because you're a Juggernaut, you're invincible. Honestly, Echoes of Creation, proccing self-hits means 100% absolute uptime on endurance charges. Because every time you hit, you're going to be proccing. And then it also means if you want to spec into Untiring, you can convert it into Life Regen too. Karui Chopper gives you... The slower your weapon is, the more mileage from CDR that you're getting. Meaning the more uptime on exerted attacks. Meaning more DPS. How many exerts can you survive with Echoes? With like good gear? Probably infinite. Doesn't matter. You can't die to it. It's gonna do literally like 0 damage. It's gonna hit you for like 200 damage if you have like 6 exerts. You don't play Fist of War on Earthshatter ever. Divine Flesh isn't gonna be that good. It's like Divine Flesh will make you really tanky to trash mobs, but it's not gonna matter on big hits or bosses. You don't play Fist of War on fast attack on fast hitting builds. Earthshatter is like the one slam that attack speed has significant attack speed scaling, so you play attack speed. No Fist of War. Yeah, sweep should be pretty bad. Slams should be fun. They added 2. All right, here's the thing. They added 2 new dynamically like different things to slams. They added auto exert and they added over exert, right? Like slams are a lot better. They buff Fist of War too if you want to play like ailment, like bleeds. But they didn't do anything for sweep. Sweep literally got nothing but like a damage multiplier. But it was doing 0 damage before, so 0 damage times double is still 0. So ground slam damage would be about half this. Any other slam with this level of gear is half damage, roughly. Earthshatter is harder to play, less quality of life, but it does like double raw DPS. That's why I'm playing it. So like if I'm doing 8 million DPS now with this level of gear, you're probably doing around 4 million on any other slam. You want the slowest axe on this build, probably. Yeah. You don't have enough mana to auto-cry everything. So you auto-cry as many as you can, and then with the rest of your exerts, you manually cast. So you probably auto-exert at this gear level 2 to 3. You're between 2 and 3 right now, and then you manually cast the other 2 to 3. Since it's 5 Warcry, it should be 5, yeah. It's 5 Warcry with Enduring Cry if you want to press it to generate endurance charges. But I think at most you'll probably at most do 3 auto exerts, maybe 4, but you're never going to do all 5, and you never should do all 5. Yeah, Earth ground slam of Earth Shaking is like 688, and I think roughly Earth Shatter is like 1200%. Earth Shatter is like a 1200% damage effectiveness skill. It's like giga damage. It's like absurd damage. Unless some wonky ass shit like the AoE scaling of Seismic Cry made it a little funkier and it's like less consistent to hit the final like 3 spikes on a single target, that's possible, but probably not. It's probably about 2 to 3, 2 minimum, 3 average, and then 4 sometimes. How many spikes hit per hit? If you want a big bonk build that's very basic, it's probably Ground Slam. Your big nose. Yeah, for bleed as well. I don't know if like I don't trust in the bleed slam type stuff after learning how I'm not even gonna get into it, how aggravate actually works. Yeah, Earthshatter, like this is not what most people probably want to play, but it should be one of the best. On paper, this should, I think on paper, like day 1, this is probably the most damage. It's not gonna clear the fastest, but like it's gonna be the most damage skill. Assuming everything works correctly. I don't think you go Impel on any build, really, anymore. I think all the Impel nodes are stupid and dumb, where they are positioned. Impel was Gym Link number 6, typically, and we have Overexert now, which is probably going to take the place anyway. Or Fist of War on some builds. But they kind of nerfed Impale by making the clusters cost too many points. Yeah, you level with Sunder to maps. The Earth Shatter will be easier to play than before. In general, it should be easier to play. Gulimot, thanks dude for the sub, thanks dude. Bump, bada, bump, bada, bada, bada. Fist and Overexert together. Have to see the gem. Maybe. That's a maybe. That's a maybe. Well, you don't really realistically have to press any cries to play Earth Shatter. Your auto cries are going to pop all the spikes for you. You're just doing it to gain damage amp, typically. 2 attacks per second, yeah. You can stagger the cooldown. There might be a couple ways to mess it up on purpose in a good way. Yeah, every cry will pop spikes. Your manually pressed cries and all your auto cries. Most of the time, you're probably just gonna like, all you do is brain off and you just like attack the boss. Yeah, all your cries will go off at the same time unless you do this shit and you change like the, you know, well, origin orders, but you know, you change the quality of your cries so that they're staggered a little bit. Helps if you want to. Herald of Purity and Rallying Cry. Yeah, this build gains damage bonus if you do it. I'm not sure how keen I am on doing that, but it's definitely a thing, and it's probably worth doing to some extent. It's about the mana. The mana on this build is a problem. You don't have enough infinite mana to, like... You don't have enough mana and links to do everything you want to do, so there's, like, trade-offs. But even with that... if we did Herald of Purity and we did Rallying Cry together... How much damage are we getting from this benefit? Let me see. I don't know. Look at it cleanly. We're looking at 2.915. 2.915. Wait, was that really correct? Why aren't I getting oh, I need allies. Where are my allies at? To turn it on this way. Alright, 3.258. That's the correct number. 3.2458. Which is like what? 20% more damage, I think? Probably closer to what? 24, 25? So it's like 24% more damage to do... I mean, it maths out, like, exactly where you want your auras to be. It's about exactly what you typically, your average damage. You typically want 1% more damage per, like, mana reservation, right? So, I mean, it lands right where it needs to be. It's just, like, it's a mana thing. Like, if I don't have the mana or if I have the mana. But... Big nose. Big nose, big nose. Big nose. 24% more damage. Yeah. I mean, it helps if you can fit it in. Would it automatically... Who fucking knows on that? I don't fucking know. Like, if I socket out a Warcry and then socket it in halfway through the cooldown cycle, like, does it stagger my Warcries manually, automatically, by doing that? I don't fucking know. Who knows? I don't have the gem, you know what I mean? It should definitely work if you have different CDR or a different quality on each. Yeah, these damage numbers are pretty... They should be pretty close. They might be a little lower. It might even be a little higher, potentially. I'm not sure. But that should be like... Oh, like, anything like... That's like... I don't know. Level 96 character doing anything like 4 million or higher is really good. And this is going to be doing like 8. So it's like double of what I consider pretty good. And it's on a Juggernaut. That's the main thing. It's on a Juggernaut doing 8 million DPS. Like 16 hours in. 8 million DPS 16 hours in on a fucking Juggernaut. Reserving War Cries, that's good. You just don't have infinite mana on builds. If I had infinite mana, yeah, I probably reserve everything. But like, you can't reserve everything. It's a cost. Can you show and compare it to melee builds last league? Bone Shatter's like 4 million DPS at this gear level. I would say. Bone Shatter's like 4 million DPS at this gear level, and it's squishier. But Juggernaut buffs, endurance charge buffs specifically, and then other things. So it's like... Divine Blessing. Isn't that removed from the game? How do you fix accuracy in the first 10 levels of Marauder? You put the 2 points in for the accuracy nodes, or you equip a Jade Amulet, or find any item that has accuracy on it. Or just keep playing. The AoE, this is not much of an AoE skill. The Clear's pretty decent, but it's not like a specifically AoE skill. The thing is, it's like a single target damage skill more so. I mean, you don't have to play R2. I like how you don't have to aim. You kind of do, but on trash mobs, you don't. Like, you want your melee hit to hit the boss on Earth Shatter. $2.6 mil. I mean, you can clear with 2.6 million in T17s. The bosses usually take kind of a while, but it's like okay. I'll tweak this more as I look at it. I need to tweak this version more. This build isn't done. I still have 11 points to spend also. This one is like, what, 4.5, 13. This is a 20 million DPS build right now. I still have 11 points to spend in gear to clean up, but if you get All's Uprising on this build, holy shit, dude, you can do a lot. I don't like Chieftain that much because I don't think Max Res is that good. I think Max Res is like the lowest value defense. Order of operations, endurance charges and suppression first, cap both. Many as you can, many endurance charges, high suppression as you can get, and then after that you can fill in max res. Yeah, all's on pride on this right now, but you don't have to have it, as I was showing you with the other setup, but if you do have the thing, I haven't cleaned this build up. It needs to do like some of this shit. I don't even know what this gear level is. It should be suppression capped. He is. Does he have an inveterate? Yeah, inveterate. Isn't max res and is the same as suppression if you have enough? I don't know what that means, but no. Crit slams? I don't know if that's ever really been a thing. Maybe with some of the new changes to like stuff. Crit slams.
Sunflower.
How much damage do you lose without the helm? A lot. Once you have the helm, you can just rely on the helm to carry your DPS. I don't know what this has on it right now. Doesn't matter. Just customize whatever you want. Can you strength stack this? What for? Helm is like 90% more damage. Is it? It should be like 75, right? You don't exert 6 war cries, you do 5. Like, there's no 6 war cry to exert with, is there? That actually consumes on slams? Like, Ancestral Cry does, but that's for strike skills only. It has to be one that exerts slams specifically. It should be 75, yeah. Not 90. Do I have that 3-1? I do. Okay, good. There should be 40 from that. And it finished cleaning this. A lot of these are half done. Like this is missing 10% damage, I'm pretty sure, just from rage right here with hits. And this should be what am I talking? Rage. This should be echoes, I believe. That's Flesh and Stone simulation. That is War Banner. These aren't activated, right? No, that's fine then. War Cry 6, that's fine. Target is moving and bleeding, right? Yeah. Yeah, Slam's got the most changes, so I mean, you can play Slams. I think it's pretty good. It's kind of hard to go wrong with Slams. Maybe Earthquake kind of mid, but I mean, even Earthquake will feel okay. It won't feel probably great, but it'll feel okay. Dual Strike be better than this? Maybe? Probably. Dual Strike's bullshit. OP skill. Dual Strike, without even that good of gear, is like 18 million DPS with like pre-Mage Blood level gear. Like 18 million is like okay. It's not like super good, but it's pretty good. This is pre-Mage Blood gear. And this face tanks everything in the game multiple times over. So that's pretty good, right? 5 Shaper Balls in the face. No buttons pressed. Fully tank Shaper Slam, no buttons pressed. Tanks Awakener Meteor unless it crits, but you're Molten Shelling that anyway. 6 Exarch Balls. Full Eater Beam without a button pressed. 3 Maven Fireballs to kill it. So it's like kind of good. This gear's not absurd, it's like pretty good, but nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy. Dual Strike without clusters, it's called Bone Shatter, honestly. Do you have estimate? I don't know, it doesn't mean anything to me. This is like 100 hours SSF played time gear, probably around there. 100 hours played SSF. So if you're trading, it's gonna be faster. Like 100 hours playtime SSF gear. Maybe a little bit longer than that. But around 100 hours though. Nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy. Did I change anything in the configs or anything that mattered enough? Bone Shatter of Carnage for mapping good? I think Complex Trauma is still better, isn't it? What is worth reserving mana for in slam builds? Pride. Pride, Flesh and Stone, Blood and Sand are your like 3 bread and butter auras. If you can fit in Herald of Purity, that's fine, and then Auto Exerts, basically, that order. Pride, Blood and Sand, Flesh and Stone, Herald of Purity. Anything else, Auto Exerts, if you're playing something that demands Auto Exerts. Warbanner doesn't reserve mana, does it? New Warbanner, does it? I have no idea, actually. It might. I don't fucking know what they did to it. They fucking did some... It is no longer a reservation skill. See, it's just free damage if you place it on the ground. Yeah. That's what I thought. Determination poo-poo. You can't neglect your armor. This is questionably low. 19k armor. It's a Juggernaut, though. And it's playing 8 endurance charges, I believe, right now. No, this one's playing 7 right now. Wait. Yeah, 7. This one's playing 7 right now. But it's Juggernaut endurance charges, so they're stronger. But you don't want to have too low armor. Like, endurance charges aren't going to solve... Like, if you're just playing a build that has no block or evasion, and you're running around with, like, 6 endurance charges and 4,000 armor... A lot of things that you're fighting against that are mapping mobs are gonna hit you really hard still. They're gonna hit you a lot harder than 0 endurance charge 30k armor. You gotta be careful with how that dynamic is. If you think you can just play like a melee build and run around with 3k armor or 4k armor, you're retarded. That shit ain't gonna work. You probably need minimum around 10,000 armor, and that's questionable, I would say. I would say 20k armor is pretty good. You should feel pretty good with 20k armor and endurance charges. But, like, if you're, like, sub 10k armor, that would be, like, you gotta be careful with that. Like, that's kind of too low. But if you're, like I said, 4k armor, you probably might, like, there's a really good chance you just die mapping. Yeah, Molten Shell's really bad with low armor also, so there's that too. Why do you auto-exert? Because there's an over-exert gem, and because of the dynamic of like having your exerts on your attacks. Over-exert and echoes are really good with auto-exert. We need to see the full numbers on the over-exert gem. Unbreakable. Yeah, you're depending on your build, like a lot of the time you can just like this build's a crit build, so it needs the accuracy, but like a lot of the time you can just RT your build, right? RT your build. RT your build. And if you're playing RT, you have freedom to take whatever you want here on your, you know, your last 2 nodes, your last 2 points. But I would say these are, like, if you're not clicking this as a Juggernaut, you're the wrong ascendancy. That's why, this is why you click Juggernaut, is for this shit. hits with weapon, ignore enemy physical damage reduction. You get that for free, basically. You just click these. And the damage nodes aren't even that bad, right? Like, we're getting 2.5 per point, not even including the penetration. Right? And this is fully penetrates everything in the game. So the way I understand this is if you're... Like, this is genuinely 10 times more damage on some of the mobs you fight in maps. Versus the current league. Because if you run into if you're doing a physical damage reduction map and you run into a mob with physical resistant innately, a rare, that's 90% physical damage reduction on that mob. And if you just had the old version of this, you would only pen 20 of it and bring it down to 70, right? So you'd be doing 30% of the damage. Well, now you're doing like 100. You're truly doing 100% no matter what, right? It's this is so broken, I'm pretty sure, that the only thing that you're gonna feel like is tanky is if they have block, basically. And you can spec into that if you want, but the only thing that you're gonna notice is tanky is mobs that have block. Yeah, the mastery is brokenly OP. This mastery is like saying set enemy resistance to 0, essentially. So whenever you're playing like a fire build and you run into some mob that has like some fucking fire and ignite resistance or whatever and it's taking you forever to kill, this just completely bypasses that rule. You do full damage. Eviscerate? I have no idea. The retail skills might actually be sick. If they look really, really good, I might play them. But I think Gladiator's dog shit, so... I kind of don't want to play Gladiator. Quinn will show me. Yeah, Slayer's probably the best it's been in a while. It's worth playing. Masterful Form is mandatory. You just play around Masterful Form, and then you get the 10% auto leech shit. It's pretty good. Slayer, decent. I played Slayer last league. It's fine. It's just like you gotta build. You gotta understand and how to build around it. I don't know what you would like particularly stands out to play as Slayer. It's just generically fine to play. I think it's like kind of like Jug. It's just fine. No matter what you do on it, it should be fine. But you have to understand if you're playing Slayer, you're playing it. One of the main reasons you're playing it is for this. So you need all your frenzy charge garbage.
Oh, I'm retarded!
There you go. Alright. Probably some... Probably some, Hobbs going up in the nearest future, but I need to, like, I constantly fidget with them and like, fine-tune them, but... Probably really close to the domain of stuff I'm gonna be playing. Unless retail looks really good on one of the gems that they haven't shown. What do I get away from now? I don't want to, like, my brain is starting to leak out in my ears. Zern, thanks dude for the resub. Is there someone who streams this game, or am I the only one? Let's see. I'll be back later. Probably YouTube videos with, like, some pobs. Just some, maybe I'll just do one with some rough drafts so you guys can look at them, and then do, like, final ones later, some fucking bullshit like that, maybe. Just so you get some idea. Because you guys fucking constantly ask me for fucking pobs that aren't even finished, but whatever. Raid someone. Who do we raid? Fintrua is online. Noogie, Rise, Mr. Coat, Palsterin. Probably playing Earthshatter, and then I might pivot to Dual Strike. Dual Strike is guaranteed good, no matter what, it's good. Earthshatter, it's hard to say how good some slams will be. Any slam, Bleed Slam, Earthshatter, it's kind of hard because we don't have like fully like things to test with. I don't even see Ventura in the directory, honestly. Is it hiding him? Oh, there he is. Catching up on everything finally. Crouching Tuna. Who do I feel like is good for you guys to watch? Click on. Dude, what is Ventura doing? Is he just reading patch notes? It looks like he's just reading patch notes. You wanna help him read patch notes? I guess that's fine. Alright, sure. What is the Fran? I don't even know what that is. Should I know what that is? I'm gonna, because it's like some, he must play some other game. I don't know who he is. Streamer Overwatch, I see. Okay, whatever. I'll be back later, and then maybe some YouTube videos or something. Whatever, I don't fucking know. I need to practice a leveling run too, but I'm one of the best, so.